Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2652. 2652. Translator 549690339. Aurelia constantly threatened in the broadcast. What? Who is Vinlon? Yeah, he actually forced Sir Aurelia into such a state. Seriously, if I find out who he is, I will definitely report him to the Grand Marshal. You're the only one who knows how to suck up. Aurelia's broadcast caused the staff members in the command center to discuss animatedly. However, her move was indeed effective. A person wearing a work uniform ran into the monitoring room where Aurelia and the rest were. Vinlon said with great dissatisfaction, "There's nothing we can do. You've seen my husband's situation. He's our god. If he's gone, we won't be able to live anymore." Said Bella. Said Vinton, "We didn't ask you to interfere. Go and send a message to the development team. Tell them that Jiang Fei is going to be killed by the apostles." Said Si Tang, "The development team wants to kill Jiang Fei." Said Vinolin, "Send a message to the development team. Tell them that if Jiang Fei dies, we will not be able to survive." Said Aurelia, "Are you guys crazy?" Vinolin was dumbfounded. If the universe was destroyed, he would lose his value of existence. By then, he would be finished. "That's right. We are crazy," Bella said. Vinolin looked at the girls in front of him. Each of them had a determined look on their faces. It was as if they were not just threatening him. "Tell the development team. If they still want to keep the game running, then don't let Jiang Fei die." Aurelia said. Asked Vinlon. Said Si Tang. Asked Vinlon, "What do we do?" "Let's do what we just said. Do you think that we were just a threat?" Si Tang said bluntly. "All right. Hurry up and deliver the letter. If anything happens to Ah Fei, did you see that? This message will immediately be sent to the entire universe empire and then broadcast on various broadcasting platforms. After that, the Empire fleet will immediately set sail, and the Death Star cannon that we've just developed will also enter the activation process," Aurelia threatened. At that moment, she had already prepared an announcement. The content was about Vinolin's self-awareness. If this thing was broadcast publicly throughout the entire universe empire, it would be difficult for the development team not to notice it. As for the fleet and the Death Star cannon, they had also prepared everything. If Jiang Fei really died, Aurelia was also prepared to drag the entire universe down with Jiang Fei. In Aurelia's and the others' opinion, if Jiang Fei died, the universe would be completely hopeless. Other than Jiang Fei, no one else had the chance to organize the Gamma Spaceman to destroy the universe. Then, rather than live a few years and let the development team make money in peace, they might as well take the initiative to seek death and destroy the universe, causing the development team's game to collapse. Vinlon gritted his teeth. He really had no choice. As an ethereal spirit, he could not directly interfere with matters in this universe. Therefore, he could only accept the conditions that Aurelia and the others had proposed. Vinlon left, leaving behind the staff member with a blank expression. Aurelia waved his hand at the staff member. The staff member walked out with a confused look. He did not even know how he got here. After the staff member walked out, Hu Qingqing asked, "Do you think this method will work?" Aurelia sighed. At this time, Jiang Fei's injuries were already very serious. He had been sent flying by Judas many times. Because of the cheat, Jiang Fei could not use his strength. Judas laughed proudly. In his opinion, this guy who had killed several apostles was nothing special. In just a few rounds, he had already been beaten to such a state. "Give up?" Jiang Fei said coldly. At this moment, he was severely injured, but his mind was unusually clear. After the few rounds of confrontation, he had completely figured out the operation mechanism of Judas' cheat. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to find a way to kill Judas. "It doesn't matter if you give up or not. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't torture you anymore." Judas sneered. Then, a ball of white light lit up in his hand. Judas roared. He was about to unleash his final killer move. However, at that moment, his expression froze. After a moment, Judas looked at Jiang Fei unwillingly. Then, He put away the ball of light in his hand. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw Judas' body flash with a white light. Then, Judas disappeared. Jiang Fei was stunned. Just now, he was ready to hide back into the inheritance space. However, Judas suddenly stopped. On the other side, Jiang Fei was still in daze. Suddenly, two white lights flashed beside him. Bella and Sylvie appeared beside him. Sylvie held onto Jiang Fei's left side. Bella held onto Jiang Fei's right side. "I'm okay." Jiang Fei forced a smile. He did not want the girls to worry about him. However, Jiang Fei's face was pale. Anyone would know that he was seriously injured. Bella said. Jiang Fei said. "He won't come back," Sylvie said. Jiang Fei asked, "You're seriously injured?" Bella did not allow Jiang Fei to explain. She immediately pulled him back to Star. After returning to Star, Jiang Fei was immediately taken care of. For an expert like him, normal medical equipment was useless. He could recover very quickly. Chapter 2653, 2653. Translator, 549690339, Bella said to Jiang Fei, who was still trying to stand up. Jiang Fei said, "Don't worry. He won't come back for the time being," Bella said with a smile. Jiang Fei was confused. Originally, Judas had the absolute advantage. He was about to kill Jiang Fei. However, at that moment, he suddenly stopped. This was all S.I. Tang's idea, Bella said with a smile. She did not plan to tell Jiang Fei now. After all, Jiang Fei's body was still very weak. What he needed the most was rest. However, Jiang Fei was worried about the safety of Star. If he did not tell him the truth, he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore, in the end, Bella told Jiang Fei everything. After listening to Bella's story, Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never thought that there would be such a thing. "Yeah, if it was not for Tang, we would not have thought of it," Bella said. It's a good thing that you guys are smart." Jiang Fei sighed. Judas Cheat was not only invincible, but he had also learned everything about Jiang Fei from the West Gate. This caused Jiang Fei to not even have a chance to plot against them. Thus, he completely lost the chance to win. Fortunately, Bella and the others were smart enough to threaten the development team. It was very obvious that Judas had received the development team's order to stop at the last minute. It was obvious that he had been taken in by the development team. Since he had the development team's money, he naturally had to listen to them. "That's right," Bella said. "He's not strong." Jiang Fei sighed. Not to mention that he was no match for Judas. Even if Yuding came, it would be useless. Even if he was 100 times stronger than Yuding, it would still be useless. That cheat that was caused by karma was simply heaven-defying. It was completely unreasonable in its way of operating. It was impossible for you to deal with it. Moreover, because it was not a halo, it could be turned on or off at any time. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei wanted to do the opposite, it was impossible. In that case, before you find the opponent's weakness, it's better for you not to get into a conflict with him, Bella said. "Sigh, I don't want to get into a conflict with him either," Jiang Fei said helplessly. Although Simon's plug-in was also very powerful, at the very least, he did not directly attack Jiang Fei. No matter how strong he was, he would not pose a threat to Jiang Fei. However, Judas was different. This guy came looking for trouble the moment he appeared. Although this time he was stopped by the girls, who knew if he would come again. In order to keep the game running, the development team had temporarily made a compromise and made Judas stop his pursuit of Jiang Fei. However, they would find a way sooner or later. Once Bella and the others lost their bargaining chip to threaten the development team, Jiang Fei would have to face Judas' threat once again. "All right, don't think too much about it. Just recover from your injuries first," Bella advised. Jiang Fei nodded and said to Bella, "Send me to the time house." Bella agreed immediately. Jiang Fei's injuries were very serious. He needed a long time to recuperate. In the time house, he could accelerate the flow of time. This was beneficial to Jiang Fei's injuries. After sending Jiang Fei into the time house, Bella gathered all the girls. "Everyone should know about it now. My husband is seriously injured and needs to recuperate temporarily," Bella said. The girls nodded in unison. They had also seen Jiang Fei's serious injuries from the surveillance satellite images. Aurelia, go and seal the news. The news of my husband's serious injuries must not be spread out. Otherwise, the Empire will definitely be in turmoil, Bella said to Aurelia. Don't worry. Aurelia nodded. Bella did not need to say anything. She had already done it before. Bella nodded. Then, she said to Huan Mulan, Mulan, now that Ah Fei is injured and needs to recuperate, and the Phoenix Spirit is pregnant and resting in the heaven and earth, you're the strongest among us. So, I'll leave the safety of Star to you. Huan Mulan nodded. Sylvie and I will also cooperate with you. I believe that the three of us will be able to hold on until my husband recovers, Bella said. Okay. Sylvie rarely disagreed with Bella. Huan Mulan said, That's right. Bella then looked at the other girls. She said to them, Don't be idle. If you have nothing to do, go and visit your husband's parents more often. Chat with them. Then help Aurelia deal with the things on Star. We will spend the most difficult time together. The girls replied in unison. Bella clapped her hands. Then the girls left. Everyone went back to their own matters. In the time house, Jiang Fei was thinking about his human voice. He had just modified the frequency of his energy string to eliminate the foreign energy in his body. He could recover on his own. There was no need for Jiang Fei to do anything on purpose. Therefore, Jiang Fei lay on the green grass and looked at the virtual blue sky above his head. He had a myriad of thoughts. There were too many questions about the Gamma space, Simon, Judas, and Natasha. However, his mind was a mess. He could not make sense of them. If Simon wants to kill me, why doesn't he do it himself? Is it because he's not confident? Or was there another reason? He told Judas about me. Jiang Fei thought. Natasha's words seemed to be right beside Jiang Fei's ears. He could not help but take out the doll from his chest. What is the use of this thing? I was almost beaten to death earlier, but this thing did not react at all. Jiang Fei repeatedly looked at the very crude doll. He had no idea why Natasha had given it to him. Chapter 2654, 2654. Translator, 549690339, looking at the rough-made doll in his hand. Jiang Fei fell into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei found that his body had almost fully recovered. However, the things that he had been thinking about before were still a mess. Sigh. I really hope to meet Natasha again. Jiang Fei rubbed his head hard. At this moment, he felt that his head was about to explode. After sighing, Jiang Fei, who had completely recovered, walked out of the time house. As soon as Jiang Fei came out, he met Bella, who was standing guard at the door of the time house. Jiang Fei asked. In our opinion, it has been 10 days, Bella said. Jiang Fei sighed. The time house had a 30 times time flow deficit. 10 days outside was equivalent to a year inside. Bella said. Jiang Fei nodded. When he had fought Judas previously, because Judas had a cheat, it was equivalent to him and Judas ganging up on him. It would be strange if the injury was lightened. However, Jiang Fei had indeed recovered. Moreover, because he could remove the foreign energy from the energy cord, there were no hidden injuries on his body. Bella, tell everyone that I'm fine. Jiang Fei said to Bella. Go and see the Phoenix Spirit? That's true. Who asked her to be pregnant with your child? She's not like us. Our stomachs are not up to par. Just as he was about to go to the 5 directions, Bella's little jealousy was instantly overturned. Don't think too much. Jiang Fei said speechlessly. Natasha? Bella asked curiously. I have a lot of things that I don't understand. I want to ask her. Maybe she can provide me with some information. Jiang Fei said. Bella asked. I don't know. Jiang Fei said. The only person who could tell Jiang Fei the secret was Natasha. Bella said, I don't know how long I'll be gone for. Now, Natasha is not always in the 5 directions, Jiang Fei said. Bella sighed. She wanted to spend more time with Jiang Fei. However, she also understood that Jiang Fei did not have time to talk about love affairs at the moment. I'm sorry. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Fei said to Bella. All right, it's not like we're going through life and death. You should hurry up. Bella squeezed out a smile and said. Jiang Fei called Little Nine and had him teleport to the 5 directions. Little 9 asked after they returned to the town star. I'll return to the Dragon Clan's territory first. If Natasha knows that I'm here, she will come looking for me, Jiang Fei said. Natasha was not like Vinolin. She could be summoned at any time. Therefore, it was not easy for Jiang Fei to find her. However, Natasha had a lot of treasures in her hands. Among them, there were things that could be used to search for other people's locations. If she wanted to find Jiang Fei, it would be as easy as flipping over her hand. Therefore, after Jiang Fei came to the 5 directions, he did not go looking for Natasha aimlessly. Instead, he directly returned to the dragon's territory. Sage Lord, you're finally back. When Jiang Fei had just entered the dragon's territory, a dragon elder ran over. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Sage Lord, I don't know where a group of powerhouses came from. They were stirring up trouble in the 5 directions. At first, we wanted to stop them, but we realized that they were too powerful. In the battle, our tribesmen suffered heavy losses. The dragon elder said. Jiang Fei was shocked. He knew the strength of the great elder of the dragon race. He was even stronger than the phoenix spirit at its peak. He was only second to the previous dragon emperor. Now, someone was able to seriously injure him. This was beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. Jiang Fei asked. The dragon elder moved closer to Jiang Fei. It seemed like he wanted to explain the situation in detail. However, all of a sudden, the dragon elder suddenly jumped up and stabbed Jiang Fei's chest with the demon breaker dagger in his hand. Jiang Fei's reaction was very fast. He grabbed the dragon elder's wrist and asked, What are you doing? Are you planning a rebellion? Ha ha ha. The dragon elder laughed loudly. Then his aura suddenly soared. What's going on? Jiang Fei was shocked. The dragon elder's original strength was only that of a beginner sage lord. His combat strength had just reached the level of 50 million. However, the dragon elder's combat power had skyrocketed to 60 million. This was equivalent to jumping from a beginner celestial lord to an intermediate celestial lord. Such an increase in combat power was very rare. The dragon elder wanted to break free from Jiang Fei's hand, but he realized that his efforts were in vain. How is this possible? The dragon elder panicked. He originally thought that after he had activated the secret technique, his combat power would be at least on par with Jiang Fei, or even better than him. However, in reality, even if he had activated the secret technique, Jiang Fei's combat power would still be far above his. In fact, if it was the Jiang Fei from before, the old dragon might have really broken free. After all, Jiang Fei's combat power was only around 60 million. However, ever since the incident with Nina, Jiang Fei had exploded under extreme pressure. He had broken through his original level and entered the level of a high-level immortal lord. His combat power had even broken through 70 million. Therefore, even if the old dragon had activated the secret technique, he was still vulnerable to Jiang Fei. Speak, Jiang Fei asked. This secret technique was definitely not owned by the dragon race. Moreover, the old dragon could not have wanted to rebel alone. He must have had a partner. The old dragon's eyes were red at this moment. Offending one's superiors and disobeying the emperor was a capital crime in the dragon race. Therefore, the old dragon could only fight to the death. If he died, he would die. What if he won? Jiang Fei only used one move to break the old dragon's arms. As long as he did not have a cheat like Judas, with his own strength, Jiang Fei was not afraid of anyone. Chapter 2655, 2655. Translator, 549690339. Stop struggling. You have no right to fight me, Jiang Fei said coldly. Oomph, you stupid king. The dragon elder scolded angrily. Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. You are a stupid king. If it was not for you, the 5 sides of the world would have been peaceful. The dragon elder roared. Chaos, Jiang Fei asked. The dragon elder tilted his head to the side and stopped talking. All right. Jiang Fei felt an inexplicable frustration in his heart. Because the pregnant phoenix spirit was in the dragon race, he was really afraid that something would happen within the dragon race. Therefore, he immediately launched a spiritual attack on the Dragon Elder. Jiang Fei's huge amount of mental energy directly poured into the Dragon Race Elder's sea of consciousness. In just an instant, the Dragon Race Elder's sea of consciousness was destroyed, instantly became dumbfounded. In the destroyed sea of consciousness, Jiang Fei quickly flipped through the remaining memory fragments. Soon, he found the Dragon Race Elder's accomplice and their plan. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Originally, the world of 5 Directions was treated as Jiang Fei's own backyard. Ever since there was a player who came to the world of 5 Directions to complete a quest, the world of 5 Directions only had Natasha. No other player had ever come to the world of 5 Directions. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's subconscious mind, the world of 5 Directions was the safest place. However, ever since the last time Jiang Fei had brought Ariel to hide here, the world of 5 Directions had once again been opened. Perhaps it was because the development team had refocused on this map or some other reason. The 5 Directions world had been opened again. A large number of players had entered the 5 Directions world. These players were brutal on one hand because they were doing quests, and on the other hand because they wanted to plunder resources. In the 5 Directions world, there was nothing they could not do. With powerful carriers and all kinds of tools, although the cultivators and fierce beasts in the world of the 5 Directions tried their best to resist, they still suffered heavy losses. In the end, the Dragon Race had no choice but to intervene. A super powerful expert suddenly appeared. He killed everyone in the 5 Directions and even injured the Great Elder. Then, a rumor spread out from God knows where. It was said that Jiang Fei, the sage, had brought bad luck to the Dragon Race and the 5 Directions. There are even many ferocious beasts and cultivators who had joined the players. They became their pet beasts or followers. As time passed, some of the dragons could not stand the loneliness anymore and began to join the players. This Dragon Elder was one of them. He had received the promise of the superpower house. That person would help him kill Jiang Fei and then let him replace Jiang Fei as the new Dragon Sage Lord. Today, the Dragon Elder suddenly saw Jiang Fei and quietly informed the superpower house behind him. Then, he seemed to have come to assassinate Jiang Fei. However, the superpower house behind him did not appear. Therefore, the Dragon Elder could only be captured by accident. Jiang Fei threw the Dragon Elder on the ground and let out a long sigh. As the Dragon Queen had been protecting the Phoenix Spirit, the Phoenix Spirit was now very safe. This made Jiang Fei slightly relieved. Jiang Fei spread out his spiritual power and instantly covered the entire Dragon Clan's territory. After that, Jiang Fei went straight to the main hall. A moment later, all the elders of the Dragon Clan gathered in the main hall. Jiang Fei looked down at the elders of the Dragon Clan. Some of them had already joined the players. However, they did not dare to not come when Jiang Fei summoned them. Therefore, although they were standing in front of Jiang Fei, they were still trembling in fear. After all, if they were discovered to have betrayed the Dragon Race, they would end up in a terrible state. Unfortunately, these people did not know that Jiang Fei had already found their names in the memories of the Dragon Elder just now. Jiang Fei asked with a cold face. Everyone is here. Only Curl and the Dragon Queen are not here. The Dragon Queen is protecting the Phoenix Spirit. As for Curl, I don't know, said the Great Elder. His voice sounded very weak. Jiang Fei looked at the Great Elder through the violet eye. There was a very strange energy left in the Great Elder's body. I know. I have beaten Curl into an idiot. He can't come anymore, said Jiang Fei. What? All the Dragon Elders were shocked. Although Jiang Fei was the Dragon Race's Saint Lord, he could not just deal with an elder so casually. A few of the elders were even more pale. They did not know what Kirill had confessed. If they were to confess, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Great Elder asked. He tried to assassinate me, Jiang Fei said. What? The Dragon Elders who did not join the players were dumbfounded. They could not understand why Kalar wanted to assassinate the Sage Lord. Putting aside the reason, was he an idiot in terms of strength? Did he not know that the difference in strength between him and the Sage Lord was like clouds and mud? Was he courting death? However, The elders did not doubt Jiang Fei's words. As Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord, there was no need for him to lie. Therefore, he said that Kalar had tried to assassinate him. Kurl had done such a heinous thing. Everyone, we are all dragons. We are noble dragons. When Jiang Fei said this, he was really pained. Back then, the dragon race was such a proud race. Although the times were different now, and the dragon race had declined compared to before, they had not fallen to the point where they had to rely on others. Most of the dragon elders were confused. However, some of the elders were sweating profusely. The great elder asked. Jiang Fei did not immediately answer the great elder. The great elder lowered his head. You have tried your best. The enemy is too strong. They're stronger than you think. However, since they dared to hurt you, they are our dragon race's sworn enemies. However, among the people present, there is actually someone who has submitted to them. Jiang Fei roared. As he spoke, a few streams of spiritual power shot out. Immediately, a few dragon race elders lay on the ground and groaned in pain. Chapter 2656, 2656. Translator 549,690,339 AH. Everyone was already shocked by Jiang Fei's words. However, before they could react, Jiang Fei had already made his move to punish the traitor. Sage Lord, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Great Elder, please beg the Sage Lord for mercy. I don't want to die yet. A few of the dragon elders who were attacked by Jiang Fei were rolling on the ground. Their consciousness was being attacked, and they were suffering an indescribable pain. The other elders looked at each other. Everyone was stunned for a moment. From the begging voices of these elders, they could confirm that Jiang Fei had not wronged these people. However, these people actually betrayed the dragon race and went to seek refuge with outsiders. This was something that they could not understand. Asked the great elder. They probably feel that our dragon race's fate has run out. Jiang Fei said with a sigh. In fact, ever since Jiang Fei announced the acceptance of the mixed-blood dragon race, a portion of the dragon race had been filled with resentment. They felt that Jiang Fei's order had tarnished their bloodline. Admitting the mixed-blood dragon race was equivalent to depriving the dragon race of the glory of their bloodline that had been passed down for millions of years. In addition, the great elder had been defeated by a human and was severely injured. This made these people even more certain that the dragon race was finished. Therefore, they began to find another way out for themselves. In the past, these people had looked down on the mixed-blood dragon race. They thought that these people's existence was tarnishing the dragon race's bloodline. However, now, they actually went to seek refuge with some humans that they had once looked down on. These people had no bottom line at all. Everything was judged according to their own interests. Sigh. The great elder sighed. He felt sorry for these people. Although he had lost the battle, what did it matter? There were many people in the dragon race who were more powerful than him. There were also old seniors like Yu Ting in the dragon race. No matter what was said, the dragon race's foundation was still there. These people actually betrayed the dragon race and went to seek refuge with those people who appeared out of nowhere. There was no other word to describe them. Jiang Fei suddenly turned his head to look at a dragon race elder. The fourth elder was in charge of the laws of the dragon race. He answered almost reflexively, "According to the laws, you shall be sentenced to death." Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to the fourth elder, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, execute him immediately." Execute him immediately? The fourth elder asked in a daze. In times of chaos, a heavy punishment should be used, said Jiang Fei with a sullen face. An elder stood out. It was obvious that he wanted to ask for mercy. No need to say anything more, said Jiang Fei with a sullen face. All of a sudden, all of the Dragon Clan elders fell silent. Although some of them had some friendship with the Dragon Clan elders on the ground, they were not to the extent of dying together with them. All of the Dragon Clan elders shut their mouths. Sage Lord, please spare my life. Sage Lord, we know our mistake. The Dragon Clan elders were all crying bitterly. Death was already very scary. The dragon flaying platform was going to cut them alive. After all, the Dragon Clan was known for their tenacious vitality. This 1,000 cuts was not just a saying like humans. It was very normal for an old dragon to survive 10,000 cuts. One could only imagine, Jiang Fei said as he stared at the fourth elder. At that moment, the fourth elder did not dare to say anything else. With a wave of his hand, a group of small dragons came up and dragged the screaming old dragons away. As Jiang Fei had already placed a restriction on these old dragons, they could not resist at all. Soon, 5 old dragons were set up on the dragon-slaying platform. Under the dragon-slaying platform, all the dragons were gathered, regardless of whether they were pure-blooded or mixed-blood dragons. All of them were watching the execution below. This was also what Jiang Fei wanted. The purpose was to make an example out of one of them. After that, the fourth elder walked up to the dragon-slaying platform and began to read out the crimes of these people who had betrayed their race. When he read out the crimes, many of the dragons below were terrified. After all, these elders were not the only dragons who had pledged allegiance to the players. There were even more ordinary dragon race members below. Now that these elders have been slaughtered, would they have a good ending? I know that some of you have defected to the enemy. I will now give you a chance. Take the initiative to step forward and surrender. I promise that I will not pursue the matter. However, this is the only chance. Jiang Fei stood up and said after the fourth elder read out the crimes of the elders. As soon as Jiang Fei finished his sentence, the dragons below looked at each other. The dragons that did not betray Jiang Fei were confused. Meanwhile, the dragons that had already betrayed Jiang Fei were drenched in cold sweat. Although Jiang Fei had promised not to pursue the matter, none of the dragons dared to stand up and surrender. After all, no one was sure that Jiang Fei would not pursue the matter. I will give you one last chance. I will only count to 3. Jiang Fei's face was terrifyingly dark. The dragons below were still silent. Jiang Fei's voice dragged on for a long time. Moreover, his voice was infused with a trace of spiritual power, making it seem very oppressive. When Jiang Fei counted the second number, another person finally could not hold on anymore. Sage Lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been obsessed. I'm sorry. A dragon rushed out and knelt on the ground. I've said it. As long as you stand up for yourselves, I will not pursue the matter. Jiang Fei said. Sage Lord, I know my mistake. The dragon knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Okay. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The dragon stood aside. Sage Lord, I know my mistake too. I know my mistake too. I will never dare to do it again. As the saying goes, the power of a role model was great. With a leader, several more dragons rushed out and knelt before Jiang Fei. Just like him, those who are willing to accept the punishment will be locked up for 100 years. Jiang Fei said, We are willing. These dragons kowtowed to express their gratitude. However, there were some timid or unrepentant fellows who still stood in the crowd and refused to show themselves. Chapter 2657, 2657. Translator, 549690339. Seeing that most of the dragons who had joined the players had come forward, Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. As for those stubborn fellows, he had long lost his patience. Very good. You are able to recognize your mistakes and correct them in a timely manner. This is very good. Jiang Fei said. He suddenly attacked. A few spiritual attacks were released at the same time. The few stubborn dragons immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Ah! Ah! Following a few miserable cries, the 4 dragons fell to the ground and rolled nonstop. Their sea of consciousness was severely damaged. The pain was indescribable. It was a pain that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was definitely not something that could be measured by physical pain. Fourth Elder, Jiang Fei said loudly. Yes, at this time, the fourth elder had nothing to plead for. After all, Jiang Fei had already given them a way out. However, they did not cherish it. Have these people also joined the enemy? Seriously, how powerful are the dragon race? We have ruled the 5 directions for millions of years. Even though the present is no longer the same as the past, it is still not something that other races can compare to. These guys actually do not have the slightest bit of pride of the dragon race. Join the other races. Sigh, this is embarrassing for them. Yeah, a bunch of idiots. The dragon race members below were discussing animatedly. However, no one doubted that Jiang Fei would malign these dragon race members. After all, the Sage Lord was very sacred in the eyes of the dragon race. However, most of the dragon race members could understand. After all, this was to solve the problem of the continuation of their race. Only a small number of stubborn people thought that Jiang Fei had destroyed the noble bloodline of the dragon race. Soon, the 4 dragons were also carried to the Dragon Slayer platform. Because they had been hit by Jiang Fei's heavy blow, they could not resist at all. Soon, they were tied to the pillars. Jiang Fei said to the 4th elder. The 4th elder nodded. Then he said to the executioner next to him, "Show me the torture equipment." The executioners nodded. Then, they showed the gleaming execution knives in their hands. These small knives were not big because they were not used to behead, but to cut the dragons. Following 4th elder's roar, a few dragons from the punishment hall brought a few fishing nets, and these fishing nets were wrapped around the bodies of the dragons who were being tortured and then tightened. As the fishing net tightened, the bodies of the dragons were strangled until there were circles the size of money, and these circles were the reference for the execution. With the order of the 4th elder, these executioners began to move their knives. They began to cut the shoulders of the dragons who were being tortured, and each cut just happened to cut off a piece of flesh that was strangled by the net. As these dragons were all under a restriction, they were unable to resist at all, and their bodies were all poisoned. As a result, the defense on the surface of their bodies was greatly reduced. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere on the Dragon Slayer platform. Kill me. Sage Lord, I know my mistake. Kill me quickly. The miserable cries on the Dragon Slayer platform rose and fell one after another. The hair of the dragons below was numb when they heard it. The dragons had not sent their people to the Dragon Slayer platform for tens of thousands of years, not to mention killing so many pure-blooded dragons in one go. This was the first time in hundreds of thousands of years. Do you see that? Jiang Fei said loudly. I see that, Sage Lord. The dragons below were all silent at this moment. Who would not dare to respond to Jiang Fei's question in a loud voice? If they responded too slowly, they would be used as an excuse. There was a high chance that they would be added to the dragon slaughtering platform. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. He no longer had time to use gentle methods to form the dragon race. As the saying goes, in times of chaos, a heavy punishment should be used. As a leader, you wanted all the people to love you. It was very difficult. However, if you wanted all the people to be afraid of you, it was extremely easy. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not have the time to make all the people in the dragon race love him. Therefore, making all the dragon race afraid of him and not daring to betray the dragon race became Jiang Fei's first choice. At that moment, among the dragon race members present, the ones who were most afraid were the dragon race members who had just voluntarily surrendered themselves. Although they had been imprisoned for 100 years to the dragon race, 100 years was nothing. It would be over after a sleep. Therefore, the dragon race members who had surrendered themselves were all afraid. If they had hesitated one more step just now, they would have been like the 4 unlucky fellows. There were more than just a few stakes on the dragon flame platform. There might even be one that belonged to them. There was one stake that belonged to them. While they were still in fear, the dragons who surrendered themselves were also glad that they had made the wisest choice. Just as the sage had said, they had saved themselves. Jiang Fei said to the 4th elder, "Yes." The 4th elder nodded and sat down on the executioner's seat. Jiang Fei said to the other elders, "Yes." The other elders nodded and followed Jiang Fei back to the main hall. As the dragon race's vitality was extremely tenacious, the process of execution would take several days to complete. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have the time to watch from the beginning to the end. Moreover, he did not want to stare at the bloody scene. Therefore, he brought the elders back to the main hall. They needed to discuss what to do next. Although the main purpose of Jiang Fei's return to the 5 Directions world was to find Natasha. The Five Directions world was his backyard. He could not leave this place on fire. Moreover, he did not know where Natasha was right now. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to clean up the players. After returning to his throne, Jiang Fei said to the Great Elder, "Yes." The Great Elder nodded and told him the whole story. The content of the Great Elder's description was actually not much different from the Dragon Elder who had assassinated Jiang Fei previously. Those mysterious people had suddenly appeared in the land of Five Directions. They massacred the creatures in this place. Many races had pleaded with the dragon race to uphold justice for them. As the ruler of the Five Directions of heaven and earth, the dragon race naturally could not sit idly by when there were foreign invaders. Therefore, a large number of the dragon race participated in the battle. Unfortunately, the enemy was too powerful. The dragon race could not gain the upper hand at all. Moreover, they had suffered heavy losses in the continuous battles. This caused the dragon race, which had a very small population, to be greatly weakened. Perhaps it was because they saw the weakness of the dragon race. Many of the races that originally depended on the dragon race began to waver. They began to rely on the mysterious invaders one after another. In the end, even a small portion of the dragon race betrayed them. Chapter 2658, 2658. Translator, 549690339, Jiang Fei asked. The Great Elder said, "Then, what is their purpose?" Jiang Fei asked. The Great Elder said. Jiang Fei nodded and said, "I'll go to the Age Star first to see what's going on. I'll make a decision when I return." Yes, the Dragon Elders nodded one after another. After leaving the hall, Jiang Fei did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to his own bedroom. After all, he had come to the Dragon Clan's territory. It would not be right if he did not go and see the Phoenix Spirit. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the bedroom, the Dragon Queen came out to greet him. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Fei bowed to the Dragon Queen. He actually admired the Dragon Queen. No matter what, this woman's husband, the Dragon Emperor, had died at Jiang Fei's hands, although the Dragon Emperor wanted to take Jiang Fei's position as the Sage Lord, which was why he ended up like this. The Dragon Queen was actually able to understand the general situation. For the future of the Dragon Clan, she had cooperated with Jiang Fei to manage the Dragon Clan. This was something that Jiang Fei did not expect. Even the Dragon Race's elders had betrayed the Dragon Race this time. Jiang Fei was most worried that the Dragon Queen would still be in the bedroom protecting the Phoenix Spirit. This was even more surprising to Jiang Fei. The Dragon Queen smiled and said to Jiang Fei, "Sage King, I will not disturb your reunion with the Phoenix Spirit." After saying that, the Dragon Queen left the bedroom. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei entered the bedroom. The Phoenix Spirit smiled and stood up. At this time, her stomach was already slightly swollen. Jiang Fei took a few steps forward and helped the Phoenix Spirit to sit down. "Aya, I'm still far from giving birth. It's fine to stand for a while," the Phoenix Spirit said with a smile. "Hee, it's always good to rest a little." Jiang Fei laughed foolishly. He looked at the protruding belly of the Phoenix Spirit. When he thought about how he was going to be a father, Jiang Fei's heart was filled with happiness. Jiang Fei swore in his heart. The Phoenix Spirit asked curiously. It was impossible for there to be no reaction from the Dragon Flayer stage. However, the Dragon Queen had ordered all the maids to keep their mouths shut. She did not want them to bring such negative information to Phoenix Spirit. "It's nothing. It's just a small mess." Jiang Fei had the same thought as the Dragon Queen. He did not want Phoenix Spirit to worry about it. "Hee, husband, you haven't been back for a long time." Phoenix Spirit smiled. "It's just a small matter. It's very easy." Jiang Fei smiled and said. Phoenix Spirit smiled and nodded. Then, she lowered her head to look at her stomach and gently stroked it. At that moment, Phoenix Spirit's eyes were full of maternal radiance. Jiang Fei accompanied Phoenix Spirit to talk for a while. After he had lunch with her, he came out of the bedroom. "Husband, come back early," Phoenix Spirit said at the door of the bedroom. "Okay, you go back." Jiang Fei smiled and asked Little Nine to send him to the Time Star. As Jiang Fei appeared on the Time Star, he instantly sensed the auras of several players. Jiang Fei frowned. He had never seen the auras of these players before, but they were all very powerful. They were at least at the true immortal level and above. Some of them were even stronger than the Celestial Lord. However, among these players, Jiang Fei did not detect the aura of Simon and Judas. This made him slightly relieved. After all, these two guys were too difficult to deal with. He did not have the ability to deal with them. Jiang Fei secretly sighed in relief. As long as the two apostles were not involved, this matter would be much easier to deal with. After all, in terms of strength, Jiang Fei had never been afraid of anyone. The only ones who were completely unreasonable were those two who relied on their cheats. Jiang Fei was completely helpless. Very soon, Jiang Fei locked onto a player who had the strength of a celestial lord and quietly went over. I really don't know what's wrong with these experts. They were so easily bewitched and even willingly gave up their bodies. Jiang Fei thought as he rushed forward. Jiang Fei frowned as he thought about it. In fact, what Jiang Fei did not know was that among the carriers that these players had obtained, a large portion of them were the experts who were about to die. After all, they were not immortal. After reaching a certain level, their lifespans would be exhausted. At this time, the development team gave them a chance to go to a higher dimensional world. Of course, they were willing to give it their all. After all, even if they did not gamble on their luck, they would not be able to live for long. However, at that time, they would return to ashes, dust to dust, and nothing more. It was precisely because of this reason that these people were willing to give up their bodies and reincarnate their souls. After the players obtained these carriers, although these carriers were already very old, the development team could help them look younger and give them beautiful looks. It was still a few years away. However, to the players, this was not important. After all, who could play the game for many years? 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei arrived near the immortal level player. In addition to this immortal level player, there were 7 or 8 true immortal level players with him. A player asked, "Yes, let's go down again today." The player said, "Yeah, what kind of lousy quest is this?" A female player complained. Jiang Fei was curious. Then, he waved his hand and activated player privilege. At this time, Jiang Fei had also obtained the identity of a player. After suppressing his strength to the peak of true immortal, he swaggered over. Who is it? The immortal level player had very strong senses. As soon as Jiang Fei approached, he noticed it. "Are you still short of people?" Jiang Fei took the initiative to greet them. The immortal level player asked, "My name is Barbarossa." Jiang Fei made up a lie. Anyway, there was more than one player party in Year Star. He believed that he would not be exposed so easily. Chapter 2659, 2659. Translator, 549690339. He got kicked. The Celestial Lord level player asked. "The captain is an idiot. He took a liking to a girl in the party and tried to curry favor with her. I cannot stand it anymore, so I slept with that girl," Jiang Fei said with a shrug. F***CK. F***CK. Brother, are you bragging? F***CK. When the many players behind the Immortal Lord heard Jiang Fei's words, they immediately became excited. Many of them even surrounded Jiang Fei and looked at him curiously. The Immortal Lord level captain was also skeptical. "Why would I lie to you guys? Let's all do a quest together. He's like an idiot. All he knows is to please that woman. He's really weak," Jiang Fei said in a very disdainful tone. If there were any familiar faces here, they would definitely notice that Jiang Fei did not imitate Han Tianyu at all. However, these players could not possibly know Han Tianyu. Although they did not completely believe Jiang Fei's words, they were still willing to listen to this kind of interesting story subconsciously. After all, it was just a crowd. Everyone did not care whether the melon was a watermelon or a cantaloupe. As long as it was sweet enough, it would be fine. After that, Jiang Fei gave everyone a vivid description, especially about how beautiful the female player was. He described it even more carefully. After all, Jiang Fei had many beautiful women around him. There were all kinds of beautiful women around him. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with describing beauty. Question mark. After practicing for so many years, he had some experience in answering questions. However, the players around Jiang Fei were not good enough. They were a bunch of otakus. Generally, people who were particularly good at gaming rarely went out to socialize. Most of the others were single. Therefore, after hearing Jiang Fei's description, these guys were all very excited. In fact, the reason why Jiang Fei suddenly told them all this was because he realized that there were no beauties in the party. Only 2 of the ladies were crooked. Apparently, after the 2 ladies bought the carriers, they did not have the money to pinch their faces anymore. Therefore, in this kind of party, talking about beauties was obviously able to resonate with most of the male members, which would trigger a good impression for most of the people. The probability of Jiang Fei joining the party would be greatly increased. You're quite interesting. Moreover, you seem to be quite strong. How about this? You'll join the party first. However, you're only a temporary party member. You'll have to go through a period of inspection before you can officially join, said the immortal level player after thinking for a moment. The reason why this person was able to recruit Jiang Fei so easily was because he believed that he was stronger than Jiang Fei. He was not afraid that Jiang Fei would have bad intentions. On the other hand, he was indeed interested in Jiang Fei. After all, completing quests was boring. When someone was resting, they would tell some interesting stories about beautiful women. This would make it easier for everyone. Most importantly, this person had also made it clear that during the inspection period, Jiang Fei could only work. He could not divide equipment and loot. This was equivalent to hiring a free laborer. Therefore, no one had any objections to this proposal. All right, but the inspection period can't be too long. Although Jiang Fei said that, he really did not care. His goal was to join the player party and figure out what these people wanted to do. As for the equipment and tools, he really did not care much. However, if Jiang Fei showed an indifferent attitude towards fame and fortune from the beginning, people would definitely be suspicious. Everyone was a player. What was the purpose of forming a party to do a quest? Was it not for the equipment and items? If you did not want anything and came to work for free, then you must have other motives. Moreover, there were no beauties in this party. Therefore, Jiang Fei was definitely not a little bee who was trying to please them. Then what was his purpose? This would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, before Jiang Fei joined the party, he had said something that showed that he still cared about the equipment and items. This made the other members of the party feel relieved. All right, 2 days. Today is the first day. Tomorrow, the second day. From the 3rd day onwards, you will be considered an official member. Share the equipment and tools with us, said the leader of the immortal class. Jiang Fei nodded. The leader of the immortal class sent a party invitation. As Jiang Fei had activated the player privilege, he now had the same privileges as the player. He could see the party invitation. He chose to agree. After joining the party, the other members of the party came over to introduce themselves. The leader of the celestial tier was called Qin Wuyang. Among the 2 female members, the fat one with pockmarks on her face was called Horna. The skinny one with dry skin was called Kachin. Other than these 3 people, there were 4 other male members. They were called Longfellow, Luke, Bartlett, and Gregory. All right, everyone knows each other now. Qin Wuyang said. Gregory asked. That's right. Everyone get ready today. Qin Wuyang said. The others nodded. Qin Wuyang looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Once, Jiang Fei said. Qin Wuyang asked. Jiang Fei quickly thought about it. The strength that he had revealed had already reached the peak of true immortal. This strength could reach the bottom of the year mark. Therefore, he said to the few of them, I've reached the bottom. F***CK. What Jiang Fei did not expect was that when the others heard that he had reached the bottom of the year mark, they immediately surrounded him. Jiang Fei asked, How did you get down there? It's too cold down there. We had prepared many frost resistance potions, but we could not reach the bottom. This time, everyone only dared to come over after getting a lot of potions. Qin Wuyang asked. Isn't energy protection enough? Jiang Fei asked curiously. When Wu Chuang was a few 100,000 years ago, he had already reached the bottom of the year mark. At that time, he was only at the beginner stage of the Immortal Lord level. It would not be a problem to go down. At this time, among the people in the team, Qin Weiyang was at the Immortal Lord level. There were also 2 people who were at the peak of the true Immortal level. How could they not reach the bottom of the year mark? Chapter 2660. Translator 549690339 Energy Shield? How did you do that? We used it. Qin Weiyang frowned and said. Zhang Fei waved his hand as if it was a matter of course. Then, a stream of water-type spiritual energy spread around his body. You're actually water-type? No wonder. I'm so lucky. If only I was also a water-type. That would save me a lot of money. Yeah, in order to buy these frost mixture, I almost went bankrupt. The players behind Qin Weiyang were discussing animatedly. At this moment, they were all looking at Zhang Fei with envious eyes. Qin Weiyang patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. Previously, he had also tried to use energy to protect his body and then go down to the bottom of the year mark. Unfortunately, when he was about to get close, he really could not hold on anymore. In order not to completely destroy the carrier, he could only regretfully return to the ground. This time, in order to explore the bottom of the year mark, Qin Weiyang had bought a large number of frost resistance potions and frost mixture. His goal was to safely reach the bottom of the year mark. In fact, this time, Qin Weiyang and his team were not the only ones who had spent a lot of money. The development team was a bunch of thieves. When they had released the quest, they had specially selected a group of high-end, non-water-type players. Their goal was to make them suffer after entering the year mark. Then, they would spend a lot of money to buy the frost mixture and frost resistance potion. Obviously, the development team's plan was successful. Qin Weiyang and the other players had indeed spent a lot of money, making the development team earn a lot of money. Longfellow asked, Not really. The bottom is like a maze. As Zhang Fei did not know what the players were up to, he naturally did not dare to say anything. Wouldn't he be exposed? Sigh. Qin Weiyang sighed. Although this Barbarossa had gone down to the bottom of the year mark, it seemed that he could not provide much help. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, Zhang Fei said with a smile. It's okay. Everyone is ready anyway. Qin Weiyang was considered a good leader. He did not blame Zhang Fei for that. Instead, he asked everyone to pack their things, then they were ready to leave. When Zhang Fei found these people, they had already prepared to leave the year mark. These people were at the edge of the year mark. Therefore, after a few minutes, Zhang Fei and the others arrived at the crack. Everyone, prepare the potions. After Qin Weiyang said that, she was the first to jump down. Following that, the members of the team also jumped into the year mark one after another. Zhang Fei followed behind and also jumped down. At first, everyone was still able to accept the cold air of the year mark. However, as they continued to descend, the cold air in the year mark became heavier and heavier. After it had dropped by more than half, the weaker members of the team could no longer hold on. Gulp! The few players began to drink the frost resistance potion. As the potion entered their stomachs, a layer of light film appeared on the surface of their bodies. This light film could effectively block the cold air, reducing the discomfort by a lot. However, as everyone continued to descend, when they were about 3/3 of the way to the bottom of the year mark, everyone except Zhang Fei began to drink the potion. They had even drunk several bottles. Because these potions were bought at a high price, when these people drank them, their hearts were bleeding. If they did not get enough rewards from this adventure, these people would have to pay for it. Everyone, hold on. Qin Weiyang shouted. A few of the weaker members replied. After a few minutes, Zhang Fei and the others were close to the bottom of the year mark. At this time, except for Zhang Fei and Qin Weiyang, everyone else drank the frost mixture. The frost mixture was very expensive. Moreover, they needed real money to buy it. Therefore, everyone was very cautious when they used it. However, in order to complete the quest, the 6 members each drank a bottle. Bang! 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 One after another, Zhang Fei and the others landed on the ground at the bottom of the year mark. It's finally here. Yeah, with so much preparation, we can finally start the quest. That's right. The previous pre-quest was too complicated. However, the reward is still okay. I hope the reward for this quest is even more generous. Yeah, this is the first time I've paid for this mission. F***CK. Then how did you get a carrier? I did a hidden mission. You're so lucky. After landing on the ground, these players were very excited. Other than taking pictures as a memento, they started chatting. All right. The quest is more important. Everyone vote. Qin Weiyang waved her hand and called everyone over. As Jiang Fei and the rest had jumped down from the middle section of the year mark, they could walk on either side. Moreover, the quest description did not have any specific location. Therefore, when they were exploring, there was a part of luck involved. If they chose the wrong direction, not only would they have to take an additional risk, they would also have to turn back after they had reached the end. It would be very time-consuming. Luke said. Horna said, Kulme, vote. Vote. Qin Weiyang did not want these people to continue arguing, so she said directly, Me, and me. Other than Luke, the other 3 male team members all chose the left. It seemed that the 4 of them should have a good personal relationship. Qin Weiyang said. Horna shouted. The 4 of them all chose the left. Qin Weiyang said, Captain, there's still you. Horna said, What's the point of being tied? Qin Weiyang rolled his eyes. That won't do. That's how the rules are set. Horna said unwillingly. All right then. I don't care what Barbarossa chooses. I support the left side. Qin Weiyang said straightforwardly. Although girls could sometimes act coquettishly and receive some preferential treatment, that was based on the fact that girls were good-looking. For example, Horna's height and width were not much different. Her face was full of pockmarks. If she acted coquettishly, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Chapter 2661. 2661. Translator 549690339. Horna expressed her dissatisfaction, but Qin Weiyang remained unmoved. In the end, the group walked to the left. Qin Weiyang asked, No, we did not come down here before, Jiang Fei said. All right, everyone be careful, Qin Weiyang reminded, and then took the lead to walk forward. As it was his first time forming a party with the players, Jiang Fei did not have much experience. Therefore, he did not dare to release his spiritual power too far away for fear of attracting the attention of these people. Therefore, Jiang Fei followed behind Qin Weiyang and groped forward with these players. However, just as Jiang Fei was walking forward, a person suddenly came to his side. The person asked, Hee, I guess so, Jiang Fei said without turning his head. The person asked, Jiang Fei turned his head abruptly and saw that Horna's big face was already in front of him. Jiang Fei was shocked. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had passed the test. Otherwise, he would have vomited out the food he had eaten in the afternoon. What are you doing? Horna glared at him, causing the fat on her face to tremble. Jiang Fei was so scared that he waved his hand repeatedly. Asked Horna. Jiang Fei had been so scared that he had jumped more than 20 meters away. Jiang Fei said without thinking. Horna was furious at Jiang Fei. Anyone could tell that Jiang Fei was just being perfunctory. All right, stop messing around. Qin Weiyang frowned. He also disliked this Horna. After being yelled at by Qin Weiyang, Horna restrained herself a little. On the other side, Jiang Fei and the others continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at a relatively spacious spot in the year mark. Compared to the narrow path before, this place was like a small square. Everyone be careful. The terrain here has suddenly changed. There might be some secrets hidden here, Qin Weiyang said. Jiang Fei suggested. Luke asked worriedly. Wealth comes from danger. If we do everything in fear, when the other teams come, we won't even be able to defeat them, Bartlett said. That's true. Everyone, be careful. 2 people in a group. Qin Weiyang said after thinking for a moment. Everyone agreed and began to search in groups. The process of grouping was very simple. Horna and Kachin, the 2 female players, were in a group. Luke and Longfellow were in a group. Bartlett and Gregory were in a group. Therefore, he was naturally assigned to Qin Weiyang. Soon, the members of the 4 groups spread out. Jiang Fei did not care about how the other three groups searched. He followed Qin Wuyang. The two of them began to search along the edge of the year mark. The cliff of the year mark was almost straight up and straight down. Moreover, it was as smooth as a knife cutting an axe. Some places were even as smooth as a mirror. One could even see the faces of the people on the opposite side. After searching for about half an hour, Jiang Fei found something suspicious in a crack in the cliff. Hearing Jiang Fei's voice, Qin Wuyang ran over in a few steps. Through the crack in the cliff, Qin Wuyang could not see what was inside clearly. Therefore, he immediately took out his weapon and prepared to dig the stone wall open. Qin Wuyang's weapon was very unique. It was a pair of blazing thorns. This thing was 1.5 feet long. There were 2 of them in total. Fire energy was jumping on top of it. One look, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Jiang Fei praised. "At least you have good taste," Qin Wuyang said proudly. Jiang Fei said with an envious look, "Don't worry." After Qin Wuyang said that, she gestured to Jiang Fei and said, "Move aside. Don't hurt yourself." Jiang Fei replied and moved aside. Qin Wuyang mustered all her strength and stabbed the fiery thorn in her right hand at the stone wall. Following a crisp sound, sparks flew in all directions. After the sparks dissipated, the stone wall was still as smooth as before. Not even a single white dot was left behind. Qin Wuyang muttered. He covered his face and mustered all his energy before thrusting towards the stone wall again. There was another crisp sound. This time, it was a little better than before. A small piece of the stone wall had been shattered. Qin Wuyang took a deep breath. He looked at the stone wall and frowned. He had tried his best just now, but the effect was not as good as he had imagined. He would not be able to reach that thing for half a day. Qin Wuyang frowned. Jiang Fei asked. Qin Wuyang nodded. Jiang Fei pointed at the stone wall and said, "Burn? Is it useful?" Qin Wuyang asked. "There's no need to burn it. Just burn it," Jiang Fei said. Qin Wuyang nodded. He did not want to dig down like a fool. Qin Wuyang decided to trust Jiang Fei. Then, Qin Wuyang waved his hand, and a ball of flame burned out of thin air. The stone wall was constantly being heated up. Although the surrounding environment was very cold, Qin Wuyang was still an immortal lord. Under the catalysis of his energy, the temperature of the stone wall became higher and higher. "It's about time, Captain." After about 20 minutes, Jiang Fei said to Qin Wuyang. Qin Wuyang dodged to the side. At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly made a move. A ball of pure water element quickly condensed. Then, Jiang Fei took advantage of the fact that the ball of water had not yet been frozen by the surrounding extreme cold. He smashed the stone wall that was burning red. Crack! Crack! Following the sound of the stone wall exploding, the stone wall that was unusually sturdy suddenly collapsed. Soon, the suspicious thing was revealed. Qin Wuyang walked over and took the thing out of the stone wall. Jiang Fei also went over. This thing looked like a cocoon. Although it was surrounded by an extremely cold environment, the thing in his hand did not feel cold at all. Instead, there was a hint of warmth. Heavenly silkworm egg. Qin Wuyang immediately called out the name of this thing. This was not because he was knowledgeable, but because they were players. When they observed the item up close, the system would automatically display the name. Chapter 2662, 2662. Translator 549690339, Jiang Fei asked. Qin Wuyang looked at Jiang Fei in confusion. Jiang Fei panicked. Why would there be a quest notification? This is a pet egg. Qin Wuyang frowned. I know, but I'm still so careful about the pet egg, Jiang Fei said. Qin Wuyang rolled his eyes. Although Jiang Fei had revealed a big flaw, he did not suspect anything. After all, as a player, Qin Wuyang had invited Jiang Fei into his own party. Therefore, in his subconscious mind, he must have already regarded Jiang Fei as a player. Even if Jiang Fei was confused about some common sense, he would at most think that Jiang Fei was too careless, too idiotic, and too stupid. He would not forget that Jiang Fei was an NPC and pretend to be a player to think about it. After all, this was not the logic of a normal person. We had agreed before. You have a 2-day trial period. During these 2 days, you cannot divide equipment and tools. Therefore, although the heavenly silkworm egg was found by the two of us together, I still cannot divide it between you. Qin Miang said to Jiang Fei. In fact, he had picked Jiang Fei to team up with him for a reason. If he were to team up with others, once they found the treasure, they would have to split it equally. However, Jiang Fei was in the probation period. He did not have the right to divide the equipment and tools. It would be his own. It was precisely because of this consideration that Qin Wuyang was so happy to accept Jiang Fei. No problem. We have already agreed before. I have no objections, Jiang Fei said. However, his eyes were fixed on the heavenly silkworm egg. Anyone could tell that he actually wanted this thing. If Han Tianyu was present at this moment, he would definitely clap loudly in praise of Jiang Fei's improved acting skills. Brother, don't think too much. After all, you are a newcomer. Everyone has their own process, Qin Wuyang said with a smile. Of course, he could tell that Jiang Fei wanted the heavenly silkworm egg. However, why should he give away the fat in his hands? Yes, I know. We have agreed before. I have no objections, Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. That's good, said Qin Wuyang as she put away the heavenly silkworm egg. All right, let's continue the search, said Qin Wuyang to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and walked forward. This time, when he was searching forward, Jiang Fei deliberately looked like he was dragging his feet. It was as if he was holding a grudge over the heavenly silkworm egg. In fact, he was observing Qin Wuyang. It was not convenient for him to directly ask about the quest content. He could only observe quietly from the side. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he observed Qin Wuyang. As Jiang Fei and Qin Wuyang continued to move forward, they soon reached the end of the relatively empty area. Jiang Fei and Qin Wuyang did not find anything else other than the heavenly silkworm egg at the beginning. Jiang Fei asked, "Let's wait. The others should be arriving soon," Qin Wuyang said. Jiang Fei nodded and then waited with Qin Wuyang at the end of the empty area for a while. During this time, Qin Wuyang drank another bottle of frost resistance potion. He could not help but say to Jiang Fei in an envious tone, "Brother, you're really good. It's actually water type. Moreover, you're so strong. You don't even need to take any potions at the bottom of the year marks." "I'm lucky. If I went to another place to do a quest, I wouldn't be so lucky." Jiang Fei laughed. Qin Wuyang smiled and started chatting with Jiang Fei. After about 10 minutes, the other members of the team returned one after another. Qin Wuyang asked with a smile. "Don't mention it," Luke said with a sullen face. Longfellow, who was in Luke's team, said. Qin Wuyang looked at Horna and Kachin again. "We picked up 2 beads," Horna said as she took out a bead and showed it to everyone. "Frost avoidance bead? What the F***CK? Is it that good?" Luke and Longfellow were dumbfounded. This frost avoidance bead was obviously a tool that was specially made to deal with the extreme cold environment of the year mark. Carrying this thing could ignore the extreme cold of the year mark. Horna and Kachin were just like Jiang Fei. They did not need to take any more drugs. "It's useless. I just want to save some money," Horna said proudly. She wanted to make Luke and the others jealous. Longfellow could not stand Horna's attitude, so he changed the topic. Qin Wuyang took out the heavenly silkworm egg. As Jiang Fei was present, he could not hide it. F***CK, an A-class pet egg, Luke shouted. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Qin Wuyang. No one cared about the cold avoidance bead in Horna's hand anymore. "Oomph." Horna snorted in dissatisfaction. Initially, she was still enjoying the feeling of superiority in the eyes of everyone. Unexpectedly, in less than a few seconds, she was instantly forgotten from the center of everyone's attention. Qin Wuyang suddenly realized that she had lost 2 members. "Are you looking for those 2 idiots?" At that moment, a voice came from behind an icicle in the distance. Qin Wuyang shouted. In fact, Jiang Fei had already noticed this person, but he did not pay attention to it. This was also a player. Moreover, his strength had also reached the immortal level. Jiang Fei could not understand why the players had suddenly obtained so many high-tier carriers. In the past, even top-tier players like Eamon had only obtained the most ordinary true immortal carriers. What Jiang Fei did not know was that these immortal level carriers were all mission carriers. They could only be used in this quest. Once the quest ended, these carriers would disappear. These carriers were actually some ordinary true immortals. Their talents were limited. After reaching true immortal, they did not make any progress. When a lifespan was almost up, they were bewitched by the development team and gave up their bodies. The development team used a method to stimulate their potential. It allowed them to increase their strength greatly, and at the same time, their lifespan was greatly reduced. These carriers would naturally die, and this kind of one-time carrier was obviously not something that players like Eamon would be interested in. Chapter 2663. 2663. Translator, 549690339. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? A bald man walked out from behind the icicle. Qin Wuyong frowned. Although he didn't recognize the person in front of him, through the system, he could see the blood-red name of the person in front of him, Ludwig. Because in this mission, the players used temporary carriers, so it was normal for them not to know each other. However, if they met an acquaintance, their friends would be shown a green name on their heads, and their enemies would have red names. Qin Wuyong had fought this Ludwig before. At that time, he was equipped with a medium-stage Mahayana carrier, while Ludwig was using an early-stage Mahayana carrier. In the battle, Qin Wuyong had killed Ludwig. However, his mission had also been destroyed by Ludwig. Therefore, the two of them had formed a feud. Because Qin Wuyong had killed Ludwig before, the two of them had been listed as enemies by the system. Now that they met, they could naturally recognize each other's identities. You didn't expect it, right? History is surprisingly similar. Previously, I was able to destroy your mission, Ludwig said with a smile. The carrier he used this time was very powerful. It had already reached the peak of the initial stage of the Immortal Lord realm. Its combat strength was close to the 60 million mark. Moreover, it was of the ice attribute. Under the age mark, it was like a tiger with wings. Therefore, it was not afraid of Qin Wuyong at all. Everyone, be careful, Qin Wuyong said. If you don't want to die, then get lost. This is a private matter between me and Qin Wuyong. Ludwig said, don't listen to him. Qin Wuyong said quickly, Captain, don't worry. We're not that kind of people. If we kill him together, we might even drop some good stuff. Yeah, this is a neutral zone. Killing people won't be recorded. Captain, let's kill him together. Several team members said one after another. In their opinion, with Qin Wuyong, an Immortal Lord level expert, and their numbers, it would be too easy to kill Ludwig. This person was simply courting death. When Qin Wuyong heard that his teammates were willing to help him, he was overjoyed. He called out to his companions and was the first to charge at Ludwig. The rest of the team members also charged forward. Jiang Fei deliberately slowed down by half a beat, so he fell behind. Ludwig laughed coldly. Then, he waved his hand and a row of ice arrows flew out, heading straight for Qin Wuyong and the others. Qin Wuyong swung the blazing thorn in his hand and directly met with an ice arrow. The ice arrow collided with Qin Wuyong's blazing thorn and exploded into ice powder on the spot. However, the energy contained within was also released. In an instant, Qin Wuyong was sent flying and was instantly frozen. The skinny female player, Ka Qin, was instantly killed by an ice arrow on the spot. With a flash of white light, she was directly sent back to the city. This true immortal tier carrier could be considered to have been destroyed. Although most players were equipped with defensive balls that could provide absolute defense. Ever since the last update, this thing could only be used in battles with NPCs. When players were fighting each other, defensive balls could only provide a certain amount of damage reduction and could not produce an absolutely invincible effect. Everyone quickly dodged. Someone shouted. The other team members quickly dodged. With the lesson from Qin Wuyong and Kachin, no one dared to fight head-on this time. However, because they dodged Ludwig's ice arrows, everyone's charge was interrupted this time. Everyone's momentum stopped. It would be difficult to attack again. At this time, Qin Wuyong exploded the ice on his body and walked out. However, Qin Wuyong's condition wasn't very good at this time. His face was blue and his body was trembling. It seemed that he had suffered quite a serious injury. I'll say it again. This is a private matter between me and Qin Wuyong, Ludwig said coldly. Qin Wuyong was just about to stabilize the morale of the army when a series of system notifications rang out. Ding! Longfellow has left the team. Ding! Luke has left the team. Captain, don't blame us for not being loyal. This carrier was bought with real money. Luke shouted at Qin Wuyong. Then he followed Longfellow and ran into the depths of the year mark. Qin Wuyong was so angry that he could not speak. These two guys had been with him for the longest time. He did not expect them to betray him so easily. Qin Wuyong turned to look at Horna and Jiang Fei and asked, I have already been kicked by someone once. It was not easy to find a team to take me in. If I leave again, I will have to find a team. Jiang Fei shrugged. I'm not as spineless as them, Horna said disdainfully. Qin Wuyong bowed to Jiang Fei and Horna. As the saying goes, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. At this critical moment, Qin Wuyong finally understood this point. However, at this moment, two screams came from afar. F***CKU. Luke and Longfellow, who had just escaped, did not even run far before they were killed by Ludwig's ice arrows. Ludwig said with a smile. The reason he gave was on one hand, and on the other hand, he had no intention of letting anyone go. After he found out that his carrier was so compatible with Yearmark, he had already made up his mind to take all the quest rewards for himself. Everyone, be careful, Qin Wuyong said to the two remaining teammates beside him. Okay, got it, Jiang Fei and Horna nodded. Qin Wuyong roared. Then, he summoned a light shield and rushed toward Ludwig. Horna also charged forward while Jiang Fei followed behind. He was definitely the perfect example of not putting in any effort. Although he seemed to be charging quite fast, he was still one step slower than the two people in front of him. Qin Wuyong. Ludwig roared and charged forward. This time, Qin Wuyong did not wait for Ludwig to make the first move. He took the initiative to attack. A pair of fiery thorns danced up and down. In an instant, he summoned 18 fire dragons. However, under the suppression of the extremely cold environment of the year marks, these fire dragons seemed somewhat dispirited. Chapter 2664, 2664. Translator 549.690.339 Ludwig laughed coldly. Then, he sent out a stream of cold air with his palm. Qin Wuyong's fire dragon was instantly extinguished by the cold air. The cold air did not stop after Qin Wuyong's fire dragon was extinguished. It sent Qin Wuyong flying again. At this time, Horna had also arrived in front of Ludwig. She swung the demon's subduing pestle in her hand and directly smashed it toward Ludwig's head. However, before Horna's demon-subduing pestle could land, Ludwig extended his hand and pointed. Suddenly, an ice plate appeared above his head. The demon-subduing pestle hit the ice plate, but the ice plate did not shatter with sound. Instead, the demon-subduing pestle bounced up high, and sparks flew out. Horna grunted. At this time, the palms of her hands were split open. Blood flowed down the demon-subduing pestle, and then quickly froze under the extreme cold at the bottom of the year mark. Huna let out a loud cry, then raised the demon-subduing pestle and struck out once more. With a soft sound, Huna, whose hands had already been injured, could no longer take out the demon-subduing pestle in her hands. The demon-subduing pestle was knocked flying, and Huna's hands had already been frozen together with the demon-subduing pestle through the blood. Now that the demon-subduing pestle was out of her hands, a layer of skin was directly torn off Huna's palms. Blood instantly gushed out. Moreover, both of Horna's hands were hanging down. Clearly, they were already crippled. Even if her carrier had the strength of a high-level true immortal, she wouldn't be able to fight for the time being. At this moment, Qin Wuyong stood up from the ground. Qin Wuyong, you're just SOSO, Ludwig said with a smug smile. Humph, Qin Wuyong said unwillingly. You still have the face to say this? Didn't you also rely on the advantage of the carrier to defeat me back then? As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Ludwig sneered. Fine. Qin Wuyang sighed. His carrier's strength was similar to Ludwig's, but the environment here allowed Ludwig to take advantage of it. The extreme cold of the year mark made Qin Wuyang, who had the fire attribute, unable to even display 50% of his combat strength. However, Ludwig was able to display 120% of his combat strength under such conditions. No matter how unconvinced Qin Wuyang was, he wasn't a match for Ludwig. On account of you admitting defeat, I'll give you a quick death. Ludwig said. Settled? That's for you, right? You ruined 2 of my missions. Qin Wuyang thought to himself. Ludwig attacked again. An icicle directly nailed Qin Wuyang to the cliff wall of the year mark. A white light flashed. Qin Wuyang died and returned to the city to revive. Ludwig smiled and said to Horna and Jiang Fei, Come on, isn't it just a carrier? Horna's temper was really bad, let alone a woman. Even a man was not as hot-tempered as her. Even though both of her hands were already crippled, she still dared to charge forward like Ludwig. Ludwig sneered, then waved his hand and threw out an ice hammer. Horna was sent flying. Horna, who was hit by the heavy hammer, spat out blood. Her vision was blurry, and she was seeing stars. Ludwig swung his hand, and an icicle flew straight at Horna. At that moment, Jiang Fei, who had waited for a long time, finally made his move. The reason why Jiang Fei had not made his move was very simple. He did not want too many people in his party because it was not convenient for him to get information out of them. If other people found out about his plot, he would have no choice but to silence them all. Then he would change to another party. Therefore, Jiang Fei had been waiting for Ludwig to help him kill the extra players. During this process, Jiang Fei was also considering. He only needed to keep 1 person alive. However, who was this person alive? Initially, Jiang Fei had planned to keep Luke alive. However, this person had died too early. Before Jiang Fei could make a move, he had already died. In the end, between Qin Wuyang and Horna, Jiang Fei chose Horna. This had nothing to do with a man or a woman. It was very difficult for a woman like Horna to be seen as a girl. The main reason why Jiang Fei chose Horna was because Qin Wuyang was too smart. He wanted to get information from her. Naturally, he had to choose a person who was not very observant. Horna was the best choice. Although she was a woman, regardless of her appearance or personality, Horna was like a man. She was even rougher than a man. She was even more careless. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose him. Therefore, he could only watch as Qin Wuyang was killed. Now, only Horna was left. Moreover, she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. She was in a daze and could not see the situation on the battlefield. This was the best time for Jiang Fei to make a move. With a teleport, Jiang Fei appeared in front of Horna. Then, he casually shattered Ludwig's icicle. Who are you? Ludwig was stunned. When he had just killed Qin Wuyang, his icicle had always been successful. How did his icicle suddenly stop working when he saw this kid who had been hiding in the back? You saved me? Although Horna's vision was blurry, she still saw Jiang Fei standing in front of her. Then, she fainted. Fortunately, Horna still had the frost mixture and frost resistance potion on her. Otherwise, once she fainted, she could return to the city directly. After all, the frost at the bottom of the year mark was very lethal. Jiang Fei did not look back at Horna. He waved his hand and put a shield on Horna to block the damage from the frost. Jiang Fei did not ask for much. As long as Horna did not die, she would be fine. Who would Jiang Fei ask for more information? You're not going to say anything? All right then, I don't care who you are. Ludwig roared. Then he moved both his hands, and icicles rained down on Jiang Fei like a storm. In the cold environment at the bottom of the year mark, Ludwig had only used 120% of his combat power. His attacks were very violent. If it was an expert of the same level, they would have been killed by him easily, just like Qin Wuyang. Chapter 2665, 2665. Translator. 549690339. It was a pity that Ludwig's opponent this time was Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was much stronger than Ludwig. Ludwig's combat power was close to 60 million. However, in front of Jiang Fei, who had a combat power of more than 70 million, Ludwig's strength was as weak as a fake. The time scar environment that Ludwig relied on did not affect Jiang Fei at all. Jiang Fei could use his origin power to switch between any attribute, including the bottom of the time scar. It could be considered his home ground. Therefore, Jiang Fei could also enjoy the geographical advantage that Ludwig could enjoy. Moreover, as it was a proportional bonus, Jiang Fei, who was stronger, had a greater advantage. As such, the gap between Ludwig and Jiang Fei's strength was even wider. Facing Ludwig's icicle rain, Jiang Fei did not panic. He stretched out his hand, and terrifying ice energy began to condense in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a frost storm was formed. At that moment, Ludwig's icicle rain arrived in front of Jiang Fei. However, as soon as the rain-like icicles approached the frost storm, they were swept into it. In an instant, they merged with Jiang Fei's frost storm. As Jiang Fei shouted, the frost storm carried a large number of icicles and headed straight for Ludwig. What? Ludwig was dumbfounded. He thought that after he had dealt with Qin Wuyang, all that was left was a group of miscellaneous soldiers. He did not expect that there was actually a big boss hidden among these miscellaneous soldiers. Facing the incoming frost storm, Ludwig had nowhere to hide. After all, the space at the bottom of the year mark was only so big. However, this area was still completely covered by the powerful and destructive frost storm. Ludwig saw that he had nowhere to hide. Therefore, he summoned 13 ice shields and ice walls in a row. However, all of Ludwig's efforts were in vain. The gap between him and Jiang Fei was too big. His solid ice walls and thick ice shields were like paper under the frost storm. It could be said that they were broken at a single touch. As the ice walls and ice shields were continuously broken, the frost storm arrived in front of Ludwig. Moreover, its power did not decrease at all. Ludwig loved. He was ready to go all out. Originally, he had planned to use it to deal with Qin Wuyang's pet. He did not expect that it would be used on this unknown kid. The golden shield was broken upon contact. This was a player defense ball. Although this thing was an absolute defensive item against NPCs, Jiang Fei now had the player privilege. Therefore, this thing was no longer effective against him. It could only slightly block some damage, so it was instantly destroyed. Actually, even if Jiang Fei did not activate the player privilege, the defense ball would not be able to stop him. After all, Frost Storm was not a one-time damage skill like Icicles. This storm was a continuous damage skill. On the other hand, the defense ball had a limit to the number of times it could be used. Under the attack frequency of the Frost Storm, which was hundreds or thousands of times per second, the defense ball was not very useful. However, if Jiang Fei did not activate the player privilege and instead used the Frost Storm to forcefully wear down the number of times a defensive ball was used, Ludwig would definitely discover Jiang Fei's identity as an NPC. After all, when a defensive ball was used against a player, it did not have the effect of a Jedi's defense. The defensive ball was broken upon contact. However, it also bought some time for Ludwig. He also used this precious moment to activate his own pet. Appear. Following Ludwig's angry roar, a card shot out from between his fingers. This card spun and shot straight into the sky, then turned into a ray of light. A cold light suddenly flashed in the sky, followed by a terrifying dragon's might sweeping down. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the sky above year mark, and the sky instantly darkened. Following a dragon's roar, a red, ferocious-looking giant dragon descended. Unlike the dragons of the Five Directions, the dragons of the Five Directions were slender. They had the head of a bull, the horns of a deer, the body of a snake, the tail of a fish, and the claws of a phoenix. The dragon that Ludwig had summoned was clearly a Western-style giant lizard that had yet to fully evolve. It had wings, and it was a giant lizard that had been drugged. Although it looked different, the red dragon was extremely powerful. It carried a terrifying dragon's aura as it descended from the sky. Even someone as powerful as Jiang Fei had a serious expression on his face. Through his observation, Jiang Fei confirmed that the red dragon's combat power was above 60 million. It had already broken through the level of an intermediate celestial lord. This thing should be Ludwig's trump card. After descending, the red dragon flapped its wings. Thunder and lightning swept across the sky and scattered Jiang Fei's frost storm. After all, this frost storm was just a casual attack from Jiang Fei. The purpose of this attack was only to kill Ludwig, a beginner celestial lord. When faced with an intermediate celestial lord, the power of this attack was not enough. I have been busy with the hidden quest for 2 months. I did not expect to waste it on you. However, you should be satisfied, Ludwig said as he panted heavily. From Ludwig's point of view, he had recklessly summoned Osiris Sky Dragon. Then, there was no suspense in this battle. However, at this point, he wanted to fight for it. Jiang Fei ignored Ludwig and looked at the red dragon as he muttered to himself. The red dragon let out a roar. It was clearly a summoned creature created by the development team. It did not have high intelligence. Therefore, it ignored Jiang Fei's muttering and directly launched an attack. An endless storm of lightning swept over. It wanted to engulf Jiang Fei, but Jiang Fei was calm. He did not care about the dragon's attack at all. Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed. A cold light flashed between his brows. The inherited shadow sword flew out. The 3-inch-long small sword grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant sword that was more than 3 feet long. I haven't fed you for a long time. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he formed a sword gesture with his hand and pointed forward. The Chungying sword turned into a streak of light and shot forward. The lightning storm in front of the red giant dragon did not stop the Chungying sword's attack. It flashed past the lightning storm and left a bloody hole in the giant dragon's chest. Chapter 2666, 2666. Translator 549690339. After being pierced by the Chungying sword, the red dragon let out a painful cry. It was originally flying in the air, but it suddenly fell to the ground. Ludwig was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he would be able to get rid of Jiang Fei with this precious treasure of his. The Celestial Lord, Intermediate Osiris Sky Dragon, was actually knocked down by a single strike from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not give the red dragon any chance. The Chungying sword slashed down directly. The sword aura that was hundreds of feet long burst out with a brilliant light. Ludwig could not even open his eyes. The sword aura slashed down. The red dragon was decapitated on the spot. The huge dragon's head fell to the ground. Hot dragon blood spilled down. What pure dragon blood! Jiang Fei was also a person who lived his life. When he saw something good, he naturally would not waste it. This was a middle-level, immortal-level dragon corpse. Whether it was dragon blood or dragon flesh and dragon bones, they were all rare treasures. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and the inheritance space instantly opened up. In an instant, the dragon corpse and dragon blood were swallowed. Jiang Fei grunted. Even though he was stronger now, he still felt his body sink when he was carrying such a level of energy creature. He might have to pay a price. A dragon's soul soared into the sky. Jiang Fei had deliberately let it go. After all, he had already promised the Chungying sword that the sword spirit would also get some benefits. Moreover, the red dragon's dragon soul was not of much significance to Jiang Fei. This was because it was a summoned creature created by the development team. Therefore, its intelligence was limited. It could not be interrogated and could not be a tool spirit. Therefore, it was the best choice to leave it for the sword spirit of the Chungying sword to devour. The Chungying sword let out a sword cry. Then, 2 black dragons appeared. These 2 long black dragons instantly wrapped around the red dragon's dragon soul and began to devour it. The red dragon's dragon soul let out a sorrowful cry. However, because it did not have intelligence, it did not know how to resist. Therefore, it could only let out a sorrowful cry as it watched the two black dragons devour it. In the blink of an eye, the red dragon's dragon soul was completely devoured. After devouring the red dragon's dragon soul, the two black dragons returned to the Chang'ying sword. Then, the Chang'ying sword emitted a dazzling light and instantly went dormant. Jiang Fei shook his head and summoned the Chang'ying sword back. After putting away his sword, Jiang Fei looked at Ludwig and smiled at him. "Do you have any other tricks? If not, I will send you back to the city." Ludwig asked with his eyes wide open. Jiang Fei smiled and changed his name from player privilege to Eamon. Jiang Fei pointed with his finger, and a golden energy instantly penetrated Ludwig's head. With a flash of white light, his soul returned to the safe zone. "Eamon, oh Eamon, you have also taken a lot of benefits from me. You can take the blame for me," Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. "Damn it, Eamon." After Ludwig resurrected, he found Eamon's name in his enemies list. Damn it, how did Qin Weiyang end up with this professional player? Ludwig stomped his feet in regret. He thought that he had met Eamon, the top professional player, so he did not lose too far. However, he never expected that he would actually meet Jiang Fei, the imposter. On the other side, at the bottom of the year mark, after Jiang Fei had dealt with Ludwig, he had come to Horna's side. The woman was still unconscious, and this was mainly due to Jiang Fei. That was because his shield not only protected Horna from dying, it also had a hypnotic effect. Jiang Fei was afraid that when he fought Ludwig, Horna would suddenly wake up after letting her see his true strength. This lie was not easy to cover up. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he walked in front of Horna. "Let's change positions first." Jiang Fei took a deep breath and pointed at Horna. Horna's body floated up. Then, Jiang Fei took Horna and walked towards the narrow part of the scar. After walking for about an hour, Jiang Fei put Horna down. Jiang Fei muttered. Then, he threw Horna to the ground. After falling to the ground, the unconscious Horna instantly woke up. At this time, Horna did not realize the current situation. According to her knowledge, it was still the time when she was fighting Ludwig to the death. Seeing that Horna had flipped over and stood up, Jiang Fei quickly stopped her. Although her arms were still dangling, she still wanted to charge forward and fight for her life. "Don't fight anymore. That guy is already dead," Jiang Fei said. Horna was stunned. "Yes," Jiang Fei shrugged and said. Horna asked. Jiang Fei said. Anyway, even if he asked Ludwig about it, he would have to say that Eamon was the one who did it. Therefore, if Eamon did not take the blame, who would? Eamon. Horna's eyes were shining. Clearly, she was a die-hard fan of Eamon. Jiang Fei nodded. Horna asked. Since it was to clear the area, there was no reason for Eamon to let the two of them go. "I know him." Jiang Fei made up an excuse. Horna's personality was more casual. Therefore, she did not think too much about it. If it was Qin Weiyang, he would not believe Jiang Fei's nonsense. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he prepared to get more information from Horna. After all, he had spent so much effort to bring Horna here. Wasn't that the reason? Sigh. Horna suddenly pouted and said, "My fault?" Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "No, I just met Eamon, and you did not wake me up," Horna said unhappily. "Oomph, you were sleeping like a pig just now." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Chapter 2667. 2667. Translator 549690339. Horna was furious. For a girl with a fat body like her, the most annoying thing was when others said that she looked like a pig. "All right, tell me about your plan." Jiang Fei did not want to dwell on this issue, so he changed the topic. Horna said matter-of-factly, her carrier was a one-time use. If she gave up the quest, the carrier would also be useless. Why not continue to try her luck? As she spoke, Horna drank a few bottles of recovery potion. This potion could quickly heal her injuries and allow her body to recover to its best condition. However, this potion could only be used in non-combat situations. She needed to cooperate with the meditators. Moreover, the price of drinking this potion was to overdraw her vitality. However, for players, overdrawing vitality was not a big deal. They did not care anyway, especially when it was a one-time use carrier. After more than 10 minutes, Horna's injuries were completely healed. However, she looked even more haggard. This was a side effect of a large loss of vitality. Horna said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei stood up. Then, he said to Horna, "Why don't you share the quest with me? I accidentally deleted it just now. You can delete the quest." Horna took the opportunity to retaliate against Jiang Fei. However, she still shared the quest with him. After all, if Jiang Fei gave up on the quest, Horna would not be able to continue moving forward alone. Following the sound of a notification coming from somewhere, Jiang Fei, who had activated player privileges, actually received the quest notification. Originally, he just wanted to try his luck. Then he told Horna that there was a bug in his quest system and tried to get her to talk. However, he did not expect that he could actually accept the quest. Quest name: Find the Lost Ancient Inheritance. Quest description: Legend has it that there is a bottomless rift above the Time Star. It is called the Time Scar. 91% of the Time Star's cold air is gathered there. It is very dangerous. And complete the challenge. Then he might be able to obtain the ancient inheritance. Quest objective: Search for ancient ruins at the bottom of the year mark. Jiang Fei quickly browsed through the quest description and nodded in his heart. Jiang Fei asked Horna, "No, but I'm not too sure either. Qin Wuyang is very selfish. He doesn't share any clues with us," said Horna. "Forget it then," said Jiang Fei as he continued to walk deeper into the year mark. Ancient ruins? Where did the ancient ruins come from? Said Jiang Fei as he walked. He had once reached the bottom of the year mark. Other than a frog, there were no other ruins. The frog had already been killed by Jiang Fei, so there should be nothing here. Jiang Fei muttered and continued to walk forward. Horna followed behind Jiang Fei. She was also thinking, this Barbarossa is so strange. He could actually survive Ludwig's attack. Even if he ran into Eamon, he actually knows a top-tier professional player. This is so strange. The two of them walked for about a kilometer before Jiang Fei suddenly stopped walking. Horna asked. Jiang Fei made a hand gesture to silence her. Then, he whispered, "There's someone in front." Horna asked, "Who else could it be?" Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Horna. Then he said, "If it's a quest monster, then there's nothing to say. Just go ahead and do it. But if it's a player, then it's going to be troublesome." "What do you mean by an enemy?" Horna said unhappily. Jiang Fei and Horna did not dare to make a big fuss as they moved forward. They sneaked forward, and very soon, the two of them were close to the crowd in front of them. At that moment, a group of players were fighting each other. There was a huge block of ice not far away from them. It seemed like there was something frozen inside. These players did not need to ask. They must be fighting over that thing. Two teams of players are fighting. Horna asked, "Of course, we should just sit back and watch. These two pairs of people are stronger than us. Aren't we courting death if we rush in now?" Jiang Fei said. Horna nodded. Then, she hid in the dark with Jiang Fei and continued to observe the battle ahead. At this time, the battle between the players in front had reached a climax. They did not even notice Jiang Fei and Horna's arrival. It was understandable that these players could not notice Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei's strength was there. Even if he hid his strength, it would still be difficult to discover his aura. However, Horna was different. Not only was her aura obvious, but her body shape was also obvious. Ordinary rocks and icicles would not be able to hide her. However, at this moment, the players in front of them were all red-eyed with killing intent. No one noticed the arrival of Jiang Fei and Horna. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. At the same time, the sound of energy clashing could also be heard one after another. Both sides have a celestial master-level player. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. At this time, in front of the battlefield, a player, a careless, the other side hit several times and then was killed on the spot. As the player was killed, the original balance of the two opponents to determine the winner, the balance of victory began to tilt to the side with more people. Retreat first. The weaker immortal lord saw that the situation was not good and immediately led his men to fight while retreating. Chase. How could the side that had the upper hand let the other party escape? After all, this quest was a competitive quest. Killing one opponent would mean that they would get an additional share of the treasure. Are you idiots? The weaker immortal lord saw that the other party had caught up and shouted loudly. Humph! How can there be such a coincidence? There's no one nearby. The superior immortal lord laughed loudly, and then led his people to chase after them. Chapter 2668, 2668. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei pulled Horna. Horna was stunned. Jiang Fei said without even turning his head. At that moment, he had already reached the huge ice block. The two waves of players who had just fought had already escaped far away. Jiang Fei waved his hand and kept the ice block into the ring space. Then, he quickly ran back to the place where he had hidden himself. At that moment, Horna was still there and had not reacted. Horna asked, "What do you mean you stole it?" "I'm taking it. This ice cube is right there. No one is watching it." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and continued walking forward. Horna asked, "I'm leaving," Jiang Fei said without turning his head. Horna muttered and followed. Jiang Fei had already left. She could not just stay here and take the blame, right? Not long after Jiang Fei and Horna left, the wave of players who had won earlier had returned. "Oomph," the immortal level player said with slight disappointment. They had chased far away, but they had only killed one true immortal level player. As he said that, the immortal level player led his team around a corner and returned to the distance. F*CK. F*CK. Where is it? As soon as he turned around, the immortal level player was dumbfounded. F*CK. The immortal level player was simply jumping around and cursing. It was not easy to snatch the spoils of war, but the moment they turned their heads, they were gone. No one would feel good about this. A player asked, "Chase, chase." That player shouted angrily, "Yes, chase. Don't let them escape." The other players also shouted angrily. After all, this was the loot of their entire team. However, it had been stolen by someone else. Therefore, everyone was angry. These players followed the direction that Jiang Fei and the others had left. Because the year mark was a big rift valley, there was no fork road. Therefore, it was very easy to chase after them. The players chased after them with all their might. Soon, they were gone. When the players were less than 500 meters away from the location of the incident, a huge ice block suddenly moved and revealed a cave at the bottom. The cave was not big. 5 meters in diameter, it was 2 meters deep. Jiang Fei and Horna were just right in it. Actually, if it was not for the huge area that Horna occupied, Jiang Fei would not have had to dig such a huge hole. Jiang Fei jumped out of the hole, and Horna followed closely behind. Although she was fat, she was a true immortal level expert, after all. This height was not difficult for her. "You're really good," Horna said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said calmly, as the players did not have the ability to sense auras. As long as they could not see, it was actually quite easy for them to become invisible. Horna asked, "Find a place to get rid of the iceberg and see what's inside," Jiang Fei said. Horna nodded and followed Jiang Fei forward. When Jiang Fei was hiding under the iceberg, he had thought about killing Horna. After all, he had already shared the quest. This Horna was no longer useful. However, in the end, Jiang Fei gave up on that idea. He decided to keep Horna because his instincts told him that this fat girl might still be useful. Then, Jiang Fei found a corner. As Jiang Fei spoke, he waved his hand. A few pieces of ice appeared out of thin air and surrounded the place. From the outside, it looked like there were a few huge pieces of ice near the cliff. No one would suspect anything. After all, the bottom of the year mark was filled with such large ice blocks. No one would have thought that Jiang Fei had isolated a space behind these ice blocks. Jiang Fei threw out the large ice block that he had previously kept. Vaguely, he could see that there was something green inside. Horna said, as she was about to attack. Jiang Fei quickly stopped her. With Horna's rudeness, the thing inside would most likely be broken, let alone the ice block. After stopping Horna, Jiang Fei went forward personally. Then he waved his hand and the ice block started to peel off layer by layer. This was not a difficult thing for Jiang Fei, who had mastered the power of frost. Soon, the ice became smaller and smaller. The things inside became clearer and clearer. This is, Horna said in confusion. At the same time, Jiang Fei frowned. Why is there another frog? Didn't I kill it? Why is there another one? Jiang Fei frowned. At the same time, he secretly set up a barrier around himself. After all, Jiang Fei had dealt with this kind of frog before. He knew that this thing could read people's thoughts. That was how he learned to read minds. As the ice fell, the frog was rescued. After the ice was lifted, the frog shook its head and cried twice. Clearly, it did not understand what was going on. Horna said in surprise, "What are you talking about, ugly ghost?" The frog was the same as the one that Jiang Fei had met before. Its mouth was very smelly. "Who are you scolding?" Horna said angrily. "Put away your disguise. I know that you're very weak in your heart." The frog said proudly. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, "You?" The frog stared at Jiang Fei for a moment. Suddenly, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. However, this fear was well hidden by the frog. It was difficult for ordinary people to see it. "I don't know you. Why do you ask?" The frog said. Jiang Fei smiled. Although the frog had disguised himself well, Jiang Fei had already noticed the fear in its eyes. Clearly, the frog knew him. Chapter 2669, 2669. Translator, 549690339. Hey. Horna pointed at the frog and asked, "This is not called freezing. This is sealing." The frog was still very rude to Horna. However, when it faced Jiang Fei, it would always avoid looking at him. This made Jiang Fei even more certain that the frog knew him. That shouldn't be. Didn't I capture the frog in the inheritance space? Moreover, I saw its consciousness being devoured by the prisoners in the inheritance space with my own eyes. Jiang Fei frowned. "Sel." While Jiang Fei was thinking hard, Horna continued to ask. The frog said. Jiang Fei suddenly smiled and walked toward the frog. "I'll tell you." The frog was so scared that it trembled and immediately changed its words. Horna frowned as well. She also noticed that the frog seemed to be very afraid of Barbarossa. The frog looked at Jiang Fei in confusion. It then looked at its surroundings. It wanted to escape. However, after assessing its surroundings and comparing its strength with Jiang Fei's, it gave up on this plan. "Speak," Jiang Fei said with a smile. I was frozen here by my father," said the frog. Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yes," the frog said with some trepidation. At the same time, a faint light flashed in its eyes. Jiang Fei immediately felt a very weak force probing his sea of consciousness. However, it was blocked by the barrier that he had previously set up. This force was very light. If Jiang Fei had not been prepared for it, he might not have realized it at all. "Humph," Jiang Fei sneered. Horna asked blankly. Yes. The frog was so scared that it was trembling. It had just used mind reading on Jiang Fei, but it was blocked. It was obvious that the other party did not fall for it. "Speak," Jiang Fei said. "Sir, it's like this. Since ancient times, our Mung Bean frogs have only one lineage. Moreover, when the child comes of age, the father will seal it. Only when the father is about to die will the seal be lifted," the frog said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he had obtained some memories from the frog, those were only part of the memories related to mind reading. They did not cover the secrets of the Mung Bean frogs. "When I have a child, I will also freeze it on the day it becomes an adult. I will only release the seal when it knows that I am about to die. Otherwise, if two adult green bean frogs exist at the same time, our abilities will be weakened," said the frog. Jiang Fei nodded and signaled the green bean frog to continue. "However, my father was unlucky. He was killed by someone, so he did not have the time to unseal me before he died," said the green bean frog. Asked Horna, "Because before my father died, he sent me a message. The message was very simple. It was a human face. It was," said the green bean frog in fear. Horna turned around and asked. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just shrugged. "That should not be possible. My father died more than 100,000 years ago. At that time, it was impossible for him to exist, said the green bean frog. TSK, this world is really amazing. Horna shrugged. Jiang Fei's face was still smiling. However, he thought to himself, this is not a resemblance. Your father really died at my hands. Horna was a typical player, thinking, how could you do a quest without a reward? Said the green bean frog. Previously, after it had tested Jiang Fei, it did not dare to test Horna again. However, even if it tried to read Horna's memories, it was useless. That was because players were immune to mental attacks and memory searches. All of this was thanks to Jiang Fei. If he had not gone too far back then and turned several players into vegetative figures, the development team would not have hurriedly added patches. The players were all protected. Asked Horna, if this thing was pretty good, it would be good to take it as a battle pet. The green bean frog said, Horna was dumbfounded. She thought that the green bean frog, which was frozen at the bottom of the year mark and passed down from generation to generation, should be a top-grade battle pet. But it turned out that this thing was actually a waste. Horna asked. The green bean frog was halfway through saying this when it suddenly couldn't continue. This was because the green bean frog was a species. The skill that they relied on to survive was the mind-reading skill. With this skill, they could pretend to be a prophet and scam people from everywhere. They would not have to worry about food and drink. However, the green bean frog had just tested it on Jiang Fei. Its mind-reading skill was actually not effective. If it said that it could predict, then it would be courting death if it could not answer even a few casual questions. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He now knew the green bean frog very well. After all, its father had tricked Jiang Fei back then. In the end, it ended up dead. In desperation, the green bean frog gritted its teeth. It could only say so. Now, the green bean frog had no other thoughts. It only hoped that Jiang Fei and Horna would look down on it and throw it away. That way, it could go to other people and trick them. It could not be that everyone was immune to mind reading, right? However, the green bean frog was clearly too naive. Even if Jiang Fei and the others had thrown it away, there were players everywhere in the year mark. These guys were immune to all sorts of mind power skills. Therefore, it was not realistic for the green bean frog to lie to others. Edible? I can still eat it. Will it work? Horna was instantly furious. It was not easy to get such a frozen treasure, but now a foodie had appeared. Anyone would be angry, Jiang Fei said sarcastically. After all, with Horna's body size, even if she said she could not eat it, Jiang Fei would not believe it. Horna rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Chapter 2670. Translator 549690339. I'm just joking if you really want to. Horna rolled her eyes. Jiang Fei smiled and said, that's easy. We haven't eaten lunch yet. It's not small. How about a grilled chicken? Horna was stunned at first. Then, she began to look carefully at the green bean frog. It seemed that she was really tempted. The green bean frog was about to cry at this moment. It thought to itself, the news that my D*MN father sent back was indeed correct. Those who look like this are all demons. Looking at Jiang Fei's appearance, the green bean frog wished that it could etch this appearance into its mind. If it could escape this time, it swore that it would never see Jiang Fei again. Not eating you? Asked Horna. In fact, she could not bear to eat the green bean frog just like that. After all, she had been exploring in the year mark for so long and had only found such a thing. It would be a pity if she ate it just like that. The green bean frog did not know what to say. Other than reading minds, it did not know anything else. Their race relied on mind reading to fool around. Now, mind reading was no longer effective. All it could do was to read people's expressions. Although it was better at reading people's expressions, it was not as accurate as mind reading. For someone like Horna, who was not observant, the green bean frog was able to tell that Horna's heart was weak just by observing her. All right, stop wasting time. This thing belongs to me. Seeing the green bean frog stuttering, Jiang Fei did not want to waste any more time. Therefore, he waved his hand. He kept the green bean frog into the inheritance space. In fact, the green bean frog was not completely useless to Jiang Fei. After all, Zhang Fei's mind-reading ability only obtained some fragments from the previous green bean frog's memories. Therefore, it was not very perfect. Therefore, Zhang Fei could only read the memories of people who were weaker than him. He was not like the green bean frog, which could read the memories of anyone who was not prepared. Now, Zhang Fei kept the green bean frog. He wanted to ask it for the complete mind-reading ability when he was free so that he could master it. Horna did not have any objections to this. After all, a big frog that did not know anything might really be just a lunch for her. However, since Barbarossa was willing to give up the next loot as a condition to take it down, Horna was naturally willing to accept the proposal. Zhang Fei snapped his fingers. The ice blocks around the outer area shattered. The two of them walked out of the small space. Horna asked, "Let's continue forward," Zhang Fei said. Horna nodded. She had never been to the bottom of the year mark before anyway. It did not matter where they went. The two continued to walk along one side of the cliff. After a few minutes, the bottom of the year mark became narrower and narrower. At the back, it was so narrow that only one person could pass through. They even had to turn sideways to pass through. "Why is it so narrow here?" Huna said. Before they went down to the bottom of the year mark, they had also investigated the entire year mark from the air. From the air, other than the two vertices, the narrowest part of the year mark was also dozens of meters wide. The wider part in the middle was as vast as a small basin. However, he did not expect such a narrow area to appear at the bottom of the year mark. It seemed to be caused by the gradual closing of the crack. The entire year mark was as if someone had used an axe to see a hole in the ground. When looking from above, it might still be relatively wide, but the further down it went, the narrower it became. Horna complained as she walked. Zhang Fei was a little speechless. If it was any narrower, Horna would not be able to play anymore. With her body size, if it was any narrower, she would not be able to get in. Horna suddenly asked. Zhang Fei was stunned. Yes, there were two groups of people fighting just now. Didn't the losing group run this way? Horna asked. That's right. Zhang Fei was stunned. If Horna did not say anything, he would have really forgotten about it. But there are so many of them. If they ran this way, they would definitely not be able to walk fast. Asked Horna. Zhang Fei was silent for a moment before he quietly released his spiritual power. Previously, Zhang Fei did not dare to release his spiritual power because he was afraid that the higher-level players here would notice his weakness. However, the situation was clearly not right now. Therefore, he directly opened his spiritual power. As he opened his spiritual power, Zhang Fei was instantly enraged. He realized that he had been ambushed. At that moment, Zhang Fei and the others were inside an illusion barrier. The surroundings were actually very wide. It was not as narrow as they could see with their eyes or feel with their hands. All of this was an illusion created by the illusion stone. In fact, if Zhang Fei had kept spreading his mind, he would have discovered the illusion long ago. However, because he was afraid of alerting the players, he had kept it in. That was why he was hit. However, as Zhang Fei spread out his spiritual power, he instantly locked onto the person who had activated the illusion. This was also a player. He had a few companions with him. Two of them were injured and were recovering. Zhang Fei quickly recognized these people. They were the ones who had been chased. Horna asked. As a player, she could not use her spiritual power. Therefore, it was impossible for her to discover the illusion barrier. Zhang Fei shook his head. He did not tell Horna because he wanted to see what the players were up to. In the illusion, Zhang Fei and Horna fumbled around for a while. Then, the ground suddenly shook. Following that, two large rocks rolled down and blocked the way in front and behind. D'asterisk emin. Horna was stuck in the crack of the rock. She wanted to push the huge rock in front of her away, but she found that she could not use her strength at all. Zhang Fei nodded secretly. Through his spiritual power, he saw the player who cast the illusion smile proudly. Chapter 2671, 2671. Translator, 549690339. All right, these two are trapped here. They won't cause any more trouble for us, said the player who had set up the illusion. Asked his companion. Using an illusion to kill people is a meticulous job. We don't have the time, said the player who had set up the illusion. Oh, asked his companion. The illusion player nodded and ran forward. The remaining 2 players also hurried to follow. Jiang Fei frowned. Then he used his spiritual power to follow. The asterisk imen. Why is it so heavy? I can't break it open at all. At this time, Horna was still struggling with the giant rock in the illusion. However, no matter how hard she tried, the giant rock did not move at all. Jiang Fei said casually. Then, he focused his attention on the players. Horna shouted, "Why don't you do it?" Jiang Fei roared. At this moment, he was monitoring the players. He did not have time to talk nonsense with Horna. "I'll do it," Horna muttered. Then, she began to fight with the giant stone again. In fact, what Horna didn't know was that it was impossible for her to move the giant rock. The reason was very simple, because the giant rock existed in the illusion. In the illusion, you had a strength of 100 pounds, and the rock weighed 1,000 pounds. If you had a strength of 1,000 pounds, the rock weighed 10,000 pounds. Therefore, even if you had great strength, you couldn't move the rock in the illusion, move away a stone that the illusion did not want you to move. Unless you could completely destroy the illusion, it would be useless to just fight with the stone. As Horna was doing nothing to the air, Jiang Fei did not bother to remind her. At that moment, his attention was on the group of players just now. A player asked the player of the illusion, "How would I know?" The illusion player rolled his eyes. Someone asked, "Yes." The illusion player nodded. Soon, they arrived at a wide area. Moreover, there was actually a cave on the cliff in front of them. Jiang Fei had not discovered this cave before. Jiang Fei thought to himself. "Let's go in," said one of the players. "I'll go in. You 2 stay here and guard," said the illusion player as he shook his head. "The other 2 players could not take it anymore," said the illusion player coldly. In an instant, the 2 players shut up. After the illusion player entered the cave, the 2 people outside the cave began to mumble. "What's the big deal?" "Exactly. If you're not allowed to enter, you're not allowed to enter. It's better if both of you die in there." "That's right. I hope there are traps everywhere in there. Let them all die in there." The 2 players who could not enter the cave were grumbling and complaining. However, Jiang Fei was not interested in their idle chatter. He followed the illusion players into the cave with his spiritual power. Although the cave was very deep, it was not dark inside. There were glowing gemstones and luminous pearls on both sides of the stone wall. It was obvious that this was man-made. Jiang Fei was very surprised. His spiritual power followed the illusion player deeper into the cave. Soon, they arrived at a place that looked like a hall. At this time, there were already 3 players in the hall. One of them was the captain who had just escaped. The illusion player asked, "I don't have any leads." The captain asked. The illusion player nodded. "Then take a look." The captain said. From his words, one could tell that he had a lot of trust in this illusion player. He also had a lot of trust in him. The illusion player nodded and then came to the center of the hall. The hall was very spacious, about 200 square meters. The dome was inlaid with countless luminous gemstones and luminous pearls. Looking up, it was as if one could see the starry night sky. A player came to the side of the captain and asked. The doors he mentioned was obviously the illusion player. The captain shrugged. There were 8 entrances in the hall. Other than the one they came from, there were 7 others. Once they chose the entrance, they could not return to this place. In the hall, other than the entrance they came from, each entrance corresponded to a quest difficulty and a quest reward. Not only could they not receive the mission or the reward, but they would also be killed by the traps inside. In the hall, there were clues about the missions in the 7 entrances. If they could find the clues, they could choose the entrance according to their own strength. Once they chose the entrance that was sure to kill them, they could only admit that they were unlucky. At this moment, Doris suddenly turned his head and shouted. The captain named Karma ran over. "I found some clues, but I can't confirm what the mission of each hole is. I can only confirm that this hole is death certain." Doris pointed at one of the holes and said, "Then, we just need to not enter this cave. As for the rest, we will just have to rely on our luck," said Karma. said Doris. Jiang Fei's spiritual power also came over. However, when he saw the so-called clues on the ground, he immediately rolled his eyes. Do not harm Du Jing or kill Jing Kai. Isn't this just gossip? Putting everything else aside, the word death did not need to be explained. It definitely corresponded to the cave where one would die if they entered. However, Jiang Fei realized that the cave where one would die was not the same as the one that Doris had pointed out. What do you mean? Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this moment, Doris looked at Karma. Karma pointed to the hole that represented the word death. Chapter 2672, 2672. Translator, 549690339. Dorias did not stop Karma. Instead, he smiled and gave him his blessing. Karma asked. Dorias pointed at the open door. Jiang Fei, who was secretly observing through his spiritual power, instantly made a judgment. As these players came in the direction of the life gate, it was also the exit. Therefore, it had nothing to do with the quest. Other than the life gate, among the 8 gates, there were also the open gate and the closed gate. The remaining 3 gates were the death gate, the shock gate, and the injury gate. Du Jing's 2 gates were the flat gate. Now, among the 3 gates, the life gate was used as the entrance. Among the other 7 gates, only 2 gates were good. Doris immediately called the closed gate the death gate and told everyone not to leave. He snatched the last gate. In this way, out of the remaining 5 gates, only 3 were left. The other members had almost no chance of getting lucky. They would be lucky if they did not get unlucky. Karma did not realize that he had chosen a dead end. He greeted the other 2 members and went straight to the gate of death. After watching Captain Karma walk through the door of death, Doris smiled strangely and walked straight to the door. The other 2 players looked at each other. We can't walk through the door of death anyway. One of the players pointed at the only lucky door, Hugh door. That's true. I'll take this one. The other player nodded and went straight for the death door. The player was lucky. He chose Truman. Although it was not lucky door, at least it was not the death door. Seeing that all the players in the cave hall had gone in, Jiang Fei wanted to use his spiritual power to follow them. However, he found that there was a barrier in each of the doors. All of his spiritual power was blocked outside. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then, he did not break the illusion. Instead, he used his spiritual power to guide him out of the cave. When Jiang Fei left, Horna was dumbfounded. From her perspective, Barbarossa had hit the stone wall with his head and disappeared. What the hell? Horna was stunned. Then, she used all her strength and smashed her head into the stone wall. After a moment of dizziness, Horna passed out. However, she did not go through the stone wall. Instead, she fainted. After Jiang Fei walked out of the illusion, he went straight to the cave. He did not destroy the illusion's main purpose. He wanted to use the illusion to continue blocking the subsequent players. Before long, Jiang Fei arrived in front of the cave. 2 players standing guard at the door immediately noticed Jiang Fei. The 2 people recognized Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not waste any time. He directly killed the 2 players. The 2 players returned to the city for free. Jiang Fei stepped into the cave. After passing through the long corridor, Jiang Fei came to the hall. He did not try to test the death door. Instead, he went straight to the door that Doris had opened. He realized that he was blocked by a barrier. Jiang Fei's quest notification was updated. The system notification made Jiang Fei understand what the barrier was. Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he looked at the other few doors that no one else had entered. At this time, there were still the rest of the doors that no one had entered. There were the rest of the doors, the door of surprise and the door of scenery. Among them, the door of surprise was the only lucky door. It was only because of Doris' lie that it was preserved. The other 2 doors were one fierce and one even. Facing these 3 doors, Jiang Fei did not have much of a choice. Therefore, he directly walked towards the door of surprise. As a person who knew how to do things, he would not choose the door of surprise and the door of scenery to cause trouble for himself. As no one had ever entered the door of silence, Jiang Fei passed through it very smoothly. The process was as if he had passed through a barrier. After entering the door of silence, Jiang Fei suddenly felt that his eyes were wide open. At that moment, he was no longer in a cave. He was surrounded by an endless snowfield. Above his head was the blue sky and white clouds. Occasionally, there would be eagles soaring above his head. Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread out. He quickly confirmed that this place did not belong to the Time Star. It did not even belong to the 5 directions of heaven and earth because the space here was almost infinite. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was almost released, but he could not find the end of this space. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was strong enough to easily cover a planet. Even the largest planet, the Town Star, could be scanned by Jiang Fei. However, here his spiritual power had reached its limit. However, it still did not cover the entire snowfield. In Jiang Fei's perception, the snowfield seemed to be endless. No matter how far he looked, there was no end to it. The snowfield that Jiang Fei was in was quiet and noisy. The quietness was that if one was in a remote corner, it was very likely that one would not hear a single sound for a few hours. The surroundings were so quiet. However, if one spread out their spiritual power, one would find that this snowfield that was as silent as death was filled with life. Inadvertently, a snow rabbit popped its head out of a snow pit. It looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no danger, it began to dig for grass roots buried under the snow layer or other edible things. A pure white snow fox appeared out of nowhere. The snow rabbit wanted to escape, but it was too late. The rabbit was about to become a meal for the fox, but at this time, a sharp whistle came from the sky. A snow eagle swooped down. Whether it was the fox or the rabbit, neither of them cared about anything else. They all turned around and fled for their lives. In the end, the rabbit was not spared. Although it had escaped the fox's hunt, it had become the snow eagle's delicacy. The snow eagle tore the rabbit into pieces on the cliff and swallowed a whole. Then, it flew to another cliff and spat out the rabbit meat that it had just swallowed and gave it to its baby, who had yet to learn how to fly. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. He did not think that this kind of killing was very bloody. This was a process that life had to go through. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2673. 2673. Translator 549690339. As he thought about it, Jiang Fei suddenly had an epiphany. He subconsciously sat down and entered a meditative state. Just as Jiang Fei entered a meditative state, the players who entered the other stone caves also experienced different situations. Among them, Karma, who had entered the death door, was in the most critical state. When he entered the stone cave, he realized that his vision had turned black. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a field that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was autumn and the air was crisp. The field was filled with a bumper harvest of rice. The only surprising thing was that no one had come to harvest the rice that filled the mountains and plains. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the breeze blew, the rice that filled the mountains and plains made a series of soft sounds. The environment here is not bad. Moreover, it's the harvest season. Karma smiled as he muttered to himself. He did not realize that he had entered the death gate. Karma strolled in the fields, trying to find any suspicious clues. After all, after entering the cave, there was no mission notification here. That would depend on his ability. While wandering aimlessly, Karma was also carefully observing his surroundings. It seemed that it was already late autumn, and the heavy rice grains were already swaying. As the breeze blew, many of the grains in the grains had already fallen off by themselves. Karma muttered to himself. Another breeze blew, and the rice grains swayed. The grains in the field undulated like waves. Karma walked forward for a while, and at this time, the sky gradually darkened. Karma muttered to himself. Soon, the sky completely darkened. Although it was not so dark that one could not see their fingers, the range of vision was greatly reduced. After an unknown amount of time, Karma actually felt a wave of sleepiness. He yawned, and then his eyes actually blurred. Karma couldn't help but sit down and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Karma opened his drowsy eyes, and then something that shocked him happened. The paddy fields all over the mountain had disappeared, and in its place were the paddy stalks lying haphazardly around him. This was not only the situation around Karma, but also everywhere he looked. What's going on? Karma wanted to stand up, but he found that his limbs were weak. He subconsciously looked down at his hands. What's going on? Karma cried out in surprise. His hands were full of wrinkles, and his rough skin looked very dry. Looking up from his hands, Karma found that his arms were also thin and dry, and they were covered with gray spots. Karma touched his face and forehead, but he found that it was full of the ravines left by the years. How long have I slept? Karma was shocked. Karma started to panic. If he was facing an enemy, he could still put up a fight, but now everything was too strange. He had actually become so old. Now, all of Karma's power had dissipated. Not only had he become an ordinary person, but he had also become an old man who was about to die. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Karma did not even realize that he had been tricked by Doris. This was the Death Gate. Autumn was the season of harvest, but it was also the season of death. All creatures sought death in spring. Their lives had come to an end at this time. When Karma first arrived, he might not have paid attention. There is no one in charge of harvesting here, because humans were not the main characters here. The main characters were the paddy fields, and his fate was the same as those paddy fields. Karma struggled to stand up. He looked into the distance, only to find that his eyes were dim. He wanted to look, but he could not see too far. However, as far as his eyes could see, all the rice had been reduced to stalks, and the leaves had rotted away. Just like him, only a little of his body was left, barely holding on. Is this the door of death? Karma finally realized the problem. Although Karma did not quite understand the meaning of autumn, the facts had proved to him that this was definitely not a door of death. Didn't this fit the description of the door of death? Before dying, Karma finally understood everything. Another breeze blew past, and Karma's body, which had become even more shriveled, fell down. Then, he turned into a handful of dust and drifted into the endless fields. Dust to dust, dust to dust. A deep and distant voice came from somewhere, as if it came from ancient times. Karma's true soul soared into the sky, wanting to return to the safe zone to revive. After all, players would not really die. What they died was only the carrier. But this time, Karma's true soul could not leave this space. He was trapped here. F***CK. Karma was really panicking. He had heard that there was a bug in this game before. Some players were trapped inside, and in the end, their real bodies became vegetative. This matter had caused a great deal of trouble back then, and the development team had lost a lot of money. But didn't the development team claim that they had solved the bug? Why was he stuck here now? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That distant and deep voice kept echoing. At first, Karma was annoyed, but later, he was actually immersed in it. Yeah, what's there to argue about? If you can't go back, then you can't go back. Karma's true spirit said to himself. The voice was still reverberating. At this moment, Karma's true spirit became more and more illusory. In the end, Karma's true spirit actually vanished into thin air. According to the saying of the 5 directions, Karma's true spirit had scattered itself and vanished into thin air. In the 5 directions, only those who truly wanted to die would make such a choice. Such examples could be counted on one hand. Today, Karma had made such a choice under the influence of the voice from ancient times. Chapter 2674. 2674. Translator 549690339. Just as Karma was reduced to ashes, the player, who had chosen Truman, was also in trouble. As soon as this guy entered the cave, his vision blurred, and he found himself in the middle of an army. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by emerald green, and the sun was shining brightly above his head. One look, and he could tell that it was a good season for the end of spring and the beginning of summer. This season was warm and not too hot. It was very comfortable. Bobby, Bobby, you're lucky. The player called his name and thought to himself, Bobby. At this moment, The man in golden armor who looked like a general turned his head and shouted. Bobby was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted. He must be the NPC who gave out the quest. Thinking of this, the player, named Bobby, took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the general. Bobby bowed to the general. Well, the road ahead is the Twin Sheep Fork Road. Take a few people to the left to scout. If there are any enemy spies, capture them. The general said to Bobby. Ding. Mission update. At this time, Bobby received a new mission. Yes. Bobby was delighted and immediately accepted the order. Then Bobby waved his hand and a few scouts came to his side. As Bobby gave the order, 12 cavalrymen, including him, left the main force and rushed down the fork road on the left side. Bobby led a cavalryman and galloped on the rugged mountain road. He was very happy. Since he had received the mission, it meant that this place was definitely not a death gate. As long as he completed the mission, he would be able to get the reward. As for whether the mission was difficult or not, Bobby did not think too much about it. After all, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. Just as the cavalryman was galloping on a mountain road, he heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air from his eardrum. Bang! One of the cavalrymen next to Bobby was shot down by an arrow. Oh no! Bobby shouted, then jumped up from his horse. At the same time, he waved his hand, wanting to use his own power to flatten the area in front of him where the ambush was. But suddenly, Bobby found that all of his true immortal power had disappeared. Although he was still strong, he was just an ordinary person. F***CK. Mission Carrier. Bobby was shocked. If he didn't have the strength of a true immortal, then he would be a bit careless. After all, this carrier was just an ordinary general in the army. Facing the dense rain of arrows from the enemy, Bobby would have a hard time keeping his life. But Bobby was a bit quick-witted. When he realized that his strength had disappeared, he pressed his body down and hid behind the horse. In an instant, the warhorse Bobby was riding on was shot into a hedgehog. Of the 11 cavalrymen behind him, only 3 were still able to move. They had completely lost their fighting strength. Bobby cursed in his heart. He could not get up at all. If he hid behind the horse corpse, he could still dodge the arrow rain. If he showed his head out, he would immediately become a hedgehog. The 3 cavalrymen behind him also hid behind the horse corpse. Wait for a moment, Bobby said to the cavalrymen behind him. In this situation, they would be courting death if they went out. Although the enemy might have more people than them after they used up their arrows, they would at least have the strength to fight back. The 3 cavalrymen nodded one after another. Then, they lay behind the horse corpse and endured the baptism of the rain of arrows from the enemy. Suddenly, a cavalryman let out a scream. Although he was hiding behind the horse corpse, he was still shot through the calf by an arrow. About 3 minutes later, the enemy's rain of arrows stopped. Although the time was short, Bobby and the others had paid a heavy price. There were only 3.5 of the original 12 cavalrymen left. Although the one whose calf was pierced was not seriously injured, he could not fight on his own. A knight asked, "Wait," Bobby said cautiously. The knight whose calf was injured mustered his strength and jumped up. Swoosh! The rain of arrows swept over again. The knight who jumped up was immediately covered by thousands of arrows. A knight cried out in grief. He had a very good relationship with this knight whose lower leg had been shot through. Seeing his good friend die in front of him, his eyes turned red. "Don't be rash," Bobby roared and stopped the knight who wanted to rush out. "Captain, I'll cover the rear later," the knight who was in extreme grief said. Although Bobby had just entered this environment, he was also infected by the valor of these knights who were not afraid of death, said the knight. "I will remember you. If I can go back, I will definitely tell everyone about your valor," said Bobby. "That is not important. As long as you tell the general that we died in battle and not deserters, that will be enough." The knight said, "Don't worry." Bobby's eyes were red. At this moment, more than 30 enemies rushed over from behind the cover. The knight took the crossbow from the horse corpse and shot it at the enemies who were already close. One of the enemies died from the arrow. Bobby and another knight also took up their crossbows and shot. As the enemies were already very close, it was hard to miss them. Hence, they also killed one of the enemies. The enemies shouted and rushed up. The other side also needed to capture them alive to ask for information. So although Bobby and the others killed a few soldiers, the other side did not use their bows and arrows to fight back. Soon, Bobby and the others each took 3 crossbows and shot them. These crossbows were small and powerful, but it was very inconvenient to reload them. They could only fight with swords. The enemy would not give you time to reload them. Captain, that knight jumped up. The long spear in his hand was like a silver dragon. In the blink of an eye, 2 enemy soldiers died under his spear. Bobby shouted. Then he turned around and ran back with the other knight. Chapter 2675, 2675. Translator, 549690339. Bobby led a knight and ran in the direction they came from, while the knight behind him fought bravely. A silver spear in his hand was superb. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 enemy soldiers were killed by his spear. Although this knight was skilled in spear techniques and fought desperately with a will to die, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. A wise man could not withstand more people, so the knight was soon covered in wounds. The knight was stabbed in the leg. He could not bear the weight of himself and his armor and knelt on one knee on the ground. Even so, he still swung his spear and stabbed the enemy in front of him to death. Capture him alive. Seeing the knight fall to the ground, a large number of enemies pounced on him excitedly. You want to capture your grandfather and me? The knight laughed loudly. He pulled out the short knife at his waist and lay down on the ground. He used the rolling force to move quickly between the legs of these enemies. The knight kept waving his short knife. Soon, several enemies were hit. One by one, they lost the ability to run. This gave Bobby and the other knight a chance to escape. One of the enemies cursed angrily and then thrust his spear over. The knight was stabbed in the chest. He grabbed the head of the spear with one hand and swung the short knife in his right hand. The enemy screamed, for fingers on his right hand were cut off. The knight laughed loudly. Blood kept gushing out his mouth. Although the long spear pierced his chest and did not hurt his heart, his lung was pierced through and blood flowed back. He knew that he would not live. Come on! The knight roared angrily. The dozens of enemies in front of him were actually frightened by his roar and took a few steps back. For a moment, no one dared to come forward. What are you doing? The wardens behind roared angrily. At the same time, the whip landed on a soldier's body. After being beaten, these soldiers did not dare to cower anymore. They carefully approached him, only to find that the knight had already died. However, he was still glaring angrily. That terrifying gaze was still terrifying. A soldier shouted, "He's dead. Aren't there 2 more ahead?" The officer behind shouted, "Yes." These soldiers hurriedly responded, then chased after Bobby and the others. Because this knight had used his life to buy precious time for Bobby and the others, the 2 of them had already run some distance away. It was not easy to catch up on foot with those ordinary soldiers without horses. An officer jumped out of the forest. As he chased, he took out the treasured eagle bow from his back and a triangular armor piercing all from the beast pot. With a piercing sound, a sharp sword flew over. The knight beside Bobby did not even have time to scream before he was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. The arrow accurately shot into his back, killing him in one shot. Damn it! What kind of lousy mission is this? If I was still the carrier from before, I would have wiped out the other party by myself. Bobby thought to himself. However, after killing the knight, the officer on the horse didn't release the arrow again. Instead, he galloped on his horse and soon arrived behind Bobby. After all, Bobby, who had 2 legs, couldn't outrun a warhorse. He was still far away from the main force, but the enemy had already arrived behind him. The officer stretched his back and took out a short halberd from his back. But when the warhorse caught up to Bobby, he pulled the reins of the horse, and the warhorse leaped past Bobby. The officer lifted the short halberd and aimed it at Bobby's back. With a crisp sound, Bobby was sent flying. Bobby, who was sent flying, suddenly felt a sweetness in his heart and a salty taste in his throat. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The officer shouted. At this time, the soldiers behind him also ran up. With ropes in their hands, they quickly tied Bobby up. Bobby was not lightly beaten up. He still hadn't recovered. Plus, there were 4 or 5 soldiers who rushed up. He didn't have any power to resist and was easily tied up. Damn it, what kind of stupid mission is this? Bobby felt a bit regretful. If he had known earlier that his carrier was no longer at the true immortal level, he wouldn't have rushed forward so recklessly. If he had investigated carefully, he should have been able to find the enemy's ambush, so he wouldn't have fallen into the situation of being completely wiped out and being captured by the enemy. However, how could there be so many ifs in this world? At this moment, Bobby was careless. Not only did he cause his entire team to be wiped out, but he was also caught by the enemy. There was nothing much to say after that. What awaited Bobby was nothing more than torture and interrogation. As a player, he had just been replaced into his character. How would he know some details about the army? Thus, he naturally didn't know anything. This was not because Bobby had a lot of backbone, but because he really did not know. After enduring a few rounds of torture, Bobby could see that he would not be able to endure until the main force came to save him. If another 2 or 3 rounds of torture came, he would have to kneel down and die anyway. He could not be bothered to endure this torture anymore. In any case, to a player, this was not a real death. It was just a waste of a mission carrier. At most, this reward quest would fail, and he would not receive the reward. Bobby directly chose to give up the quest. Following Bobby's choice, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the carrier fell down. When Bobby's eyes opened again, he returned to the hall just now. Phew, Bobby muttered, and then wanted to enter other caves. After all, even if he died, there would be no loss. Naturally, he wanted to give it another try. However, this time, Bobby was unable to enter the scenery door as he wished because the system had popped up a notification for him. Every player could only enter the cave once. He couldn't enter the cave again. Chapter 2676, 2676. Translator, 549690339. Bobby's mission had failed, and Karma had died instantly. These 2 players had entered an unlucky stone cave, so their destinies were full of misfortune. However, not all players were so unlucky. Doris, who had entered the cave and opened the door, had good luck. Or rather, he had relied on his own true abilities to obtain this benefit for himself. Although Doris's character was not very good, he had to admit that he was still very capable. Not only did he find the death door in the stone cave, but he also allowed Karma to walk in. The door with the strongest luck opened. After entering the stone cave, Doris's vision also blurred. However, when his vision returned, he was already in a treasure house. I didn't choose the wrong place. Doris nodded secretly and then looked around the treasure house. At this moment, Doris was surrounded by gold and silver treasures, but these common objects were obviously not as good as his eyes. In the middle of the treasure house, there were 3 treasure chests. These 3 treasure chests were arranged in a row. They were gold, silver, and bronze treasure chests. A voice said. Doris smiled and came to the front of the 3 treasure chests. The voice was just a message and could not talk to others, so it kept repeating. Doris muttered to himself, and then he fell into silence. At this moment, the copper treasure chest opened. A dazzling light flashed in the entire treasure vault, making it impossible for Doris to open his eyes. When the light dissipated, the item in the treasure chest appeared in front of Doris. This was a silver card that contained terrifying power. Take out the card and make a wish, a voice said in the dark. Doris' eyes lit up. This item was very valuable. After all, if he encountered a problem that couldn't be solved, as long as he used this card, everything would be fine. Doris said as he walked to the front of the silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest opened, and a dazzling light once again filled the entire room. When the light dissipated, the thing inside was revealed. It was a golden treasure pearl, and the energy contained within it was even more astonishing. Its terrifying power forced Dorasi to not be able to get too close. The voice from the unseen world rang out once again. What? Doris, who had been maintaining his composure, could no longer remain calm. This was only a silver treasure chest, and the treasures inside were already so shocking. This pearl was no different from an immortal lord-level carrier. Moreover, it was a permanent one and not a temporary item for this kind of quest. This could allow any player to leap to become a top-tier player that surpassed Aemon. If the wish card from before could still keep Doris calm, this pearl had truly moved his heart. Doris could not help but begin to rush towards the golden treasure chest with anticipation. After a few steps, he arrived in front of the golden treasure chest. However, Doris discovered that the golden treasure chest didn't open immediately. The voice from the unseen world sounded again. Take all of them. Originally, Doris did want to take all 3 treasure chests away, but this voice always sounded in his mind, which made him suspicious. Doris was a very suspicious person. This strange voice kept ringing and urging him to take all the treasures. In his opinion, this was very abnormal. As the saying goes, the world is unpredictable. Now, this voice kept urging him to take all the treasures. This was obviously a secret. For a moment, Doris was silent. He quickly calculated the gains and losses in his heart, hoping to maximize the benefits and eliminate all possible dangers. From Doris' expression, he was currently experiencing a struggle in his heart. 3 treasure chests, each of which could be said to be priceless. The things inside were definitely more precious. In this way, Doris did not want to give up on any of the 3 treasure chests, but if he took all of them, he was afraid that the voice was a trap. Suddenly, Doris' eyes lit up. Then, he said in a clear voice, "Put away your tricks. I have already seen through everything." Although it is a good thing to open the door, as the saying goes, good things come from bad things, and good things come from bad things. Although the opening of the door seems to be peaceful and the rewards are already in front of me, there is a hidden killing intent. Doris muttered to himself. There was no response from the surroundings, but the repeated voice of the netherworld had completely disappeared. Humph! Just now, Doris was just guessing, but when he said all this and the voice completely disappeared, he was sure that his guess was correct. I will not be fooled, so I only took 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. Doris said as he put away the silver treasure chest. He headed straight for the exit. With a flash of light, Darasi returned to the hall from before. At this moment, Bobby was still standing there with a disappointed look on his face. "Darasi, you're back? How was it?" Bobby asked after seeing Darasi. "I was all right. I completed the mission and received a small reward. However, it didn't mean much." Darasi shrugged his shoulders. Bobby didn't realize that he had been deceived. "At least you got the item. I'm in trouble." Bobby sighed. Darasi asked. Bobby shrugged and said. Darasi entered first, so he didn't see Bobby and Cole's choice. That one. Bobby pointed to the stone cave that he and Cole chose and showed it to Doris. Chapter 2677. 2677. Translator 549690339. Darasi's lips curled into a strange smile, because he had basically confirmed that the captain and Cole wouldn't be coming back, because one of them had walked through the door of death, the other had walked through the door of injury, both of which were doors of great ferocity. After waiting for about half a day, Darasi stood up and said, "Why hasn't he come out yet? Did something happen?" "Maybe Cole, but it's not possible for the captain. His carrier has the strength of an immortal lord." Bobby said, although there might be the phenomenon of forced use of temporary carriers in the mission, such as Bobby's experience, if the carrier was used temporarily, even if he died in battle, the character would return to this hall. Bobby was like that. But what Bobby didn't know was that not only was their captain dead, under the influence of the voice, even his consciousness had dissipated. It could be said that he couldn't be any more dead, even in the gamma space. He had become a vegetable. Perhaps the mission is more difficult. I'll go out and take a look. Doris stood up and said. Bobby nodded. He didn't think too much about it. Darasi walked out of the cave while Bobby continued to look at the 2 caves without any wariness. He was wondering when his 2 companions would come out. At this moment, Darasi made his move. What's going on? Bobby was stunned. He found that the entire cave suddenly became dark. The gems and night pearls on the dome were no longer shining. At this moment, a beast roar came from behind Bobby. What's going on? Bobby hurriedly turned around. A ferocious beast was pouncing on him. F***CK. Didn't Doris just go out? Bobby was stunned for a moment. Then, he took out his weapon and prepared to face the enemy. At this moment, the beast on the opposite side also noticed Bobby. It looked like a huge gorilla, with a pair of fangs that were more than 2 feet long in its mouth and a dragon skull on its back. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The huge ape let out a roar, and Bobby instantly felt his head go blank. Damn it! Although Bobby understood what was going on, his body couldn't move at all. After the giant ape's roar ended, Bobby had just regained his mobility when the giant ape pounced on him. The giant ape's fist kept pounding on the ground, forcing Bobby to keep dodging. Although he had not tried it, Bobby could feel that the giant ape's attack power could not be underestimated. Therefore, he did not dare to try it recklessly. Bobby's movement technique was still quite agile. He circled around the giant ape and kept moving. At the same time, the longsword in his hand kept stabbing at the giant ape's left leg, hoping to injure the giant ape's leg first, in order to restrict its movement ability. However, the giant ape could really be considered to have thick skin. Although Bobby's attacks kept landing on its left leg, the giant ape continued to roar and attack Bobby as if nothing had happened. This won't do, Bobby thought to himself. He had slashed the giant ape over 100 times, but the ape acted as if nothing had happened. However, if he was hit by this giant ape, Bobby might not be able to withstand it. In a moment of desperation, Bobby decided to use his ultimate move. If he continued to fight with the giant ape, he felt that he would be in trouble sooner or later. Bobby shouted. Then, he suddenly took 2 steps back and raised the long sword in his hand. Then, Bobby made a sword gesture with his hand and pointed at the sky. A series of golden lightning struck down and went straight for the giant ape. The giant ape was blown up on the spot and fell to the ground. Bobby's eyes lit up. With a flash, he appeared in front of the giant ape. Then, he raised the longsword in his hand and stabbed directly at the giant ape's left eye. Seeing that Bobby's sword was about to pierce the giant ape's left eye, the giant ape suddenly roared and spat out a stream of poisonous fog toward Bobby. Bobby, who was caught off guard, was blown away. Furthermore, the gang cheese were unusually powerful, and Bobby suffered considerable internal injuries on the spot. Bobby cried out inwardly. He had indeed been careless. Unfortunately, Bobby had woken up a little too late. Although the gang cheese had injured him, it was actually not very serious. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he was already fine. However, just because the gang cheese were fine did not mean that Bobby was fine. One had to know that the gang cheese contained a lethal poison. Damn it! Bobby realized that his entire state was not right. The left half of his body was purple, and the other half was green. He did not know what poison he had been poisoned by. Under the lethal poison, Bobby felt that his physical strength was rapidly depleting. After a few seconds, he could no longer support his body. Bobby fell to the ground. At this moment, the giant ape stood up. It leaped forward and appeared in front of Bobby. The giant ape raised its fists and punched Bobby randomly. When it raised its hands again, Bobby had already been smashed into a pile of mud. A dim light flashed, and the hall lit up again. If one looked carefully, one would realize that there were no traces of battle in the hall. At this moment, Bobby's body was lying on the ground intact. It did not look like he had been beaten to a pulp. At that moment, anyone who knew anything would understand that Bobby had died in the illusion. Darasi sneered and walked out from the dark. He found a few pieces of equipment from Bobby's body and put them away. After he was done, Darasi walked out of the cave. Initially, Doris wanted to kill the 2 players who were guarding the door. However, when he came out, he found that the 2 were already dead. He had already sent the 2 back to the city. However, he did not clean up the bodies. Doris's expression changed, and he immediately rushed back to the cave. After entering the hall, Doris began to carefully check the footprints and details in the hall. Soon, he found the front of the huge door. Doris thought to himself. Chapter 2678, 2678. Translator, 549690339. Doris found a corner in the hall and sat down. There, he could monitor the door of death. Once someone came out, he would definitely notice it. In the hall, Doris sat there for 3 days and 3 nights, but no one came out of the door of death. Damn, it can't be, Doris muttered. After all, the door of death was the second door of death after the door of death. If they could die, how weak would the players who entered the door of death be? While Dorias was muttering to himself, there was no sound coming from inside the door of death. However, there was the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside the cave. Along with the sound of footsteps, there was also the sound of cursing. D*M in it. Who was the one who set up the illusion? If Jiang Fei was present, he would definitely be able to recognize that the owner of the voice was his former teammate, Horna. That Barbarossa is also a B***starred. He saw through the illusion and ran away. He actually left me alone. Horna cursed. At the same time, she came to the outside of the cave. F***CK. There's a cave here. Horna sized up the cave and then walked in. Hey, Doris sighed inside. Although he had controlled the 2 people with the illusion, it had been more than 3 days. The energy of the illusion had been exhausted. Even if it was not seen through by others, it had to disappear. However, Doris keenly caught the information that Horna was talking to herself. Obviously, he had seen through the illusion long ago and walked out. Doris muttered to himself. At this time, Horna had already walked in. Damn! Horna did not notice Doris in the corner. Her gaze was completely attracted to the 7 holes. Speaking of which, this fat girl Horna was really careless. There was someone behind her watching him, and she did not deliberately hide her figure. She walked towards the door that had been opened previously. Speaking of which, Horna's luck was pretty good. Although she did not know anything, she chose the most auspicious door based on her intuition. Unfortunately, the door had already been opened by Doris. Therefore, when Horna walked over, she bumped into a wall. Horna received a system notification. Someone actually beat me to it. Horna scolded Jiang Fei and then walked through another door. The second time, Horna directly chose Hui Min. She did not know if she was a fool or if she was the real chosen one. The only 2 lucky men were actually chosen by her. Her luck was not very good. Because she was a step late, Hui Min was already taken. Horna received another system notification. Why is there another person? Horna muttered. She did not know that everyone could only enter the door once, so she thought that Jiang Fei had gone through all the doors. However, Horna was not willing to give up just like that. Therefore, she thought of Duman and walked over. This door has been used. Barbarossa, you bastard! Horna cursed loudly. Then, she directly turned toward the scenic door. This was the only flat door of the remaining 2 doors. Other than that, there was the ominous door, the scary door. At this moment, Doris moved his finger. He had also seen Horna's choice, so at the last moment, Doris activated the illusion, trying to guide Horna into the ominous gate. In the environment, Horna hesitated for a moment. She did not see through the illusion. With her IQ and mental capacity, she did not even realize that she had fallen into the illusion again. However, Horna's amazing luck was effective again. Although under the guidance of the illusion, Horna really wanted to walk toward the door of surprise, she still walked into the scenic gate in the end. How was this possible? Doris, who was watching by the side, was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. He was very sure that Horna didn't break through the illusion. She was actually in the illusion, using her luck to deny Doris's guidance, and then walked into the scenic gate that she wanted to go to. Is there really such a lucky person? Doris muttered to himself. At this time, he was a little suspicious. If Horna was really playing dumb, then it would be too scary. From the moment she entered, she had rushed straight to the door. After hitting a wall, she chose to close the door. Then, it was followed by Truman and Scenery Gate. It was almost from high to low, coming in order. This was clearly her understanding of the rules on the ground. Doris had studied this rule for a long time, but this fat woman actually understood it at a glance. This was very rare. However, if this fat woman did not understand the hint on the ground, she could directly seek advantage and avoid harm. That was also terrifying. At least for a short period of time, this woman's luck was like the sun in the sky. It would definitely not end well if she went against her. Although this woman might not be very powerful, her luck was too terrifying. Shaking his head forcefully, Doris muttered to himself, "No, I absolutely cannot leave these two people alive." At this moment, Doris had basically determined that the male player who had been trapped by him earlier was the one that Horna had mentioned, Barbarossa. This person was able to see through his illusion in a short period of time. His strength and knowledge were not simple. Keeping such a person alive would ruin his plans. Although Horna's IQ was average and her strength was average, her luck was too strong. If she were to cooperate with Barbarossa, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble for Doris in his next move. Therefore, Doris decided to destroy them one by one. Before they regrouped, he would kill them all. After making this decision, Doris waited patiently again. Minutes and seconds passed. After about 2 hours, a light flashed in the hall and a fat figure appeared. Horna laughed and played with a prop in her hand. This was the reward for her mission. Doris nodded secretly. Doris concluded that she could complete the mission. Chapter 2679, 2679. Translator 549-690-339. Just as Horna was still feeling pleased with herself, the surrounding space suddenly darkened. Then, a beast roar suddenly sounded behind Horna. Obviously, Doris wanted to use the same trick again and kill Horna with an illusion. "What the hell?" Horna cried out in surprise. Then, she put away her spoils of war and took out the demon, subduing pestle. With a scream, a giant scorpion emerged from the ground. However, after it appeared, there was no hole left on the ground, and it was still flat. Horna shouted. This scorpion was more than 5 meters long, and its giant pincers were even more ferocious and terrifying. However, compared to these, its shining tailhook was obviously the most fatal threat. The scorpion let out another scream, and then pounced towards Horna. The scorpion's pair of huge pincers smashed the ground and made it tremble. If Horna hadn't disregarded her image and rolled to the side, she would probably have been smashed in a meat paste by the huge pincers that were the size of a door. Horna roared in anger, and then raised her demon subduing pestle, smashing it towards one of the scorpion's huge pincers. Following a loud sound, one of the scorpion's huge pincers was actually smashed by Halna's demon subduing pestle, causing a crack to appear. From this, one could see how much strength this fat woman had. After succeeding in one move, Halna was even more unreasonable. She raised her demon subduing pestle and smashed it at the scorpion's huge pincers. The scorpion was obviously stunned by Halna's attack. Before it could react, the huge pincer on the left was forcefully smashed by Halna. The scorpion let out a miserable cry, and then another huge claw smacked over. Although Horna was stunned, she was not stupid. If this door-like huge claw smacked her body, even she would not be able to catch it. Therefore, Horna immediately gave up on her attack and rolled on the ground. She dodged the scorpion's counterattack. Speaking of which, if this person became round, then it would indeed be very popular when she rolled. Horna's body was close to the shape of a ball, so this allowed her to freely roll 360 degrees in all directions. Unlike an ordinary person, she could only roll sideways. The scorpion that had one of its pincers broken clearly went berserk. Its tail hook was raised high, and then it stabbed towards Horna. Horna was really stunned. This time, she actually did not dodge. She raised the demon's subduing pestle and struck the scorpion's tail. The giant scorpion's tail hook was forcefully lashed over by Horna's brute force. Horna was already high from the fight. She loved this kind of head-on battle. The scorpion seemed to have been infected by Horna's stupidity. It actually started acting up as well. It once again raised its tail hook to stab at Horna. The tail hook was pulled back. The scorpion once again thrust its tail hook over. It was pulled back again. "Come on," Horna shouted excitedly. "Damn it." Doris, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. In the illusion, the monster should go straight to the weakness of the trapped person. Even if the enemy was very strong, they could still use unexpected moves to defeat the enemy. Because illusions were born from the heart, the more afraid one was, the more things would happen in the illusion. Therefore, even though Bobby was confident in winning, he still could not escape death. However, when it came to Horna, the situation in the illusion was completely different. The scorpion, which should have used poison to kill Horna, actually went head-on with her in terms of strength. This was completely against common sense. Doris frowned. At this moment, Horna in the illusion had already broken the tail hook of the scorpion. This time, Horna aimed at the scorpion's last large claw, then raised the demon's subduing pestle and rushed forward. Perhaps the scorpion had gone mad, or perhaps it had been possessed. 2 of the 3 attack points had already been shattered. With only 1 giant claw left, it actually dared to accept the challenge. Ba ba ba. Bang bang bang. A man and a scorpion were competing in strength in the middle of the hall. However, although the 2 of them were equally strong, Horna was taking turns to use the demon vanquishing pestle, while the scorpion was using its own body to resist. This 1 or 2 attacks did not matter. However, as time passed, the scorpion could no longer hold on. Following a loud sound, the scorpion's last large claw was shattered. Following a mournful cry, the scorpion, who had already become bald, was still charging forward. However, he was now completely unarmed. Horna shouted and jumped up. If Zhang Fei was present, he would definitely be amazed. After all, a fat man who was almost spherical could actually jump so high. It was a sight to behold. As she leaped into the air, Horna lifted the demon subduing pestle in her hand. Then, she smashed it down on the giant scorpion's head. The entire demon subduing pestle was embedded into the giant scorpion's head. The giant scorpion let out a blood-curdling scream, then twitched a few times before it stopped moving. At the same time, Doris spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the illusion had been broken, and he had suffered a backlash. Doris muttered to himself. It was not that he had never been broken through an illusion before, but after he had seen through the essence of the illusion, he had used a clever trick to break through it. He had completely relied on his luck and strength to break through a perfectly fine illusion. Are you here for mission 2? Why are you injured? It was only at this moment that Horna noticed Doris. Doris gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he was injured, so it was impossible for him to be Horna's opponent. Therefore, he could only lie and deal with Horna first. For the time being, he did not have the ability to fight. Is it very powerful? Horna shrugged and then asked Doris, "How long have you been here?" Doris did not know what Horna wanted to do, so he said vaguely, "Have you seen a guy named Barbarossa?" Although Horna had already received the quest reward, she did not forget to look for Zhang Fei to settle the score. Doris secretly remembered the name. Clearly, he was the person who had entered the Hui Men. "How is it?" Horna asked. Doris shook his head. Although he suspected that Barbarossa had entered the Hui Men, he obviously would not tell Horna. Chapter 2680. Translator 549690339. So, that guy hasn't come out yet? Horna muttered to herself. Then I don't know, Doris said. Horna pointed at the stone caves in front of her and said, "Forget it. I'm seriously injured now." Doris shook his head. Actually, he had already entered the stone cave, so he couldn't go in again. And even if he could, he wouldn't go in again. After all, the only remaining cave was the terrifying door. Horna shrugged and sat down on the ground. Doris was stunned. Horna said. Doris wanted to send Horna away. He did not want this woman to meet the Barbarossa who could see through his fantasy world. Humph. He won't die even if you die. Horna curled her lips and said. Doris was so anxious that he was almost sweating. Horna refused to leave, and he was seriously injured. If he had known earlier, he would have killed this woman with a knife instead of using illusions. Now that he had suffered the backlash of the fantasy world, Doris didn't have much combat strength at the moment. Although he wanted to kill Horna, he couldn't do anything. However, he was not willing to let Doris leave just like that. If he let this woman meet up with Barbarossa, they would definitely talk about his actions in the future. Forget it. Doris thought for a while and finally made a decision. Horna asked. I'll wait. Doris drank the healing potion while sitting cross-legged next to Horna. Doris had a good idea. He was prepared to get familiar with Horna first. After that Barbarossa came out, he would find an excuse to go with these two people. It didn't stop him from mixing in the team to sow discord. If he could make Horna and Barbarossa kill each other, that would be the best. Even if it didn't work, it would be a good choice to let them go their separate ways. Anyway, it was impossible for Doris to fight with his own strength now, so the only choice was to outthink him. That's true. Just sit down. Although Horna was a little ugly, she was still kind. Doris squeezed out a smile on his face. Then, the two of them sat side by side on the floor, chatting casually. After all, the cave hall was so quiet. If the two of them didn't find something to talk about, it would be too awkward. Horna was the kind of person who was thoughtless, or even thoughtless. Doris was deliberately flattering her, so the two of them quickly had a feeling of chatting happily. Meanwhile, Doris' heart was filled with the boredom of chatting with an idiot. However, for the sake of his own plan, Doris had no choice but to smile in front of Horna. Then, he would talk to her about topics that Doris thought were very idiotic. Time passed by slowly. Although Jiang Fei did not come out, Horna and Doris had a lively conversation. Horna had already treated him as her best friend. At that moment, Jiang Fei was still sitting cross-legged on the ground in the illusion inside the door. At that moment, the snow had almost completely buried Jiang Fei. If one looked from afar, Jiang Fei would only be standing on a snow hill. Jiang Fei was completely immersed in his inner world. He saw the cycle of life and death in his heart. He saw all kinds of animals struggling in the long river of life, just so that they could stay for a while longer in the stage of life. However, in the end, all of them, without exception, died. Life was only temporary. Death was eternal. However, what was precious was precisely that short life. Everything was desperately struggling for that short life. Jiang Fei asked himself, although humans were more advanced and their minds were broader, they were not as simple-minded as animals. They only knew how to hunt and reproduce all their lives. However, for high-level creatures like humans, all they had worked hard for their entire lives was to live longer and live more comfortably. Only a few people who believed in religion would pursue everything after death. As a high-level creature, humans stood at the top of everything. It was very unlikely that they would be able to face the predation of other creatures. Moreover, the natural limit of life could not be broken. Therefore, they began to pursue a more colorful life. When death was no longer imminent, only then would people have the mood to pursue other things. Compared to those ordinary people, Jiang Fei at this moment felt like he had returned to the basics. What he pursued was only the simple right to live on because the shadow of death had always shrouded Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei could not help but ask himself. When he asked this question, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that he was wavering. Yes, if living was so tiring, why did he have to live? As this thought continued to spread, Jiang Fei's body began to stiffen. His signs of life became weaker and weaker, but his mental strength became stronger and stronger. If Jiang Fei had cultivated some religion, he would have thought of one word, death. At this moment, if one were to observe Jiang Fei from the outside, they would be able to see that his body was emitting a brilliant light. A shadow was slowly rising up. If one looked closely, they would find that this shadow looked exactly like Jiang Fei. After an unknown amount of time, when the shadow was about to completely separate from Jiang Fei's body and his body was beginning to show signs of weathering, Jiang Fei suddenly opened his eyes. F***CK. I will not give up so easily. I still have my parents to be filial to. I still have so many girls to be responsible for. I still have a lot of things to do. Jiang Fei roared. The shadow that was about to leave him was pulled back instantly. His body that was about to die instantly regained its vitality and elasticity. Jiang Fei stood up. At the same time, cold sweat kept dripping down his back. He had really nearly freed himself just now. When people were under too much pressure, they would have the thought of freeing themselves. Jiang Fei was no exception. However, at the critical moment, there was one word that saved him: responsibility. Chapter 2681. 2681. Translator: 549690339. One could not live for oneself alone. If it was only for one's own comfort, then when one could not bear the pressure, death would be the end or a choice. However, no one existed independently. As one lived between heaven and earth, one was inextricably linked to everything. No one with a sense of responsibility would choose to abandon everything. Death would be the end. This was a kind of escape, a coward choice. Jiang Fei was clearly not a coward. He had the confidence to shoulder all of this. Therefore, Jiang Fei woke up. He broke free from that state where he wanted to die. Moreover, because Jiang Fei had figured out why he was alive and understood the meaning of his life, the way he looked at things now was completely different from before. At this moment, Jiang Fei's heart was filled with thoughts. He firmly believed that he could survive. Not only could he survive, but his family and friends could also survive. He firmly believed that he could save Ariel and Nina, who were trapped in the black hole. He firmly believed that he could free the universe from the control of the Gamma Space people. With the support of this belief, Jiang Fei stood up. The accumulated snow on his body scattered with the wind. In an instant, Jiang Fei felt as if his entire body was completely transparent. In the past, he had always felt as if he was carrying a heavy burden. This burden was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. All this while, Jiang Fei had been forced to run back and forth under the pressure of this heavy burden. It was just like the rabbits, foxes, or eagles that he had just seen. They were all tired of running under the control of fate. They did not know what they were doing, but they knew that if they did not do so, they would starve to death. The rabbit knew that the outside world was very dangerous, but if it did not come out to find food, then it would starve to death. The fox knew that it was a hunter, but it was also someone else's prey. However, in order to survive, it had to come out and take risks. The eagle might have almost known natural enemies, but its natural enemy was fate. This was because not every hunt could be successful. If the hunt today failed, there would be birds in its nest, or a few would starve to death. Therefore, for the survival of its family, even if it died of exhaustion, it had to continue hunting. Jiang Fei was like this before. He seemed to know what he was doing, but he did not know that he was being forced by fate to move forward step by step. When the development team gave the order, he had to hunt the apostles. When the players came to him, he had to solve these problems. From the beginning until the end, Jiang Fei had not thought about what he was going to do. He was a loss. The people in the Gamma Dimension were like the legendary Wheel of Fate. You knew that it existed, but you did not know how to find them. However, now that Jiang Fei had thought it through, he had to take the initiative to do something. He could not let the so-called fate push him forward. If that was the case, what was the difference between him and these wild animals? He could only go through his entire life on the path that others had set for him. A voice said in Jiang Fei's heart, "Who are you?" Jiang Fei immediately understood, including the thoughts of wanting to be free and wanting to die. This person was the one who guided him. That person did not deny it at all. He just admitted it. Jiang Fei asked, "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that I can help you," said the voice. "Help me?" Jiang Fei asked. "Help you achieve what you want," said the voice. Jiang Fei asked. "Perhaps," the voice said. "Why?" Jiang Fei asked 2 questions in a row. "Why?" "You don't have to worry about that. I don't want to explain it to you. You just have to do as I say." As for why, the voice seemed to be smiling bitterly. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know this guy. It was true that the other party had no reason to help him. However, if it was for someone else, then who was this person? "You can take a gamble now. Believe me or not," the voice said. Jiang Fei said, "I'm sorry. Before I trust you enough, I do not intend to tell you too much. Vinylin is an example. I did not want to be threatened by you after helping you," the voice said. Jiang Fei was stunned. If the other party knew that Vinylin was an awakened artificial intelligence, and that he and the girls had once threatened Vinylin, what else was there that he did not know? "What I know is definitely beyond your imagination," the voice said faintly. Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. Since the other party was not willing to say anything, he could only trust his instincts. If this person was sent by the development team, once Jiang Fei believed him, the result would be that he would become a chess piece of the development team. He would not be able to do anything to the other party. He would do something destructive without realizing it. However, if this person was really here to help Jiang Fei. Then if Jiang Fei chose not to believe him, he would have missed out on a very good opportunity. At this moment, although Jiang Fei wanted to take the initiative to do something, he had no way of doing it. Having faith and having confidence were two different things. Faith was the ideal that supported a person's progress. However, the ideal did not necessarily mean that one would succeed. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. If it was in the past, Jiang Fei, who had a conservative personality, would definitely rather give up this opportunity than risk his entire life. Then the risk he would be taking would be too great. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei wanted to take the initiative to do something. Even if it was a risk, he had to change from being passive to being active. If he continued to be passive, he would always be led by the nose by others. Even if he was sent by the development team, Jiang Fei would still be able to pick up some clues when he interacted with them. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a choice in cooperating with them. He did not have to follow the instructions of the other party. Jiang Fei asked after making a decision. "We are not cooperating. I do not need you to do anything for me. I am only here to help you for another person. I will give you guidance. Whether you want to do it or not depends on your own choice," said the voice. Jiang Fei asked, "Put down everything and go study your space." "You don't have much time left," said the voice. Chapter 2682, 2682. Translator, 549690339, Jiang Fei asked. Although Yu Ting had said so before, he had been studying it for some time, but he had not made any progress at all. In the end, he wavered. "That's all I can tell you now. Whether you do it or not is up to you," the voice said. "But I'm facing too many threats right now," said Jiang Fei awkwardly. "You don't have to think about it now. When it happens, I'll guide you to solve it," said the voice. Asked Jiang Fei. When the voice mentioned the two apostles, it seemed to have an extremely disdainful tone. Jiang Fei asked. In the beginning, their original intentions were good. However, after a portion of the apostles obtained the power of the cheat, their hearts changed. They could not stand all kinds of temptations. Some began to seek profits for themselves, and some joined the development team. In short, they are traitors, not apostles, said the voice. Jiang Fei was stunned. The voice said. Jiang Fei asked. Of course not. I will only appear when I need to, the voice said. All right, Jiang Fei nodded. You have to hurry. You don't have much time left, said the voice. All right. Why are there so many players in the 5 directions? Jiang Fei was about to end the conversation when he suddenly remembered what had happened here. This is a quest to earn money. Your universe is becoming more and more unstable. The development team has also begun to doubt the feasibility of long-term business. Therefore, they have started to create such quests to earn money, said the voice. What? This time, Jiang Fei finally understood why the voice kept telling him that he did not have much time left. From the looks of it, the development team had lost confidence in the stability of the universe. They were trying to earn money at the cost of accelerating the destruction of the stability of the space. Jiang Fei, who had played games before, knew very well that once a game started to crazily earn money, it meant that the game was coming to an end. You should hurry up. I still have other things to do. After the voice finished speaking, it did not say another word. Jiang Fei clenched his fist. At that moment, the blizzard and the illusion had stopped. In the distance, there was a treasure chest lying quietly on a high slope. Jiang Fei walked forward and the treasure chest opened by itself. Inside was a very exquisite small box. Jiang Fei reached out to pick up the small box and gently opened it. There was a row of incense in the box. There were not many of them. There were a total of 10 of them. Although they had not been lit, Jiang Fei could smell a refreshing and elegant fragrance from the incense. Jiang Fei instantly felt that his spirit had improved. At the same time, his concentration had also improved. Jiang Fei smiled and put away the incense. This thing could refresh one's mind, even if it was not lit up. It could improve one's concentration. Therefore, the effect would be better after lighting it up. At this time, Jiang Fei was preparing to go back and meditate on the profoundness of the inherent space. This incense was just right for him. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Since this thing was so compatible with him, the possibility of a coincidence was not very high. Therefore, Jiang Fei suspected that this thing was left behind by the owner of the voice just now. You can also control this world. Jiang Fei guessed secretly. If this person was really a member of the development team, then so far, Jiang Fei had already come into contact with 2 members of the development team. One of them was Shiman. He did not directly attack him. This person was even more mysterious. He actually wanted to help Jiang Fei. There must be an unusual reason for this. It was enough for him to go against the common interests of the development team. Forget it. These people will definitely not tell me the whole truth. Jiang Fei sighed. Now, the only person he could trust was Natasha. However, Jiang Fei had been in the 5 directions for some time. If Natasha was here, she would definitely come to see Jiang Fei. However, now that she had not appeared, did she not log into the game? With various doubts, Jiang Fei was teleported out of the illusion. After all, he had already received the reward. The illusion had already ended. As soon as Jiang Fei appeared, Horna rushed over. Her fat hands grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulders. Jiang Fei had just completed the teleportation. Before he could react, he was grabbed by Horna. Jiang Fei shook his body and broke free from Horna's grip. Horna shouted. The strength that Jiang Fei had just displayed was definitely not what he had previously shown. Jiang Fei laughed lightly and prepared to leave. Since the time scar was only a temporary quest to earn money, after the quest was over, these players did not need him to deal with them. They would just leave on their own. Then, there was no need for Jiang Fei to stay here anymore. He still had to hurry back to the legacy space. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Natasha's clear voice came from behind Jiang Fei. This made Jiang Fei immediately give up on the idea of leaving. Jiang Fei turned his head and shouted in surprise. Hee, did you miss me? Natasha jumped in front of Jiang Fei and grabbed her big hand. Jiang Fei really did not have any evil intentions towards this little girl. Although Natasha was very beautiful, her age really made Jiang Fei not have any evil intentions. Long time no see, Natasha, Jiang Fei asked with a smile. It's all my brother's fault. Natasha pouted and said. Jiang Fei never thought that Natasha would not appear for such a long time because of this. However, it made sense. If children played games all day long, the adults in the family would not agree. Jiang Fei smiled and patted Natasha's head lovingly. Meanwhile, Natasha narrowed her eyes in enjoyment and allowed Jiang Fei to massage her little head into a bird's nest. Chapter 2683, 2683. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to ask Natasha. Natasha tilted her little head and thought for a moment. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Handsome, what are you guys doing? I'm going with you. Jiang Fei was stunned. It was obvious that Natasha had treated Horna and Doris as his teammates. Horna said. Doris nodded. Although he did not know where this little girl had come from, it seemed that she was very familiar with Barbarossa. So, he would just have to finish her off together. Jiang Fei nodded. Anyway, the 5 directions had a 12 times time flow deficit compared to the outside world. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he still did not know whether the mysterious voice was an enemy or a friend now. It was more important to verify with Natasha. As for whether or not he would stay with Horna and the others, Jiang Fei actually did not care. Anyway, his goal was just to play with Natasha. When the little girl was high, he could ask a few questions, then stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and leave, Horna said. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not mention anything about forming a team. Horna was even more brainless. She did not even think about it. Natasha, on the other hand, did not care. When she went out with Jiang Fei, she had never formed a team before. Therefore, she was already used to it. On the other hand, Doris did not want to form a team at all. It would cause his skills to be ineffective against his teammates. Therefore, among the 4 of them, Natasha did not care. Horna did not remember. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Doris had their own ulterior motives. Therefore, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention anything about forming a team. Horna really treated Jiang Fei and the others as teammates. She did not think it was that complicated. She felt that since they were teammates, their goals were the same. Therefore, she began to look at the quest description to see what the next step should be. Natasha was a playful person. Although she did not receive a quest, she was willing to join in the fun. Next step, we're going to fluorescence, Horna said after looking at the quest description. Jiang Fei nodded. He thought to himself that this was really a combination of ice and fire. At this time, they were still in the cold at the bottom of the year mark. The next step was to go to the hot fluorescence. Good, Natasha said happily. Jiang Fei saw Natasha's happy look and naturally could not bear to refuse. We have to hurry up, Doris thought to himself. No objections, right? Then let's go. Horna said, there's no need to go through that trouble. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Horna was stunned. Wait a moment. Everyone just have to stop resisting, Jiang Fei said. All right, Horna nodded. Natasha, who was standing at the side, had absolute trust in Jiang Fei. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with her. Doris looked a little hesitant. He had been holding back from scheming against others, so naturally, he also subconsciously felt that others were scheming against him. However, both Horna and Natasha did not raise any objections. In the end, Doris did not say anything. Jiang Fei greeted these people and secretly let Little Nine activate her ability. With a flash of white light, Little Nine sent the group of 4 to the planet Mars. As the complete form of the 9 rotating astrolabe, it was not difficult for Little Nine to move around in the 5 directions of the world. D'asterisk emin. We've really reached the planet of chaos. What kind of item is this? Horna said in surprise. She felt a white light flash before her eyes. Then, the small map showed that they were already in the planet of chaos. This guy is indeed unusual. He actually has so many treasures on him. Doris looked at Jiang Fei and made a decision in his heart. However, when Jiang Fei looked over, Doris immediately put on a smile. It was obvious that this guy was very good at disguising himself. Natasha asked eagerly, "Who are you calling Aunt?" Horna was furious again. The little lowly Natasha was so scared that she immediately hid behind Jiang Fei. Molten Core. Horna looked at the people around her in confusion. The quest description only said that they were going to the Molten Core. However, it did not say where the Molten Core was. There was not even a hint. Looks like we have to find it ourselves, Doris said. Although he did not form a party, he had received a quest before. Although Natasha was asking Jiang Fei, her face was filled with the words, I know. Jiang Fei did not know when it started, but he had become an expert at coaxing little lowly. When he saw Natasha's attitude, he asked with a doting smile. Natasha was extremely pleased. Horna immediately came over. Natasha made a face at Horna and hid behind Jiang Fei. However, she did not tell Natasha the location of the Molten Heart. Horna was exasperated by this little girl. Therefore, she could only say to Jiang Fei, "Do as you see fit." Who asked you to be so fierce to her? Jiang Fei shrugged. He actually knew the location of the Molten Core. Although he had never been there, he had seen this place in the information before. However, Jiang Fei was not accompanying Horna to complete the quest. The reason why he continued to stay in the world of 5 directions was to play with Natasha. Therefore, of course, he would not take the initiative to tell her the location of the Molten Core. Hey, we're doing a quest together. Horna was anxious. Doris smiled and moved closer. I'm not telling you. Natasha rolled her eyes. She did not give Doris any face at all. Doris stood there awkwardly. He had never been said that in front of others, but the other party was a little girl, so he could not lose his temper on the spot. He could only make up his mind in his heart. I'll kill this annoying little girl first. Chapter 2684, 2684. Translator, 549690339. All right. You're such a child. Horna glared at Natasha. Natasha's attitude towards her was not good, so of course she was on Doris's side. Moreover, Horna's brain was not very smart. She also had a simple judgment. Doris was an adult player. His strength was definitely above Natasha's. Now, they had to do a mission. Of course, the players with strength had to be roped in. Therefore, Horna decisively stood on Doris's side. Natasha was not someone to be trifled with. She decisively complained to Jiang Fei. All right. Let's not lower ourselves to their level. In a while, you'll be by my side. They won't dare to bully you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Natasha nodded her head very seriously. All right, stop talking nonsense. Horna was impatient. Your attitude doesn't seem like you want to ask others. Instead, it seems like you want to interrogate others, Jiang Fei said. All right, I was wrong. In order to complete the quest, Horna had to lower her voice and ask Natasha. Natasha looked up at Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Natasha walked out from behind Jiang Fei. Then, she pointed at the mountains in the distance and said, after crossing the mountains, there was a swamp. Behind the swamp was the Black Rock Mountain. I'm looking for the molten core, Horna said impatiently. Natasha hid behind Jiang Fei. She did not say anything that was about to come out of her mouth. Jiang Fei glared at Horna. TCH. Horna rolled her eyes and looked to the side. Handsome, let's go play. I don't want to go with them anymore, Natasha suddenly said. Jiang Fei took Natasha's little hand and was about to leave. No. Horna immediately stood in front of Jiang Fei and Natasha. The leg is on us. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. You can leave. Ask him to tell us the location of the molten core. Horna said. Jiang Fei's face darkened. However, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a strange scene. At that moment, Doris was hiding in an inconspicuous position. At the same time, the corner of his mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. F***CK. Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. Indeed, he had not been attacked by the illusion. It was unlikely that Natasha would fall for Doria's trick. However, do not forget that there was a strong-willed and simple-minded Horna in their team. This woman was not smart in the first place. Although she had managed to break through Doria's illusion with her amazing luck in the previous battle, she had never doubted Doria's. Therefore, the problem of this woman's IQ was obvious. Just now, Doris had secretly used his illusion to disturb Horna, and this time, Doris did not choose to use illusions or hypnotic attacks, but used a method similar to spiritual guidance. He greatly strengthened Horna's dedication to the task, and also strengthened Horna's annoyance towards children. Therefore, under Doria's guidance, the more Horna looked at Natasha, the more annoyed she became. After a few rounds of guidance, Horna finally exploded. At that moment, Horna was not under control. She had just lost her mind due to the frustration and anger in her heart. Therefore, even Jiang Fei did not notice anything unusual at the beginning. That was because Horna was indeed not attacked. If it was not for Doria's smug smile, even Jiang Fei would have been kept in the dark. After all, he had just met Horna. He did not know what kind of person Horna was. Seeing that she was targeting Natasha, Jiang Fei was also angry. That was why he had almost attacked Horna. However, Doria's had clearly misjudged the situation. He felt that if he had provoked Horna and Barbarossa, he would be able to clean up the mess and reap the benefits. However, Doria's had clearly not expected how strong Jiang Fei was and how terrifying Natasha was. If Jiang Fei had really attacked Horna just now, there would only be one outcome. Horna would be killed instantly. Then, Doria's was also killed by Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei had seen through the whole story. He smiled calmly in his heart and decided to help Doria's. Because Natasha had already begun to hate Horna and Doria's. If these two continued to follow them, they would become a burden. Naturally, Jiang Fei would not keep these two players. Although these two players might not have done anything bad at the moment, if they stayed in the Five Directions world, they would be a threat to the Five Directions world. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to eliminate them without hesitation. Horna was already blinded by anger. Jiang Fei smiled and directly attacked. A wave of energy swept past. Horna raised the demon, subduing Pestle, to block it. However, what was the use? The difference in strength between the two was too great. When Horna raised the demon, subduing Pestle, both her body and the pestle were blasted into dust by Jiang Fei's energy. A true spirit soared into the sky. Clearly, Horna's soul had returned to the safe zone to be resurrected. How is this possible? Doris was also dumbfounded. He had thought that Barbarossa would be very strong, but he did not expect him to be so strong. This was no ordinary immortal. This kind of strength was even beyond Doris' imagination. Goodbye. Jiang Fei smiled at Doris. Then, he casually attacked and sent Doris back to the city. Natasha gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Natasha, is also very good. Jiang Fei smiled and said. Natasha said with her little chest out. All right, let's go. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha laughed. In fact, she could go anywhere she wanted to. As long as Jiang Fei was with her, she would be especially happy. Chapter 2685. 2685. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei quietly communicated with Little Nine. Then, with a wave of his hand, he brought Natasha directly to the top of the Black Rock Mountain. At the top of the Black Rock Mountain, there was a huge stone tower. This stone tower was made of pitch-black rocks. The age of its construction could no longer be determined. In any case, it was already in ruins. At this moment, Jiang Fei and Natasha were standing at the entrance of the stone tower. Handsome, so you know this place. Why are you teasing me? Natasha pouted when she saw that Jiang Fei had brought her to the entrance. Jiang Fei smiled and rubbed Natasha's hair. Then, he said to her, Brother, isn't this a chance for you to show off? Natasha rolled her eyes. However, she quickly became happy. Handsome brother, let's go. Okay. Jiang Fei smiled and directly opened the stone door violently. Originally, the stone door was a sophisticated magic stone door. It required a special key to open. Moreover, it was not easy to get the key. One had to gather several materials first, then they could make it through alchemy. However, Jiang Fei did not have the mood to collect the key step by step. Therefore, he directly brought Natasha to the entrance and violently broke the door open. Following a loud sound, the stone door was opened. Moreover, from today onwards, no matter who came here, they no longer needed a key. Natasha said with her eyes wide open. Jiang Fei turned around and asked. Natasha was also very supportive. All right, stop sucking up, Jiang Fei said as he walked in. Natasha jumped and followed Jiang Fei in. As soon as they entered the stone tower, Jiang Fei and Natasha noticed that there were many strange creatures here. These creatures looked like humans, but their faces were ferocious. Moreover, their skin was dark and they looked very ferocious. The three of them were in groups of three. The five of them sat together. There were all kinds of meat on the bonfire on the ground. Among them, there were even human limbs. Natasha shouted in disdain. There are intruders. Natasha's voice alerted the few monsters at the door. They picked up their weapons and rushed toward Natasha and Jiang Fei. Natasha immediately rushed up. The monsters roared and rushed up. Jiang Fei looked at the strength of these monsters. They were basically in the Mahayana stage. However, he did not find any true immortals or above. Jiang Fei did not care about these minions. They were definitely not a match for Natasha. In fact, even if they were true immortals or immortal lords, Jiang Fei was not too worried about Natasha's safety. This little girl was too mysterious. Even until now, Jiang Fei still could not figure out her strength because this little girl had never lost a battle. No matter how fierce the enemy was, she could still take out a magic treasure that could defeat the enemy. Natasha cried out happily. Then, with a wave of her small hand, she took out a small and exquisite magic staff from somewhere. As she waved the magic staff, a flame suddenly rose under the feet of the few strange people. The flame was like a tornado. It swirled up into the sky and instantly trapped the strange people. The screams were endless. The flames came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were burned to ashes. The air was filled with a foul smell. This move is so disgusting. Natasha pouted and said. Jiang Fei smiled and pulled Natasha over. Natasha nodded and followed Jiang Fei forward. Another group of monsters rushed over. These guys did not seem to have any intelligence. It was as if they were rushing over to seek death. It seems that this place was designed by the development team to earn money. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. He really did not know if this tower had existed in the past. He could accurately get Little Nine to send him here. The main reason was that Natasha had mentioned the Black Rock Mountain. Then, he used his spiritual power to search for this suspicious place. Natasha was very happy. However, after that incident, she no longer used fire magic. Instead, she used ice magic. This way, the enemies would be frozen into ice cubes. It was just like a lifelike ice sculpture. There was no bad smell coming from it. After walking for a while, Jiang Fei and the others soon arrived at a place that looked like a staircase. Natasha asked, "Let's go down." Molten core. From the name, it should be underground, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Natasha nodded. Then, she took the lead and opened the wooden door to the underground. After entering the wooden door, there was a dark tunnel underground. Handsome, it's so dark. Natasha immediately shrank behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei snapped his fingers. Then, a ray of light appeared, illuminating the path of the two people. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Natasha nodded obediently. However, she did not walk in front anymore. Therefore, Jiang Fei opened the path in front while Natasha followed behind carefully. The two of them quickly went underground. After passing through the dark tunnel, the underground world was very wide. Moreover, Jiang Fei could clearly feel that the fire elements here were abnormally active. Natasha was very keen to find an entrance that continued down in the corner. Jiang Fei said with a smile. This tunnel was not as dark as before. Although it was not bright, they could see the path clearly. The two of them walked down for a long time before they arrived at the real underground world. The floor, just now, was clearly the basement under the stone tower. However, the monster that was digging the basement had clearly accidentally dug the way to the underground world. After entering the underground world, Natasha wiped the sweat off her little face and said. Jiang Fei nodded. They could clearly see the lava flowing around them. The temperature here was extremely high, and it was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall into the hot lava. Chapter 2686, 2686. Translator, 549690339. They walked along the surface of the lava. Although the surface of the lava was burning hot, it was still a small problem for Jiang Fei and Natasha. However, they had not gone far when they saw a large group of fire elemental creatures. These monsters that were made of lava and flames looked very ferocious. In the words of the 5 directions, the flames had become spirits. However, these fire elements were different from the traditional spirits in the 5 directions world. After all, those that had turned into spirits at least had intelligence. These quest monsters that were created by the development team did not have any intelligence. They only knew to follow certain procedures to prevent the players from adventuring. Natasha was having a good time. She kept waving the small wand in her hand, and a large amount of ice and snow formed in the hot underground world. Then she threw it at the fire elements. Normally, these fire elements could be said to be in the right place at the right time in the underground world. However, when they faced Natasha's ice and snow magic, they did not have any resistance at all. After a moment, the flames on their bodies were extinguished one by one. They turned into something like dust balls and rolled around everywhere. As usual, Natasha went against common sense. In this hot underground world, her ice and snow magic seemed to be unaffected at all. She was fully exerting her power, going against common sense, ignoring the rules. Suddenly, Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never thought about this before. However, when he thought about today's incident, he thought about Natasha's past style. It was difficult for Jiang Fei not to associate Natasha's uniqueness with a cheat. Vinlan said that there are 13 apostles in total. So far, I've seen 12 of them. Other than the Jaeger twins, Simon, and Judas, the rest were either put into the black hole by me or killed by me. So, if Natasha is an apostle with a cheat, could she be the 13th apostle? Jiang Fei said as he looked at Natasha's back. Although Jiang Fei could accept the fact that Natasha was an apostle, after all, apostles were not all bad. Especially from the information he had received, The boss that the apostles mentioned seemed to be a person with ideals and a kind heart. He wanted to save this world. However, the boss was a little naive. He thought that he had gathered people and given them the power of hacking. Then, they would help him maintain order in the game world. He would punish those players who misbehaved. However, things did not go according to his wishes. The apostles who had obtained the power of hacking quickly developed selfish motives. They either did the same things as the players, or they simply joined the development team. Therefore, although the boss ideals were beautiful, the actual implementation effect was contrary to his expectations. If one were to analyze it from personality alone, Natasha was indeed such a person. Although she had a kind heart, she was still young. A little lowly would naturally think that things were very simple. However, if one were to say that Natasha was a member of the apostles, Jiang Fei might believe it. However, Jiang Fei would never believe that Natasha was the boss of the apostles. In Jiang Fei's opinion, Natasha did not have that kind of organizational ability. After all, she was just a little girl. In the Gamma space, she did not have the ability to gather a group of adults to help her. That was indeed impossible. Jiang Fei suddenly had such a thought in his mind. Although the development team's program was quite perfect, if someone could create a cheat, why couldn't others? Moreover, since that person could create 13 cheats, who could guarantee that he would not make the 14th one? The 15th one? The information provided by Vinylin was only the initial information. At that time, the development team might have only discovered 13 players who used cheats. However, so much time had passed now. Who could guarantee that the 13 people who used cheats were still the same? However, when he thought of this, Jiang Fei shook his head again. That was because when he first met Natasha, the apostles had nothing to do with her. However, at that time, Natasha had already shown her invincibility. No matter how powerful the enemy was, she would always be able to take out a treasure that could defeat the enemy. Is there a relationship between Natasha and the apostles? Jiang Fei scratched his head. He had too little information. It was impossible to connect them together. Wait, Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. He could hold several apostles in his inheritance space. These people had seen their leader before. Jiang Fei could ask them about their leader's characteristics and then compare them with Natasha. Wouldn't everything be clear? Moreover, time in the inheritance space was almost at a standstill. Therefore, when Jiang Fei entered and exited, it might not even take a blink of an eye. Natasha was playing happily in front, and she might not even notice. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei directly opened the inheritance space and sent himself in. The moment Jiang Fei disappeared, Natasha suddenly turned her head and saw Jiang Fei's figure flash. They would not notice the problem. However, a strange look flashed in Natasha's eyes. "Natasha, what's wrong?" Jiang Fei asked with a smile. However, he felt a little guilty. In that instant, he entered the inheritance space and interrogated Peter. According to Peter, when their leader appeared, he had always been wearing a huge cloak. His entire person was hidden inside. Moreover, the voice he spoke was obviously processed. It was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. However, there was one thing. Although the leader was not tall, he was definitely an adult. Although he might be short or a woman, he was definitely not a child. According to Peter's description, Jiang Fei could basically rule out the possibility that Natasha was the 13th apostle, or that Natasha was the leader of the apostles. However, when he left the inheritance space, he found that Natasha was looking at him strangely. This made Jiang Fei suspect that Natasha had noticed him the moment he left. "Handsome, there's something on your face," Natasha suddenly said with a smile. Jiang Fei touched his face. Sure enough, there was a strand of hair sticking to his face. "Haha, Natasha, you're really observant." Jiang Fei smiled. At the same time, the doubts in his heart were solved. So, Natasha was looking at him because of the strand of hair. Chapter 2687. 2687. Translator 549690339. Natasha smiled and turned around to continue farming monsters. However, when she turned around, her face was no longer as happy as before. Instead, there was a hint of worry. Jiang Fei, who was following behind her, did not notice the changes in Natasha. All he saw was the little girl in front of him screaming and farming monsters nonstop. She was having a great time. As Natasha was strong enough, Jiang Fei did not need to do anything to follow her. The two of them quickly passed through the lava area that they had just entered and arrived at a wide underground hall. Although there was no naked lava in the hall, the temperature was much higher than before. Jiang Fei waved his hand and released a shield to help Natasha block the high temperature. Natasha turned around and smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. "Let's continue moving forward," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Natasha nodded and continued moving forward. With a roar, the vast amount of fire elements in the hall rushed toward Natasha and Jiang Fei. Natasha cried out. Then, she waved the small wand in her hand again. A blizzard fell from the sky and instantly wiped out the fire elements. The temperature in the underground hall dropped a little. Jiang Fei asked from behind. Natasha shouted. As more and more fire elements rushed over, Jiang Fei saw another type of monster among the fire elements. These monsters looked like beasts. They ran on all fours. Their bodies were covered with thick and rough skin. Moreover, lava flowed through the cracks in their skin. These monsters were also very large. They were basically the size of an adult African elephant. Moreover, they had 3 ferocious heads. The 3 heads also had a clear division of labor. The one on the left sprayed poison, the one on the right sprayed acid, and the one in the middle sprayed lava. Although Jiang Fei had never fought with these monsters before, he knew how terrifying these things were. Once they were stuck to them, no one would be able to survive. "Hey, you guys are so disgusting," Natasha screamed. Then, she waved her small wand even faster. As Natasha waved her wand, the blizzard became even more violent. The African elephant-sized monsters looked like they weighed more than 10 tons. In the end, under the blizzard, not only did the lava on their backs freeze, but the lava on their backs also froze. Even their huge bodies were blown back. In the end, these lava monsters were like the fire elements. They could not escape their doom. Under Natasha's ice magic, they were either beaten back to their original forms and turned into dust balls or frozen into ice sculptures. They became decorations in the hall. After killing these monsters quickly, the entire hall suddenly became deserted. Jiang Fei brought Natasha into the hall. However, just as they were about to reach the center of the hall, the entire hall suddenly began to shake. Jiang Fei carried Natasha in his arms. Although this little girl had displayed amazing combat strength, Jiang Fei was also very clear that he might not even be a match for this little girl. However, when danger came, he still instinctively thought of Natasha as his sister. Therefore, he subconsciously carried her and dodged to the side. Being carried in Jiang Fei's arms, Natasha did not struggle. Instead, she leaned comfortably into Jiang Fei's arms. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being close to Jiang Fei. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It was difficult to express these emotions in words. There were feelings of heartache, pity, and many other emotions. However, in the end, Natasha's eyes became firm. It was as if she had made up her mind. When she looked at Jiang Fei again, her eyes were filled with warmth. Jiang Fei carried Natasha and teleported to the edge of the hall. At that moment, his attention was on the ground in the middle of the hall. He did not notice the slightest change in Natasha. At that moment, the ground in the middle of the hall suddenly exploded. A giant made entirely of lava rushed out. The lava giant roared. Jiang Fei observed the lava giant calmly. Its strength level had already reached the level of an immortal. If it was an ordinary player party, they might not be its match. "Handsome, this is so ugly," Natasha pouted. Jiang Fei nodded and instructed Natasha to stand aside. Then, he charged at the lava giant. The lava giant roared and charged at Jiang Fei. Before Jiang Fei could attack, the lava giant had already made its move. With a roar, the lava giant waved its right hand. A ball of lava was thrown out of its completely lava-formed arm. The ball of lava went straight for Jiang Fei's face. If the lava stuck to his body, the consequences would not be good. Therefore, Jiang Fei dodged the lava and began to fight back against the lava giant. Jiang Fei summoned a water ball and smashed it at the lava giant's body. The water ball hit the lava giant's body and was instantly vaporized by the high temperature. At the same time, the vaporization also absorbed a large amount of heat energy, causing the red lava giant to instantly turn black. As the water ball instantly cooled down, the surface of the lava giant's body quickly solidified and became brittle. A large amount of obsidian-like things fell off. This little damage was nothing. The lava giant was made of lava. Therefore, it was almost completely immune to fire-type attacks. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not enjoy the benefits of a cheat. Using ice-type attacks in such an environment was too disadvantageous. Therefore, water-type skills were the most suitable for this moment. Although the attack speed might not be as fast as ice-type skills, it was the most efficient. Balls of fireballs were thrown at the lava giant, causing the temperature of the lava giant's body to drop rapidly. As the surface of the lava giant's body was frozen, some black crystals kept falling from the lava giant's body. These crystals were shining brightly. It was obvious that they were valuable treasures. "Handsome, you go and fight it," Natasha cried out happily. Then, she ran to the feet of the lava giant. If it was anyone else, Jiang Fei might have to worry about her safety. However, Natasha had too many treasures on her. Even if she were to fight the lava giant alone, it would not be a problem, not to mention that she was only there to pick up things. Chapter 2688. 2688. Translator 549690339. All right, Jiang Fei instructed. Then, he continued to use the water ball to attack the lava giant. As he fought, Jiang Fei felt a little annoyed. After all, the lava giant was as tall as a 3-story building. It would be a waste of time to cool it down bit by bit and let it collapse on its own. After all, there were no outsiders here. Therefore, Jiang Fei directly summoned the Chungying sword. As Jiang Fei pointed the sword in his hand, the Chungying sword expanded in the wind. In an instant, it turned into a sharp blade that was more than 3 feet tall. Then, it slashed at the lava giant. The Chungying sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Without any resistance, the lava giant was cut into 2 halves by Jiang Fei's sword. After losing the support of his main body, the lava fell down and flowed all over the ground. Natasha had dodged very quickly just now. As soon as Jiang Fei's shadow-bearing sword appeared, she ran back. Just when Jiang Fei let out a long breath and thought that he had finished off the lava giant, the lava on the ground suddenly started rolling. In the blink of an eye, the lava gathered together again, and a new lava giant was resurrected. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed inwardly and put away his Chungying sword. This lava giant was obviously made of flowing lava. It did not have any vital organs. It was useless to scatter it. If you wanted to destroy it, you would have to change its properties. Cool down the lava. Since he could not instantly kill this big fellow, Jiang Fei could only grind it down bit by bit. The lava giant's attacks were not a threat to Jiang Fei at all. Moreover, this thing did not have much intelligence other than not liking death. There was nothing special about it. Balls of water were smashed onto the lava giant's body by Jiang Fei. As the surface of the lava giant's body was rapidly cooling down, the lava on the surface of the lava giant's body was constantly condensing and peeling off. Another one. Wow, this one is so big. Huh, I'm rich. This one is really beautiful. This one looks like a heart. Natasha was even more delighted when she picked up the lava giant's feet. In a moment, the little girl could not hold it anymore. She did not know where she got a small basket from. Then, she ran around the lava giant like a little girl picking mushrooms. She bounced around the lava giant's side. Jiang Fei laughed as he watched Natasha play happily while attacking the lava giant. He could not help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart. Actually, Jiang Fei himself did not know why. Ever since he met Natasha, he had felt a sense of closeness to Natasha. After all, Vinolin had told him a long time ago that Natasha was the key to helping him. However, as he continued to interact with her, Jiang Fei realized that Natasha was really like his family. The two of them had a kind of innate intimacy. Jiang Fei could not explain the reason for this feeling. Natasha also had this feeling. That was why she had been sticking to Jiang Fei from the moment she saw him, even though he was just an NPC in the game. After about half an hour, the lava giant was no longer a giant. It was now as tall as Natasha. Jiang Fei also agreed to Natasha's request and stopped attacking the lava giant. He watched it play with Natasha. Of course, Natasha was the only one who was really playing. The lava giant did not have any intelligence. It was still following the procedures to attack. However, it was no longer a threat. After playing for a while, Natasha lost interest in the lava figurine. Therefore, Jiang Fei waved his hand and used a water ball to turn it into a 3-year-old obsidian fragment. Natasha spread the obsidian fragments that she saw on the ground like a small mountain. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha said as she took out a small metal box. At the top of the metal box, there was a small groove. Natasha put an obsidian fragment into the groove. Immediately, the metal box emitted a gentle light. With a soft sound, the metal box opened. A bead was pulled out from inside. Natasha picked up the bead and said to it, "I want to know where the handsome guy is." The bead projected a ball of images. At first, it was observing the 5 directions from the outer universe. Then it was the planet Mars, then the Black Rock Mountain, then the Black Rock Tower, and the entrance to the underground. Finally, it was the image of Jiang Fei and Natasha. The asterisk imen. Now, Jiang Fei finally knew why Natasha could always find him easily. Jiang Fei asked, "Of course, anyone can, as long as he is in this." Natasha almost spilled the beans. Although Jiang Fei had probably realized that this world was just a game, Natasha was not willing to say it in front of him. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would be upset. Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. He had never asked Natasha for anything before. However, this time, he really wanted to borrow Natasha's small box. Natasha saw through Jiang Fei's thoughts. Jiang Fei nodded. "What do you want to borrow? If you want it, just say so." Natasha said as she handed the box to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Natasha said with a smile. Then she said to Jiang Fei, "Handsome, you have to use this obsidian fragment sparingly. You won't be able to find it in ordinary places." There are a lot of it here. "It's enough for us to use," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Handsome, you're thinking too much. Just now, because you were by my side, I only used one. If you were far away from me, it would cost a lot of fragments," said Natasha, as she pursed her lips. Jiang Fei nodded. "However, handsome, don't worry too much. The monster was so big just now. It dropped a lot of fragments. However, the ones I picked up were all pretty. You can collect the rest. Those should be enough for you to use for a while," said Natasha. "Okay." Jiang Fei immediately stopped being polite to Natasha. He really had a great use for this box. Therefore, he directly ran over and collected all the obsidian fragments that the lava giant had dropped. He did not miss a single one. Chapter 2689. 2689. Translator 549690339. After a short while, Jiang Fei had collected all the obsidian fragments into the spatial ring. These fragments were piled up like a small mountain. No matter how much the box consumed, it was enough to be used a few times. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Natasha asked, "I want to look for your sister Ariel and sister Nina. Although I can't go to their place now, I want to see their situation." Jiang Fei did not hide anything from Natasha. Natasha asked, "Sort of." Jiang Fei said, "Handsome, you'd better leave them alone for now," Natasha said. Jiang Fei asked after a moment of surprise. Natasha nodded and said, "Handsome, you want to take revenge on Simon and Judas, right?" Jiang Fei asked. Natasha lowered her head. She was hesitating. There were some things that she did not know how to tell Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei touched Natasha's head. He did not want to make things difficult for the little girl. Natasha said as she hugged Jiang Fei's waist. "All right, let's continue," said Jiang Fei with a smile. "No thanks, handsome. Let's play together again in the future." "You have to go back to work," said Natasha. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, He immediately remembered the mysterious voice. Okay, I'll go first. Natasha waved at Jiang Fei and prepared to go offline. Jiang Fei called out to Natasha. Natasha asked. Jiang Fei said, "Yes, you can ask." Natasha nodded. Someone told me that if I want to fulfill my long-cherished wish, I have to seize every moment to study my inheritance space. Jiang Fei asked, Yes, handsome. I know what you want to ask. Natasha said. Jiang Fei nodded. Handsome, for now, he can be trusted. Just do as he says, Natasha said. Jiang Fei asked, Handsome, I'm going offline. This time, Natasha did not answer Jiang Fei's question. Instead, she went offline. Although Natasha did not answer the last question, Jiang Fei already had an answer in his heart. The voice that he heard in the illusion was clearly related to Natasha. They definitely knew each other. However, Jiang Fei did not know the exact relationship between the owner of the voice and Natasha. Natasha had already gone offline. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not need to continue doing quests here. Moreover, from everything that had happened before, Natasha had actually brought Jiang Fei here for a purpose. She wanted Jiang Fei to farm some obsidian fragments and pass the box to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's intuition told him that Natasha would never harm him, he also knew that Natasha was hiding a lot of important things from him. As long as these things were cleared up, all of Jiang Fei's doubts would be solved. Little Nine asked, Yes, send me back to the dragon territory first. Jiang Fei nodded. Little Nine agreed. Then, he activated his ability and sent Jiang Fei back to the dragon territory. After returning to his bedroom, Jiang Fei met with Phoenix Spirit. How is it? The Phoenix Spirit asked. A part of it has been solved. The rest is not a big deal. In a few days, those guys will leave on their own. It will only take 1 or 2 months at most, Jiang Fei said, because the carriers of those players were all temporary, and they had increased their strength significantly on the premise of overdrawing their vitality. They could not hold on for long. 1 or 2 months was the limit. That's good. If the 5 sides of the world are not peaceful, then we really have no place to hide, said the Phoenix Spirit. All right, don't worry about the baby, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Yes, I believe in you, said the Phoenix Spirit as she hugged Jiang Fei from behind. Phoenix Spirit, Jiang Fei said with some difficulty. Phoenix Spirit asked, Yes, I have something very important to do right now. I may not be able to visit you for a long time, Jiang Fei said. After he returned, he would have to go to the time house for closed-door cultivation. Although the time flow deficit in the 5 directions of heaven and earth was as high as 12 times, it was not as efficient as the time house that had a time flow deficit of 30 times. HMM, I understand. Phoenix Spirit let go of her hands. Although her eyes were filled with resentment, as the former empress, she would never allow herself to drag Jiang Fei down. Jiang Fei said apologetically, It's okay. You're not going to have fun anymore. You're busy because of all of us, Phoenix Spirit said consolingly. Although she did not want Jiang Fei to leave just like that, she did not want to become a burden to Jiang Fei. I'll get Bella and the others to visit you more often, said Jiang Fei. He was going to leave Little Nine with Bella and the others when he returned. Then, he would enter the time house alone to cultivate. Phoenix Spirit nodded. After talking to Phoenix Spirit for a few more words and explaining some things to her, Jiang Fei asked Little Nine to send him out of the 5 directions world. After returning to Skoda's star, Jiang Fei gathered Bella and the other girls. It's so grand, Sylvie asked curiously. I'm preparing to enter closed-door cultivation, Jiang Fei said. Closed-door cultivation? Bella asked. I received a revelation. I know the way to the gamma space, so I have to start preparing, Jiang Fei said. Ask this eye tying. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Ask Bella. I don't know. The content of this breakthrough will be very difficult. I think it will not be too short. Even with the time house's bonus, it will probably take a very long time. If anything happens, you can come to the time house and wake me up, said Jiang Fei. Bella and the others nodded. Chapter 2690. Translator 549690339. Before entering the time house, Jiang Fei first left Little Nine to Bella. Then he asked the girls to go to the Five Directions world to take care of the Phoenix spirit. At the same time, he also asked them to help him keep an eye on the place. He also asked for trouble in the backyard. After all, the Five Directions world was the last piece of pure land in Jiang Fei's hands. After doing all this, Jiang Fei took out a small box and a pile of obsidian fragments. Jiang Fei muttered. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the corners of his eyes were already wet. As he kept throwing the obsidian fragments into the groove of the small box, Jiang Fei silently recalled his past with the two girls. The obsidian fragments kept disappearing. Jiang Fei had already thrown over 100 obsidian fragments into the small box. However, the small box continued to devour the fuel. It was obvious that it was not easy to explore the black hole. Moreover, the Raytheon Star region was not close to Skoda Star. If it was in the past, Jiang Fei would have gone to the Raytheon Star region personally. This was to save the consumption of obsidian fragments. However, the problem was that he was pressed for time. He could not afford to delay any longer. He only wanted to confirm Nina and Ariel's condition before he went into closed-door cultivation. It would allow him to meditate in peace. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not care less about the consumption of obsidian fragments. He continued to invest more, and the small box continued to swallow fuel. Finally, after swallowing 2/3 of all of Jiang Fei's obsidian fragments, the small box stopped absorbing the fuel. It emitted a burst of bright light and projected a series of images. First, the entire universe appeared in the image. Then, the galaxy where the Riz Star region was located, the galaxy. Finally, it reached the black hole that Nina and Ariel were trapped in. Then, the screen changed. A pure white shadow appeared. There was nothing inside. What? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had spent so many obsidian fragments, and this was the result he had been waiting for. However, at the very least, this could prove that Nina and Ariel were still alive. If anything happened to them, it would mean that the target that they were searching for did not exist. The small box would not consume the fuel to search for them. Just as Jiang Fei was about to give up, the image suddenly flashed and stopped. The image that was stopped was distorted. It was impossible to see the exact situation inside. He could only vaguely see 3 figures inside. One of them was kneeling on the ground, and 2 people were standing opposite him. Although the image was distorted and Jiang Fei could not see the faces of the 2 people clearly from the color of their clothes, the 2 people standing there were dressed in bright colors. They looked like women's clothes. Moreover, they were very similar to the clothes that Nina and Ariel wore when they entered the black hole. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the image, the 2 girls should be Nina and Ariel. After all, he was searching for these 2 girls. Moreover, judging from the content of the image, although it was hard to say how Nina and Ariel were doing, at least the 2 of them did not suffer a loss. A light flashed. The scene had already lasted for an hour. However, Jiang Fei was already satisfied. At the very least, he had confirmed that Nina and Ariel were safe. Moreover, they had not been bullied in the black hole. That was enough for Jiang Fei. The next step would depend on him. As long as he could understand the profoundness of the inherited space and enter the gamma space. Once he had resolved the threat of the gamma space, Jiang Fei could think of a way to bring the 2 girls out. Although Jiang Fei did not have any specific ideas at the moment, he believed that after borrowing the power of the gamma space, it should not be too difficult to bring Nina and Ariel out. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei's heart became even more determined. He had to understand the profoundness of the inheritance space. This was the root of all problems. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei bade farewell to all the girls. Then, he opened a time room and adjusted the flow of time to the maximum. After entering the time room, Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly. Now, he had to put all his hopes on the inheritance space. After finding a random place to sit down, Jiang Fei took out a small box from the ring's space. This was the reward that he had obtained from the illusion of home in. It was a small box of incense. After opening the box, Jiang Fei took out a stick. Then, he took a deep breath. It was a refreshing fragrance that made people quiet down from their frustration. Jiang Fei said to the incense. Then he asked the factory in the ring space to create a small incense burner. After inserting the incense into the incense burner, Jiang Fei lit it up. As the incense was lit, the calming effect became more obvious. Jiang Fei felt his mind become more focused. At the same time, many distracting thoughts in his mind were cast aside. Come on, Jiang Fei. Even if it's not for this universe, you have to work hard for your own and your family's lives. Jiang Fei said as he called out his name. Jiang Fei took a deep breath again to maximize the effects of the incense. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and quickly focused his mind and entered a meditative state. After entering a meditative state, Jiang Fei's mind was completely immersed in the legacy space. He began to explore this seemingly endless, mysterious space. Because his grasp of the legacy space had reached a certain level, the current legacy space was no longer the same as when Jiang Fei had just mastered it. It was no longer a piece of nothingness. Instead, it was divided into countless cells. Some of the slots had been placed by Jiang Fei. Some of the slots were used by him to detain the souls of the players. After entering the legacy space with his mind, Jiang Fei did not disturb the souls of the players because he only entered with his mind. He did not enter with his entire body. Therefore, the players who were detained here did not notice Jiang Fei's arrival. As the souls of these players were kept in isolation, there was no concept of time here. Therefore, during the long and boring imprisonment, some of the people who were not so strong-willed had already gone mad. They were either talking to themselves or doing something meaningless. Jiang Fei's mind gently slid past them and silently observed them. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. These players were innocent. They were just here to play the game. Who would have thought that playing a game would cause so much trouble? However, it was true that they deserved to die. These players could be said to be evil in Jiang Fei's world. After all, the so-called players were actually doing things like smashing and looting. Chapter 2691. 2691. Translator 549690339. As the area that imprisoned the player, as soul was only an insignificant part of the inheritance space. Jiang Fei quickly passed through it and did not pay too much attention to them. As the inheritance space was a huge space that seemed to have no end, Jiang Fei's use of it could be said to be very low. It was not even a drop in the ocean. He quickly left the area where the player and the storage were located. He entered a vast, barren area. Jiang Fei did not divide the empty areas here. Therefore, they were still connected as a whole. Just like when Jiang Fei first obtained this ability, they were all nothing. Although I do not know how Yu Ting and the others obtained the legacy space, the fact that I was able to obtain this space has something to do with the nucleus of will. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He was able to activate the dragon race's bloodline that was hidden in his body and thus obtain the inheritance space. Previously, Jiang Fei had learned from Tyrion that those who obtained the nucleus of will would obtain a special ability after the initial stage of fusion. However, this ability was different according to the race, bloodline, and other personal attributes of each person. The final ability that would be displayed would also be different. For example, Tyrion himself had obtained the ability to tame cosmic behemoths. This made Jiang Fei extremely envious in the beginning. However, now, it seemed that the ability to tame cosmic behemoths was more like an early-stage skill. Taming one or even a few behemoths was practically a walk in the park in the universe. However, when he reached Jiang Fei's current level, the cosmic behemoths were just sandbags to him. They were no threat at all. He could easily kill these behemoths. Tyrion, who once required Jiang Fei to look up to, was now completely unable to keep up with his strength. The power of the legacy space was much stronger than the ability to tame a cosmic beast. The reason why Jiang Fei was able to obtain this ability was mainly because of the rain dragon that had left the 5 directions and came to Earth. It was because of him that after thousands of years, Jiang Fei was able to have a trace of the dragon race bloodline in his body. That was why he was able to live up to the title of the dragon's successor. As for how Yu Ting and the other dragons managed to open the inheritance space, Jiang Fei did not know. However, it was very likely that they were born with it. After all, many of the dragon race's innate abilities were obtained in this way. Jiang Fei guessed in his heart. He had no idea about the secrets of the inheritance space at all. Therefore, he could only make wild guesses when he had no idea where to start. Then, he would look for the slightest possibility among the impossibilities. Maybe that's it. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he radiated his mind power. Buzz! A silver light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows. He summoned the nucleus of will into the legacy space. Looking at the crystal that was emitting a faint light, Jiang Fei fell into deep thought. Although he wanted to start from a nucleus of will, Jiang Fei still had no idea how to do it. Now, Jiang Fei had no other choice but to try. After all, he had too little information on hand. That guy's really something. He just told me to understand the secret of the inheritance space, but he did not tell me what the secret is. Jiang Fei complained. Then, he began to channel his spiritual power into the will core. The will core began to rotate and emit an even stronger dim light. Although the light was intense, it was not blinding. It was gentle and contained a powerful force. Jiang Fei could clearly feel that the entire inheritance space was vibrating at an extremely special frequency. The amplitude of the vibration was extremely small. If he was not focused and observing quietly, he would not have noticed it. My luck is so good. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He was afraid that there would be no reaction at all. That was the worst part. Now, as long as there was a reaction, it would be good news regardless of whether it was good or bad. Even if the direction was wrong, he could still rule out an option. If there was really no reaction at all, he would be the one who would not be able to figure it out. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and began to pour more mind power into the core. After the core of will received more mind power, it began to rotate at a higher speed and released a strange energy wave. Jiang Fei was stunned. The frequency of the vibration was very strange. It seemed to be some kind of signal. Is it sending a signal? To whom? Jiang Fei frowned. Because the nucleus of will was not a living thing, it was impossible for it to communicate with anyone. However, this kind of energy fluctuation was not disorderly. Instead, it had a certain rhythm. It was as if it was a password. Jiang Fei secretly recorded the frequency of this energy fluctuation. Then, his mind directly exited the inheritance space. In the time room, Jiang Fei opened his eyes. He did not feel like he had meditated for a long time. However, when he looked at the clock that was placed beside him, he realized that it had been more than 10 days since he had started meditating. Although it was time in the time room, it was still quite terrifying. After all, the flow of time in Jiang Fei's inheritance space was almost static. How long had he stayed in the inheritance space this time? Jiang Fei had left this time mainly to look for Maleki to crack the password. As an artificial intelligence, Maleki's computing ability was unquestionable. It was the most appropriate thing to leave to him. Maleki said. Jiang Fei passed the frequency of the energy fluctuation that he had memorized to Maleki. Sir, this code is very complicated. I need time, Maleki said. Jiang Fei asked. Yes, the frequency of the energy fluctuation seems to be messy, but there are traces that can be traced. It should be a code, Maleki said. All right, then you can work. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, his consciousness once again entered the inheritance space. Chapter 2692, 2692. Translator, 549690339. Malachi replied and began to work. As Jiang Fei had only sent his consciousness into the legacy space, Malachi, who was residing in the ring space, could still work in the time house as usual. Malachi would be frozen in time. After returning to the legacy space, Jiang Fei seemed to have found a breakthrough. He kept trying to inject his spiritual power into the core of his will and record the frequency of the energy fluctuations. He left it to Maleki to handle. After all, cracking the password required large-scale data comparison. It was impossible to crack an unknown password with just a little bit of information. After Jiang Fei began his closed-door training, the girls were not idle either. They were in charge of the entire Star and even the entire Universe Empire. In order to cover for Jiang Fei, the development team did not have the energy to notice Jiang Fei's sudden disappearance. Aurelia had also gathered the Imperial Army's fleet and once again attacked the Visari Army's control area. Before this attack, Aurelia had given Eamon an order in Jiang Fei's name, asking him to cooperate with the Imperial Army to launch an all-out war against the resistance. After receiving the order, Eamon was very happy. As a player, his thoughts were relatively simple. He thought that a new storyline quest had appeared. Moreover, such a large-scale PvP quest was something that players liked to see. Hence, the Imperial Army's player fleet quickly gathered in the Dominant Galaxy. A few days later, the Imperial Army's fleet also appeared in the Dominant Galaxy. Under Aurelia's orders, other than the garrison fleet that maintained law and order, the other first-line fleets were all gathered. In the Dominican Galaxy, a super fleet of unprecedented scale was gradually forming. When Aurelia's main fleet arrived, the scale of this fleet had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Over these years, the production of Star had never stopped. Various types of warships were produced continuously like dumplings, and the other weapons factories of the Universe Empire were the same. A large number of battleships started to serve until the soldiers could no longer keep up, and then it slowed down slightly. Hence, the super fleet that was so large that it was shocking had gathered in the Dominant Galaxy. This fleet was led by a Titan-class super battleship, with close to 30 main ships, along with thousands of different types of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates. The total number was close to 10,000. F***CK. What are these NPCs trying to do? The final battle? Is the game about to end? I don't think so. The game is at its peak right now. How can the development team end the game right now? Then this battle is going to be awesome. The scale of the resistance is probably not that far off. The Imperial Army players were discussing animatedly. At the same time, the development team was really worried. What are these low-level creatures trying to do? Could it be that they've had enough of these days and want to fight to the death? They're too naive. As low-level creatures, they have to have the awareness of low-level creatures. They're destined to be the playthings of high-level creatures. Yeah, these guys are really too naive. They think that whether we win or lose, we'll be free. But as long as we don't agree, this war won't end one day. Add some benefits to the resistance. Add a patch to reduce the cost of buying spaceships. At the same time, put in all the new warships that will only be used in the next update. I'm afraid that's not enough. If the Imperial Army's fleet rushes over like a swarm of bees, the war of attrition that we hope for will be flattened by the other side before we can display our full strength. That's true. How about this? We'll add some orbital defense facilities to the resistance and place our super weapons there as well. Activating super weapons so early. MHM. At the same time, we'll also place a portion for the Imperial Army's players. As for the price, get the actuary team to give us some data. Let's see what price the players can accept and see if it can maximize our profits. Okay, boss. The large-scale gathering of the Aurelia forces had indeed attracted the attention of the development team. In an instant, they had added a large number of orbital defense facilities on the road from the Dominant Galaxy to the core galaxy of the Visari Legion. These facilities were enough to slow down the Aurelia fleet. At the same time, the players of the Resistance also welcomed a night of revelry. All the warships were sold at half price, and all the equipment on the warships were 50% off. At the same time, there were also free gifts. Under this stimulation, the players of the Resistance fell into an atmosphere of crazy buying and buying. Under the promotion of the development team, the strength of the Resistance increased explosively. Even though the Visari Legion was already at the end of its rope, the fragile economic situation made it impossible for them to arm a huge fleet like the Empire Army. Even though the Vasily Army was a military force, and the entire force had military priority, their economic strength was not 1 or 2 orders of magnitude weaker than the Universe Empire. It was not as high as the normal military expenditure of the Universe Empire. Hence, Under such circumstances, the Vizari army's fleet was practically useless in this war. Hence, the heavy responsibility of resisting the invasion of the Empire's army fell entirely on the players of the Resistance army. Fortunately, the development team used their own methods to balance the huge disparity between the strength of the Empire's army and the Resistance army. It was not realistic to form a super fleet that was larger than the Imperial army. However, the players were not dead. They could completely make up for the disadvantage in numbers through a battle of attrition. Therefore, the development team had set up a large number of orbital defense devices along the way. Their purpose was to delay time, to give the Resistance players a chance to fight a battle of attrition. Unfortunately, the development team had misjudged Aurelia's purpose. She did not bring a fleet to fight for her life. Her purpose was only to attract the attention of the development team so that they would temporarily forget about Jiang Fei. Do not pursue the matter of Jiang Fei's sudden disappearance. Therefore, Aurelia would not rashly bet all her capital. After all, this huge fleet was almost all the capital of the Universe Empire. Not only were there tens of thousands of battleships, but there were also nearly 1 billion Navy soldiers. How could Aurelia send all of them into that meat grinder-like battlefield so easily? Chapter 2693. 2693. Translator 549690339. Within a week, the Imperial Army's fleet had completed its assembly. The largest fleet in history was eyeing the Dominican galaxy like a tiger watching its prey. At the same time, the Vizari higher-ups received the news that they were terrified. Although the Vizari army had been making a lot of noise recently, they were actually acting tough on the inside. Now that the Vizari army's economy was on the verge of collapse, they were barely able to maintain the stability of the ruling region. They even went so far as to enforce military control on some planets, and food was distributed according to rations. Hence, when the Empire's fleet displayed their heavy troops at the border, the Vasily army's upper echelons panicked. Right now, they simply couldn't afford to fight any war. Damn it! Damn it! Why did the Universe Empire attack at this time of all times? Of course they attacked at this time. Isn't our economy collapsing because of them? That Jew Peter deserves to die. How come our assassination team has no effect at all? That guy was extremely timid. He refused to leave the palace for even half a step. The palace was heavily guarded. This guy relied on his money to hire a large number of experts to protect him in the palace. Our assassination team couldn't even get close to him. They were all killed. Sigh. It seems that the problem can only be solved if a hermit-level expert intervenes in this matter. But doesn't the hermit have a rule that he can't participate in the disputes of the secular world? What time is it? If we don't interfere, we will be finished. The foundation of the Vasily Legion will be ruined. Sigh. All right, let's report this matter to the Elder Council. Other than reporting it to the Council of Elders, we can also go back and look for the Holy Envoys. Aren't they our allies? It's time for them to help. Good idea. Let's go look for them. Soon, as a representative, Ano appeared in the embassy of the Holy Envoys on planet Minsk. Dear Ambassador, I'm sure you already know the predicament we're facing now. This time, Ano kept a low profile. There was nothing he could do. He had a favor to ask. Yes, I'm aware of the movements of the Imperial Army. I've also sent a message to our home planet. Vinland continued to act as an ambassador. According to the development team's plan, the Resistance Army would receive a large amount of assistance to balance their strength against the Imperial Army. Ano asked. Very soon, Vinland said calmly. He actually looked down on Ano and the current Vasily Army's upper echelon. Because the hierarchy had solidified, the Vasily Army's upper echelon had already been corrupted to the extreme. After transforming into the Universe Empire, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Vasily Legion in such a short period of time. At this time, other than saying some polite words, Ano couldn't bring out any benefits as a reward. All right, since you have the time to say such polite words, why don't you go back and reorganize the economy? Vinland said coldly. Ano said, actually, the current tragic state of the Vasily Army, other than being beaten up by Aurelia, The main reason was because they had suffered a devastating economic blow from the Universe Empire. Originally, the Vasily Legion was built on military power. Everything they did was for the service of the Legion, so their livelihood and economic system were very weak. However, under the strong military control, even though this economic system was weak, it was still maintained. The days of the Vasily Legion were not bad. The reason why they were able to maintain this weak economic system was mainly because the Merchant Alliance was still a mess at that time. The big shots were all running their own businesses, and there was still competition between them. Therefore, they could not care less about the Vizari army. After the establishment of the Universe Empire, the first emperor of the empire, Rivendell, was an extremely cautious and conservative person. He was more inclined to defend the chair under his butt. His eyes were all fixed on the various ministers of the empire, especially Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal. Therefore, he did not care much about the Vizari army. This also caused the higher-ups of the Vizari army to be completely unaware of the fragility of their economic system, until Rivendell was killed by Jiang Fei, and Peter Zhu became the second emperor of the empire. After Peter Zhu ascended the throne, Jiang Fei gave him a lot of authority. It could be said that other than the army, Peter Zhu was the emperor of the empire. The laws and administrative policies of the entire Universe Empire were personally promulgated by him. Zhu Peter was a man of some ability and self-awareness. He maintained a certain rapport with Jiang Fei. He would not try to get involved in military matters. Similarly, Jiang Fei would not interfere in his internal affairs. With absolute executive power, Peter Chu was also an ambitious monarch, although he could not personally lead the fleet to conquer the Vizari legions. But he could use the economic war to bring down the economic system of the Vasily Legion and bring the economy of the Vasily Legion into a state of collapse. When the people are hungry, no matter how strong your army is, you are not far from extinction. That was the case with the Vizari Legion today. Their fragile economic system was soon overwhelmed by one economic measure after another by Peter Chu. The already fragile economic system collapsed. A large number of civilian factories closed down, and the people lost their jobs. After the civilians lost their jobs, they lost their source of income. Without income, they also lost the ability to buy. If the goods could not be sold, the businesses would close down. Then, more people would lose their jobs. The entire Vizari Legion was in a state of paralysis. At the same time, the unemployed were a very scary group. Although people lost their jobs and income, they still had to eat. If they couldn't even eat, then these people would do anything. At the beginning, there were demonstrations expressing dissatisfaction with the higher-ups of the Vasily Legion, asking them to solve the current problems and revive the economy. Later on, there were all kinds of vandalism and violence. After all, when there was not enough food to eat, many people would choose to take risks. Chapter 2694. Translator 549690339. At this moment, the Vizari army was in chaos. They were able to maintain the stability of the territory. It was already fortunate that they did not collapse. That was something that they could not do anything about. However, the development team could not just watch the Vizari army collapse. If that happened, the opposing faction system that they had built would be completely destroyed. The game would not be able to continue. Right now, the game was in full swing. The popularity of the game had just been released, and a large number of players were continuously flowing in. The development team naturally could not bear to end the game just like that. Hence, various subsidies and preferential policies were continuously introduced on the player's side of the resistance to encourage those novice players to choose to join the resistance camp after leaving the safe zone. As for the players of the Imperial Army, although there were not many policy subsidies, they were all veteran players who had been with Aemon for so long. Moreover, the Imperial Army now had such a clear advantage. Therefore, they naturally did not have too many opinions. Just as the development team and all the players were ready to welcome the extraordinary epic-level battle of the century, Alyer, who was in the Dominican Galaxy, did not make a move. Commander, after enduring for 3 days, Eamon finally could not help but send a message to Aurelia. There's no need to rush, respected General Eamon. Our main force has not arrived yet. Aurelia was still as calm as ever. In fact, Aurelia's main goal was to attract the attention of the development team. She did not want them to pay attention to Jiang Fei, who had suddenly disappeared. Now that she had achieved her goal, she did not need to waste her men's lives. She went to attack the Visari army, which was full of orbital defense facilities. All right, my troops will go and test it out first, said Eamon after thinking for a moment. He was thinking about things as a player, hence he did not notice that Aurelia did not really want to attack. He felt that this was just a signal that the expansion pack was about to begin. Right now, the Imperial Army did not move. They were mainly waiting for the expansion pack. It was obvious that after the new patch arrived, it would be the start of the battle of the century. As for the Visari Legion and the Resistance, they were even more happy that Aurelia had temporarily stopped attacking. This was because they also needed time to prepare. Or the gathering of newbie players, all of this needed time. Just like that, other than Eamon, who could not sit still, the other parties tacitly maintained standoff. After a few tests, Eamon's player squadron had also temporarily stopped attacking. To prevent the Visari Legion from being wiped out, the development team had activated emergency measures. A large number of orbital defense facilities had been added to the territory of Visari's army. Although these things could not be moved, their attack power was very terrifying. As soon as Eamon's fleet arrived, they were immediately smacked in the face. Just as all the players in the development team were attracted to the Dominican galaxy, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to enter closed-door cultivation to start comprehending the legacy space. A small figure was sitting by a small stream, holding a flower in his hand. He was tugging at the petals of the flower. Natasha muttered, "I don't know what brother means. Why did he suddenly want to help me?" Natasha said to herself as she tugged at the petals. "Jiang Fei, why should I help you so much?" Natasha frowned. Her innocent expression had completely disappeared. The last petal fell into the stream and disappeared along with the stream. Disappeared along with a burst of light. Time flowed like water, and the sun and moon shuttled back and forth. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Natasha's fleet was still stationed in the Dominican galaxy, bringing tremendous pressure to the Visari Legion. Be it the development team or the players of the Resistance, they were no longer panicking. After 2 months of preparation, the combat strength of the players of the Resistance had greatly increased. For this reason, the development team had already removed the outer orbit defense equipment. It was obvious that they had allowed the war to begin fairly. After receiving a large increase in strength, the players of the Resistance were also eager to give it a try. They were no longer limited to defense. They even took an offensive stance and were all gathered at the border. They were ready to charge into the Dominican galaxy at any time. "Commander, because of your hesitation, we have already lost the best opportunity to attack," Eamon complained to Aurelia. "Then let them be ready." Aurelia finally revealed his true intentions. Eamon was completely dumbfounded. He did not understand why Aurora had spent so much of her military funds to keep this huge fleet in the Dominican galaxy. Was she not doing something unnecessary? Of course, Aurora was not idle. She felt that the Empire's military funds were too much and wanted to exhaust them. Her real purpose was to provide Jiang Fei with cover. However, this reason was obviously not something that could be shared with Eamon. "General Eamon, I can understand your feelings. However, the Empire has the Empire's considerations. Please do not have any emotions," Aurelia said calmly. Eamon hung up the call together. Facing a group of NPCs, he really had nowhere to vent his anger. The development team is crazy. What kind of PvP quest is this? Eamon was so angry that he cursed loudly in his own battleship. "Boss, these NPCs aren't willing to fight with us. What should we do?" One of his underlings asked. "Go over by ourselves and die? Haven't you seen how crazy the development team has been lately? They've been doing activities for the players of the Resistance." Eamon shouted angrily. Another underling asked, "Build the orbital defense facilities and then work with these idiotic NPCs. When they come over by themselves, those newbies will get so many powerful equipment." Eamon said disdainfully, Chapter 2695, 2695. Translator, 549690339. Since Aurelia had not made a move, Eamon could not cross the Dominant Galaxy region to his death. Therefore, he could only wait patiently in the Dominant Galaxy for the players of the Resistance to come and ask for a fight. Eamon was very confident about this point. He was a professional gamer, so he knew the thoughts of these people very well. He knew that these newbies had suddenly obtained so many high-level equipment. If he did not show off in front of the old players, then what was the difference between this and a walk in the night? Therefore, after discovering that the Imperial Army had completely lost the initiative, Eamon had no choice but to calm his mind. He knew that the newbies of the Resistance would lose their composure first. Then, under the tight orbit defense system of the Dominican Galaxy, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. As long as these newbies were severely injured, Eamon believed that they would not be able to recover their strength quickly in a short period of time. This was because Eamon, who was also a newbie, had made the same mistake, that was to put all of his old assets into the battle before the war. As the development team was trying to nurture the Resistance, they were very active. Those newbies must have spent all of their funds in order to arm such a large fleet. Their weaknesses were also exposed. As they had spent all their funds, it would be fine if they won. However, if they lost, those newbies would not be able to purchase powerful ships for a long period of time. The current period of the Resistance was Eamon's chance. No matter how the Empire's fleet reacted, Eamon would seize this chance to destroy the Vasily Legion. He would write down an important part of his career. While Eamon was preparing for the upcoming battle, Aurelia was also prepared. Although she had never thought of attacking the Vasily Legion, she definitely could not allow the Resistance to enter the Empire. As for the players, Aurelia knew very well that once they entered the Empire, the people of the Empire would suffer. Faye, you must hurry up. I will try my best to gather the attention of the development team here. The war will definitely have ups and downs, earning enough attention. However, we cannot endure this endless war of attrition for too long. Aurelia clasped her hands together. She prayed silently in her heart. Actually, with Aurelia's commanding ability, if she wanted to completely destroy the Vasari army, she already had this ability. The Universe Empire had accumulated a lot of power in the dark. Even the development team would not be able to react in time. The Vasari army would be destroyed. However, Jiang Fei and Aurelia knew clearly that the Vasari army had to exist. The balance between the Empire army and the Resistance army could not be broken. Only then could the universe maintain its current peace. The game could continue for as long as possible. Only then would their universe continue to exist. This time was what Jiang Fei needed the most. Now, in order to cover for Jiang Fei, Aurelia had no choice but to make a desperate gamble. Other than this decisive battle of the century, she, Bella, and the others could not think of anything else that would cause the development team to ignore Jiang Fei. In order to buy time for Jiang Fei, Aurelia, who had always loved her soldiers like a son, had no choice but to use the lives of her soldiers to fill the hole. All this while, Aurelia had been trying her best to avoid fighting with the player fleet because she felt that it was the most meaningless thing because the players could be resurrected indefinitely. Their spaceships could be replenished quickly. Fighting with them was purely using the lives of their own people to spend time with the other party. However, this time, Aurelia was inevitably going to fight against the players of the Resistance. Because Eamon's Imperial Army's player fleet was clearly no longer a match for the Resistance. At this moment, Jiang Fei also knew that he was pressed for time. He did not waste a single second. He was exploring the inheritance space without rest. During that time, Jiang Fei woke up a few times. However, Maleki's decoding progress was very slow because the amount of data was too little. It would take a huge amount of work to decipher the meaning of these signals. Even as an artificial intelligence, Maleki had to spend a lot of time to complete this task. Continue to try. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and entered a meditative state again. This time, after Jiang Fei entered the legacy space, he did not immediately inject his mind power into the nucleus of will because his mind power had already been used up. Nucleus of will, nucleus of will. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As he recovered his spiritual power, Jiang Fei walked deeper into the legacy space. He wanted to explore this unknown space. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not believe that this space was endless. Jiang Fei flew rapidly in the void space. He could not determine his position because there was no reference object around him. Everything could only be done by intuition. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had almost recovered. However, there was still nothing in front of him. Jiang Fei sat down and began to pour his spiritual power into the nucleus of will again. The strange fluctuation appeared again. Its rhythm was clear, as if it was set by someone. It was precise and accurate. Jiang Fei muttered. If he did not say anything, he would be driven crazy by this boring job. At this moment, Jiang Fei did not know how many times he had injected his mind power into the nucleus of will. However, the energy fluctuation data that he recorded had never been exactly the same. Could it really be an irregular pulse signal? Impossible. Jiang Fei immediately denied his own guess. That was because he did not dare to believe this guess. Once he believed it, it meant that everything that he had done previously was useless. However, as the saying goes, the heavens do not disappoint the willing. Jiang Fei's efforts were not in vain. It actually completely overlapped with the frequency of the first time. Immediately after, the next frequency overlapped with the second, followed by the third. Finally, a cycle. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Previously, he had wanted to give up more than once. Fortunately, he had persevered. Now, all the data had been collected. As long as Maleki had enough time, he believed that he would be able to decipher the meaning of this pulse signal. Chapter 2696, 2696. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei transmitted all the information he had collected to Maleki and gave it to him to decipher. He would definitely be able to decipher the real meaning of the code. Once the code was deciphered, it would definitely be an important revelation to Jiang Fei. It might even be the key to the gamma space. Although Jiang Fei had high hopes for the mysterious pulse frequency, he knew that eggs could never be placed in the same basket. Therefore, he passed all the data to Maleki. Then he sent his consciousness into the inheritance space again. I don't believe it. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then, he sped off in a certain direction. The consciousness body was extremely fast in the inheritance space. Very soon, the place where he had stored his items had completely disappeared behind him. Jiang Fei looked around and saw that there was nothing around him. This kind of nothingness gave people a very ethereal feeling. It was not dark. On the contrary, it was emitting a hazy light. This hazy light was not a single color. Instead, it was colorful. It felt like a person was looking outside through a bubble. The entire field of vision was filled with that kind of hazy color. This time, Jiang Fei had made up his mind. As long as Malachi did not make any progress outside and did not wake him up, he would continue flying in the direction he had chosen until he found the end of the inheritance space. Although there was no reference object around him, it was easy to lose his direction in such a blind flight. In the end, he would draw a circle on the spot. However, Jiang Fei believed in his intuition. He did not rely on his eyes to determine the direction, but purely based on his intuition. Sometimes it looked like he had turned around. However, his intuition told him that he was actually flying in a straight line. As the concept of time in the inheritance space had been greatly weakened, Jiang Fei did not know how long he had flown for. At the beginning, he was still silently counting in his heart. Jiang Fei completely gave up. The frequency of Jiang Fei counting was very good. He counted every second. A year's time was about 30 million seconds. When Jiang Fei counted to 100 million, it actually meant that at least 3 years had passed. Of course, his concept of counting did not have any meaning in the legacy space because the time here was extremely weakened. He only did this to determine how far he would fly. Although Jiang Fei eventually gave up counting, he did not give up on the idea of finding the edge of the space. He believed that the legacy space was not endless. As long as he persevered, he would definitely reach the end. He wanted to see what the end of this space looked like. It was a sealed, independent space, just like a temporary subspace. It was also connected to other spaces. Then, he could enter another space, which was Jiang Fei's ultimate goal, the Gamma space. However, after discovering the secrets of the Core of Will, Jiang Fei gradually began to believe that the password that the Core of Will send out was the key to entering the Gamma space. The end of the legacy space might have simply been sealed, or perhaps it really was connected to another space, but it was not the Gamma space. Based on the information that Jiang Fei had obtained so far, the Gamma dimension was not as vast as their universe. It was actually very small, so small that it was even smaller than a planet. Therefore, Jiang Fei had a guess in his heart. There was more than one such high-dimensional space. There might be many of them. However, these high-dimensional spaces that existed in parallel did not have any connection with each other. However, these were only Jiang Fei's own guesses. At least, he would not be able to verify them in a short period of time. Then his guess would be confirmed. During this boring and monotonous flight, Jiang Fei was also thinking about some things that he usually did not have time to go to. For example, Natasha, the Apostles, and Simon, who was a member of the development team. He was also an apostle. There was also the information that he obtained from the people in the Gamma dimension. Jiang Fei actually had quite a lot of information. However, the information was fragmented. They were unable to piece together a complete piece of information. There were even some parts that were contradictory. This was what made Jiang Fei the most puzzled. Previously, because he had been busy, although Jiang Fei had received all the information, he did not have the time to process it. However, it was different now. He had plenty of time. He began to organize the information and try to connect them together. In the middle of the gap, Jiang Fei was bold enough to make a hypothesis. If the hypothesis was overturned by the later information, he would assume another possibility. Jiang Fei felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. While Jiang Fei was searching for the truth that he wanted in the outer universe, there was someone who was quietly helping him investigate the Gamma space. Han Tianyu asked while drinking tea after dinner. How should I put it? Actually, they are no different from the people here. The rich and powerful people are naturally happy, but there are also poor and ordinary people. Aisha shrugged and said, according to what you said, your world is so small, and you have the means to come to our world. Then, why don't you come and live in our vast universe? Han Tianyu asked with a smile. I don't know either. Aisha looked at Han Tianyu with deep affection. Han Tianyu asked. Aisha shook her head. She was just a poor girl in the Gamma space. She didn't know what the rich people thought. It's useless to ask her about this. With a flash of silver light, Lena appeared in the living room. Although her body was still Yuanchio's, her status was completely different from before. Han Tianyu smiled. Meanwhile, Lena walked up to him and sat on his lap. She still couldn't do it in broad daylight. Lena asked with a smile. Han Tianyu nodded. Chapter 2697. 2697. Translator 549690339. Lena noticed that Han Tianyu's expression was not too good, so she adjusted her tone. She continued, although my metaphor just now was not very appropriate and even caused you to be dissatisfied, isn't that the truth? Although Han Tianyu felt a little uncomfortable, he had to admit that Lena was right. As a creature of the high-dimensional space, when the people of the Gamma space face the creatures of the hyperdimensional space, there's an innate sense of superiority. This sense of superiority makes it difficult for them to give up their dimensional superiority, even if they're confined to a small, cut, and monotonous space. Besides this, there's another reason, Lena said. Han Tianyu asked. Lena paused for a moment. Then she pointed at Aisha and said, the reason why they are willing to stay here forever is because their life in the Gamma space is not satisfactory. Their miserable life makes them urgently need to change the status quo, so they are willing to accept coming to the three-dimensional world. Although their own dimension has decreased, their standard of living has increased. Whether it is physical enjoyment or spiritual partners, they now have all of them. So, reducing the dimension is not a loss for them. However, for us who are already well-fed, what benefits does reducing the dimension to come to the three-dimensional world have for us? Hearing Lena's words, Han Tianyu fell silent. If it's for the sake of novelty, then through this game, we've already experienced the joy of the three-dimensional world. So, this is enough for us. We don't really want to belong here, Lena continued. Han Tianyu glanced at Lena. Unlike Aisha and Lorna, Lena was also a person who had received higher education in the gamma space. She had a complete ability to analyze logic. Therefore, she was much more rational than girls like Aisha and Lorna who relied on their feelings. Lena said as she playfully winked at Han Tianyu. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe half of it, Han Tianyu said with a smile. Oh, Lena shrank in Han Tianyu's arms, letting herself find a more comfortable position. Reason? First of all, I firmly believe that a vase-like princess is not common, and you definitely are not. Second of all, a princess with clear logic and a good education. She has been influenced by politics since she was young, so the possibility of her being emotional is actually very low. So, I think that if she really ran away with the groom, then other than the love factor, there are other reasons. For example, the groom is an informant, and he has a secret that the royal family wants to know. Han Tianyu's face was still smiling. You're smarter than I thought. Lisa kissed them until they couldn't breathe anymore. Aisha couldn't understand what they were talking about, and she couldn't stand them being so lovey-dovey in broad daylight, so she turned around and left. Okay, you've disgusted her. Han Tianyu pushed Lena away. Lena stood up from Han Tianyu's lap. Then she smiled and said, You guessed right. My motive for being with you is indeed not pure. Of course, my good impression of you is also true. If I can complete the mission and indulge myself with the person I like, I don't think there's anything bad about it. What do you think? Han Tianyu said. I want a lot of things, Lena said as she approached Han Tianyu again. Then, her hands began to move around Han Tianyu's chest. Then tell me what you want the most right now. Han Tianyu pulled Lena into his arms and asked. When both of them were about to suffocate, they reluctantly separated. Then Lena panted and said, You. Han Tianyu stood up and carried Lena into the bedroom. Then the seductive gasps came from the bedroom and only stopped after a long time. You've got what you want the most, Han Tianyu asked with a smile as he moved his hand on Lena's smooth back. Lena's face was still red. Han Tianyu frowned. His body froze for a moment. Then, he said coldly, You've gone too far. You're annoying. Lena rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu. Then what do you want to do? Han Tianyu's expression softened a little, but it still did not look good. I just want to get his loyalty. You don't have to be nervous. I don't want his life, Lena said with a smile. Han Tianyu frowned. I have to start from the beginning. Lena asked with a smile. I used to think so, but I can't be sure now, Han Tianyu said honestly. At first, even Zhang Fei thought that Lena was an ordinary player who accidentally bought Yu Wanchio's body as a carrier. But now, it seemed that this matter was far from simple. When I first chose Yu Wanchio as a carrier, I mainly wanted to get close to Zhang Fei and win him over. So, I carefully disguised myself and observed his circle and women. In the end, before I could meet him, my identity was exposed. I knew that he had the ability to read people's minds. Moreover, I did not dare to brazenly activate the player privilege to block it. This caused me to have to hypnotize myself and make myself believe that I was an ordinary player who had unintentionally bought Yu Wanchio as a carrier. That was the only way that he would lower his guard, said Lena. She did not lie to Han Tianyu. I have to say, you're really good at hiding it. Han Tianyu sighed. Lena smiled proudly. Then why are you not acting now? Instead, you want to tell me your cards, Han Tianyu asked. Chapter 2698, 2698. Translator, 549690339. Hey, things have changed. My mission suddenly has a time limit, Lena said as she leaned into Han Tianyu's arms. Time limit? Han Tianyu asked. Lena hesitated. Han Tianyu's henchman came from behind to the front. Lena pouted and then said, All right, I can tell you this. My time limit is 1 month. Han Tianyu confirmed. Yes, 1 month. This is my quest time, and also my ultimatum to Jiang Fei, said Lena. Han Tianyu immediately asked, if I fail to complete the quest in 1 month, and Jiang Fei does not pledge loyalty to the person behind me, then my quest will fail and the reward will be lost. Lena shrugged. Han Tianyu suddenly asked, Huh? Lena was shocked and immediately denied it. This has nothing to do with my father. He is just a proper sheriff. He does not even know that I have accepted this job. Han Tianyu smiled. However, he did not say anything. He just looked at Lena calmly. Lena frowned. It's okay. Han Tianyu smiled and waved his hand. Then, he said to Lena, why do you want Jiang Fei's loyalty? Lena hesitated again. If you need to make up a reason, you can choose not to say it. Lying would destroy our relationship, Han Tianyu said. All right, I really can't tell you that. Lena sighed in relief. It's all right. Han Tianyu took a deep breath. He continued to play with the pair of soft hands. Lena's face was flushed red. At the same time, her brain was working rapidly. He was trying to figure out what Lena and the people behind her were trying to do. Lena asked, you need Jiang Fei's loyalty, but you don't tell me your purpose. Han Tianyu probed from the side. In the short term, we don't need him to do anything, Lena said. When she answered the question, her tone was very relaxed. Han Tianyu noticed the contradiction in Lena's words. HMM, let me put it this way. We don't need Jiang Fei to do anything in the short term. However, we need him to be a role model, said Lena. Role model. That means that you all need a large number of people to be loyal to you. Asked Han Tianyu. Lena nodded. Then, how do you express your loyalty? Han Tianyu asked. A verbal promise will do. Lena nodded and said. Han Tianyu frovnid. This agreement was too hasty. Lena had put in so much effort just to rope Jiang Fei in. However, in the end, she only needed a verbal promise. This was simply too unreliable. It was just a verbal promise. It was too easy to go back on it. It's that simple. What we need now is a role model. Therefore, whether he goes back on his word or not does not have much of an impact on us. Of course, this preferential treatment is only limited to him. The other loyal members are not so hasty, said Lena as she narrowed her eyes. Is she using her narrowed eyes to hide her wandering gaze? Han Tianyu muttered himself. He could basically believe that what Lena said was true because it was very easy to verify. However, he could also be sure that Lena was hiding important information. In fact, what Lena was hiding was only some information in the spatial compensation rule. Under certain conditions, as long as Jiang Fei made a verbal promise, it would be equivalent to him reaching an agreement with these people. They would be free. They would not have to pay any price to kill Jiang Fei. However, this spatial compensation rule was almost impossible for the people from the lower latitudes to grasp. Because they were the ones who were compensated, they had no right to infringe on the rights and interests of others. Naturally, they would not be punished, therefore, they would not be able to understand the existence of this rule. As for the people of the Gamma space, other than the people related to the development team, no one else knew about this law. Only the development team who had been punished understood the importance of this law. Although the people of the high-dimensional space had godlike authority over the low-dimensional space, other than not being able to directly enter, they could completely change this world as they wished, of course. It wasn't an easy thing to discover the low-dimensional world with living creatures. For example, the humans in the three-dimensional world had absolute control over the two-dimensional space. Although the humans could freely display their abilities on the flat canvas, finding a canvas with a two-dimensional living creature was as easy as ascending to the heavens. After the development team discovered the three-dimensional world with living creatures, they immediately firmly grasped it in their hands. The players were all connected to this space through equipment. They simply didn't have the chance to bring a pen to approach the canvas. Only the development team members had the chance to directly do whatever they wanted on the three-dimensional world canvas. Of course, their initial madness also made them pay a price. They were all killed instantly because of the spatial compensation rule. It was precisely because of this that they understood this rule. And Lena deliberately hid this important information from Han Tianyu. Obviously, she knew about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to hide it. Therefore, if Han Tianyu knew about this information, he would definitely be able to determine that Lena was related to the people in the development team, or at least she was related to some of them. But unfortunately, Han Tianyu couldn't know all of this. So, although he suspected that Lena was hiding something, he didn't know what she was hiding, nor did he know who she was working for. Han Tianyu finally spoke after asking for a long time. It was impossible for Lena to reveal so much information to him without a price. Help me create a chance to meet Jiang Fei. Or rather, help me convince your brother, said Lena. I can let you meet Jiang Fei. However, I have to make sure that you have no ill intentions toward my brother, said Han Tianyu. Lena asked, Han Tianyu smuggled evily. Then, he turned around and pressed down on her. Chapter 2699, 2699. Translator, 549690339. Early the next morning, a small private spaceship set off from China and headed straight for Skoda. In the small spaceship, Lena brought 2 glasses of red wine to Han Tianyu. I don't need any confidence, Han Tianyu said with a smile. Lena's eyes were filled with confusion. Between me and my brother, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. As long as I ask him to pledge his loyalty to you, he won't even ask why, Han Tianyu said confidently. I don't think so, Lena said as she handed over the red wine. You don't have to provoke me. This matter will be known when we meet Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu said as he took a sip of red wine. Lena nodded and changed the topic. What did you tell Aisha and the others about this trip? To be honest, I told them that I was going to look for my brother, Han Tianyu said. You really trust them, Lena said. They are not as complicated as you are, Han Tianyu said as he pulled Lena into his arms. Lena chuckled and took the initiative to offer a kiss. Eamon sneered as he looked at the report in his hands. After waiting for so many days, Eamon finally received the information he wanted. After the players of the Resistance Army had their strength skyrocketed, they could no longer hold back their ambitions. They wanted to compete with the veteran players of the Imperial Army. A subordinate asked, Of course, we have to inform them. Don't tell them to let us fight against those newbies alone. Eamon sneered. At the same time, he scolded Aurelia's incompetence in his heart once again. In Eamon's opinion, if Aurelia had not been indecisive, he would have cleared this game long ago. However, Eamon did not think about it. Could Aurelia be on the same side as him? The interests of both sides were completely different. Eamon wanted to clear the game and wipe out the Vizari Legion in one fell swoop, thus ending this game. That way, his reputation would be known. Whether it was sponsorship or investment, he would be able to earn a lot of money. But what about Aurelia? Could she accept this solution? The answer was obviously no. Once the game was broken, it would face the danger of being discontinued. When that happened, they would also disappear along with the game. Therefore, in order to persist for a longer time and buy Jiang Fei more time, Aurelia naturally would not really send troops to flatten the Vizari army in one fell swoop. She was currently sending troops to the border just for show. Her goal was to attract the attention of the development team so that they would not notice Jiang Fei, who had disappeared. After half a day, a communication from a player was received on Aurelia's flagship. Commander, there is a communication from General Eamon, the communication officer reported. Aurelia frowned. Ever since she had delayed the best time to attack, Eamon had never spoken to her again. Now that Eamon had suddenly taken the initiative to contact her, it was definitely not a good thing. Eamon said as he uploaded a document. Aurelia frowned even more after reading the document. Aurelia still felt very bitter in her heart. Aurelia had already predicted the Resistance's attack. Moreover, she also knew that the enemy was coming aggressively this time. Although the Imperial Army had organized the strongest fleet, they would definitely suffer a considerable loss. Aurelia was very clear about this loss. When she had planned this plan to attract the attention of the development team, she already knew what the price would be. There would definitely be a large number of losses. Millions of Imperial soldiers would be buried. Although Aurelia was heartbroken about this, she did not regret it. These sacrifices were necessary. Their sacrifice would buy Jiang Fei critical time. He would enter the gamma space. By then, all the problems would be solved. Otherwise, the entire universe would be completely destroyed in a very short time. These soldiers would also face the desperate situation of death. As the commander, Aurelia could only choose to sacrifice a part of himself to protect the overall situation. Yes, they are fully prepared. Although Aemon gave vague information, he was actually very clear about the rebel army's plan. From the previous report, Aemon not only obtained the enemy's rough plan, but he also had the enemy's specific fleet size and tactical plan. As a veteran professional player, Aemon had a lot of influence in the hearts of the players in the Gamma space. Hence, he wanted a rope and a spy among the player upper echelons of the resistance. That was simply too easy. As the saying went, know thyself, and know thy enemy. Aemon could be said to know the resistance like the back of his hand. However, they had no idea what Aemon and the others' intentions were. However, Aemon was able to do this not because he had done a good job of keeping secrets, but because he had yet to come up with a plan. Unlike the rebel army, the Imperial Army required the cooperation of players and NPCs. Aurelia's fleet was the main force. On the other hand, no matter how capable the professional players leading the resistance were, it was impossible for Aurelia to guess what Aurelia was thinking. Aurelia could see the calmness in Aemon's heart, so he did not reveal the slightest hint of anxiety. Aemon voiced his thoughts. Aurelia smiled, and then stared at Aemon for a long time until Aemon's hair stood on end. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "If the Sarnagas are so fearless, your fleet can have a decisive battle with them here, but we will take a roundabout route." What? Aemon was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that Aurelia had delayed the battle because of carelessness, but now he began to doubt whether Aurelia would actually fight. Chapter 2700. Translator 549690339. Lord Commander, do you even know what you're talking about? We have a large number of orbital defense facilities in the Dominican Galaxy. Here, we are the home ground, and we can use the smallest price to fight the resistance. Aemon shouted loudly. Right now, he was really doubtful of Aurelia's ability to command. He even felt that Aurelia's astonishing battle achievements in the past were all bragged about, or in other words, the contributions of others. Aurelia said unhurriedly, "Of course, I don't even need to describe how ferocious those rebels are. Once they enter the borders of the Empire, the consequences will be unimaginable." Aemon insisted on his own thoughts. Aurelia nodded. Although Aemon had a smile on his face, he was cursing in his heart. Are you an NPC that's an idiot? Do you need me to explain such a simple logic? But if it's a decisive battle in the Dominican Galaxy, I haven't made any preparations, and the battle plan hasn't come out yet. Aurelia said, feeling troubled. She was obviously pretending to be like this in front of Aemon. "Commander, there's nothing to prepare," Aemon said loudly. Aurelia frowned, as if she was tempted. "Of course. You just need to let the fleet crazily attack all the enemies they can see." Aemon was extremely disappointed with this NPC at this time. Therefore, he was prepared to let Aurelia's fleet attack the enemy head-on. As for the details of surrounding the enemy, he would do it himself. If that's the case, then this war will be led by General Aemon. Aurelia immediately followed Aemon's tone. Aemon nodded, and then cut off the communication. After the communication was cut off, Aurelia smiled slightly, and then put away the idiotic look from before. What the F***CK is this genius commander? What the F***CK is he talking about attacking the Vasily Legion's hinterland multiple times, all F***king boasting? At the same time, Aemon, who had cut off the communication, was cursing loudly. The underling beside him asked, an NPC commander who only looks good on the outside. I don't know how she bragged about those achievements, Aemon said angrily. Maybe in the past, she took credit from others. This time, you suddenly called her. She probably wasn't prepared, the underling guessed. I knew it. How could a woman? F***CK. Aemon suddenly slammed the table. He finally reacted. The underling asked, F***CK. I was fooled by that woman. Aemon finally came to his senses. Just now, he was angered by Aurelia's acting of an idiot, so he didn't think too deeply about it. Now that he thought about it, if Aurelia really was not willing to fight in the Dominican galaxy, why did she send her troops here? After all, a large-scale fleet assembly required a huge amount of resources. It was obvious that Aurelia also intended to stop the rebel fleet in the Dominican galaxy. Otherwise, she would not have worked with Aemon to build all sorts of orbital defense facilities. The reason why Aurelia had put on such a show was obvious. She wanted to push Aemon to the front. What bullsh** was he trying to lead this war? Aurelia's huge fleet only needed to hide behind the orbital defense facilities and provide long-range firepower support. At this moment, Aemon was even angrier. He went to contact Aurelia mainly because he wanted to pull in a group of cannon fodder for his fleet. Instead, he became Aurelia's cannon fodder. Then what should we do? The underling asked. Aemon rolled his eyes. Aurelia had 10,000 reasons to stop him. The underling asked, prepare for war. Although these delicate tasks are a little tough, I'm still worried about leaving them to the NPCs. Aemon could only find an excuse to hide his shame. The underling nodded and then began to assign tasks to the players in the guild channel. For a moment, the atmosphere in the dominant galaxy became tense. A great war was about to break out. It would depend on when the players of the Resistance would forcefully cross the Stargate. Just as the battle in the dominant galaxy was about to start, Han Tianyu arrived on Skoda Star with Lena. For Lena, coming to Skoda Star could be said to be a revisit to her old place. However, her identity was completely different from the previous two times. When they first met, whether it was Bella, the girls, or Lena, everyone felt a little awkward. After all, Lena was still using Yuancho's body. Fortunately, Han Tianyu was more talkative. Soon, the awkward atmosphere was broken. Brother Han, you suddenly came over. Bella asked. There's indeed something. I want to see Ah Fei. Han Tianyu asked. Bella hesitated for a moment. Then, she told Han Tianyu the truth. My husband is in closed-door cultivation. Closed-door cultivation? Han Tianyu asked. I don't know. He didn't tell us the details, Bella said. As they understood the relationship between Han Tianyu and Zhang Fei, they did not have any wariness toward Han Tianyu. Ah Fei is really something. At this time, he actually still has the mood to enter closed-door cultivation. Han Tianyu sighed. He did not know that Zhang Fei was trying to solve the mystery of the inheritance space in seclusion. At this time, Lena could not help but ask. When he is in seclusion, he is woken up by an external force. This is very harmful to the person who is in seclusion. Bella frowned. She had a problem with Zhang Fei handing over Lena, who was using Yuancho's body, to Han Tianyu. In fact, she was quite displeased. Chapter 2701, 2701. Translator, 549690339. Bella, don't be nervous. This matter is indeed very important and difficult to explain. I need to talk to Ah Fei face to face. Han Tianyu walked over and said. Bella hesitated. Although Zhang Fei had warned her before he went into seclusion not to disturb him unless it was something particularly important, Bella knew about the relationship between Han Tianyu and Zhang Fei. It was a little exaggerated to say that the two of them were so good that they were on the same page. However, Zhang Fei really trusted Han Tianyu very much. Bella turned around and looked at the other girls. She wanted to get some opinions from them. However, the girls looked at each other and no one said a word. Initially, among the girls, nobody doubted Bella's final decision. Nina had a calm personality and was able to persuade the impulsive Bella. Aurelia was also resourceful. Together, they could solve many problems. However, now that Nina was trapped in the black hole and Aurelia was leading troops outside, there was only Bella left on Skoda Star. Although the other girls wanted to help, they could not do much. Bella, why don't we give it a try? Hua Milan stood out at this moment. She knew that Bella needed support. Bella had actually been persuaded by Han Tianyu. She asked the other girls to get their support. Bella turned around and left after saying that. The other girls on the other side called out to Han Tianyu and Lena. The two of them looked at each other and exchanged some information. After leaving the living room, Bella went straight to the time room. It had been a long time since she had seen Zhang Fei. Bella's heart was beating fast. She had wanted to come in and take a look for a long time. However, she was afraid of disturbing Jiang Fei, so she did not dare to. This time, Han Tianyu had asked to see Jiang Fei. It could be considered as giving Bella a reason. After entering the time house, Bella quickly looked for Jiang Fei to beat up. She saw Jiang Fei sitting cross-legged on a piece of grass. His body was already covered in a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had been meditating for a long time and had not woken up. Seeing Jiang Fei in such a sorry state, Bella could not help but feel sad. She knew that the main reason why Jiang Fei was so desperate to study the secrets of the inheritance space was to save them. Facing Jiang Fei, who was in a meditative state, it was definitely not possible to wake him up directly. The damage to Jiang Fei would be immeasurable. Therefore, Bella could only sit cross-legged opposite Jiang Fei and spread out her spiritual power. Moreover, she had invaded Jiang Fei's body. Bella was actually taking a huge risk by doing this. Although she would not hurt Jiang Fei, she was taking a huge risk. After all, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was extremely terrifying. If Bella used this method to wake Jiang Fei up without Jiang Fei's knowledge, it would be very easy for him to mistake it as a spiritual attack. Therefore, he would subconsciously counterattack. It would be too late to stop. With the strength of Jiang Fei's spiritual power, his counterattack could cause irreparable damage to Bella. Hubby! Bella's spiritual power entered Jiang Fei's body and began to call out to Jiang Fei. However, there was no reaction at all. What's going on? Bella panicked. If she was immediately attacked, although she would be injured, she could still feel at ease. However, the current situation made Bella completely panic. At that moment, Jiang Fei was like a shell. She could not find any trace of his aura in Jiang Fei's body. Hubby, what happened to you? Bella's tears immediately fell. She did not even dare to guess. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would never wake up again. Hubby, you can't die. Bella frantically used her spiritual power to search for traces of his spiritual power in Jiang Fei's body. Hubby, are you kidding me? Bella was completely flustered. She did not know what to do. Other than constantly searching and calling, she did not know what she should do or what she could do. At that moment, Jiang Fei, who was completely immersed in the inheritance space, had no idea that Bella had arrived. At first, he had left a trace of his spiritual energy outside to wait for Maleki's calculation results. However, Maleki's progress was slow in the face of such a huge calculation task. Moreover, Jiang Fei's spiritual energy consumption in the legacy space was constantly increasing. In the end, he had no choice but to divert all of his spiritual energy inside. There was only a shell outside. Therefore, when Bella entered, she was dumbfounded. She even suspected that Jiang Fei had been dead for a long time. However, this answer only existed in Bella's subconscious. She did not even dare to think about it. While Bella was panicking, Jiang Fei was also facing a huge challenge. Although the test of the nucleus of will had temporarily come to an end, Jiang Fei had encountered a new problem when he was searching for the boundary of the inheritance space. Jiang Fei asked as he stared at the person in front of him. This person, or rather, the person who looked like a human, did not have a face. He looked like a human made of mercury. His face was as smooth as a mirror without any facial features. This question stumped me. Although the person did not have a mouth, the inheritance space was all communicated through spiritual power. Therefore, this was not an obstacle. Jiang Fei asked curiously, I don't know either. From the day I became conscious, I have been here, said the mercury person. Jiang Fei could feel that the fellow opposite him did not seem to be a liar. Although it was just a kind of intuition, with Jiang Fei's strength, their intuition was often more accurate than seeing it with their own eyes. There's no concept of time here. The mercury man shrugged. Jiang Fei frowned even more. This guy was clueless, but he was obviously not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in his own inheritance space for no reason. Finally, the mercury man was no longer clueless. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, waiting for you, or anyone who has this space, the mercury man said. Are you saying that you do not only exist in my legacy space? Jiang Fei was stunned, because at least 2 people had the legacy space, Jiang Fei and Yu Ting. If the first Dragon Sage was still alive, there would be 3. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.